fear is not real. The only place that fear can exist is in our thoughts of the future. It is a product of our imagination. Do not misunderstand me. Danger is very real, but fear is a choice.
Greetings world. We are on DK. As we continue in our All in the Family series, we would like to remind you all that the facts stated here are for no other purpose than making note of key points of the Bloodlines' beliefs, their mindset and why they do what they do, how they think and act, hopefully exposing it in such a way you can understand and know your enemy and act accordingly. The only purpose for the mention of their beliefs at all is simply because they are intricately woven in the reasoning, actions and history. We disclose all information found out about these people here. Comfortable or not, truth is not always pretty or fun. There are many proofs, including names of people documented in sacred, archaeological, and historical texts. All correlating versions of names used between these works we include and mention as much as possible, not to confuse but to educate. Names are changed constantly by the families, and the past researchers who have looked into the different names have not been able to tie them together, as we do here. Thanks to the internet, and the amount of information we can see, we are able to translate names, words and make the connections that could not be seen before. To our astonishment, we realized archaeologists, genealogists and historians from different countries and studies, languages, backgrounds have never connected the dots. People stay in a narrow rut of their thinking and education, keeping them blind and indoctrinated, disabling them from looking further and seeing the big picture, which leads to full truth. The deception is enough to blind the masses. We have discussed much of this before in our previous videos. We have already exposed the blood, the DNA and the importance of the female Naftali tribe's bloodline in these families. We will keep the repeating of information already put out in previous videos to a minimum. Once again, we suggest you begin with our movie The Elite, and continue through the messages from there so you will have a full understanding of what we discuss. The elite families are very proud of the fact that they can trace their line back to Cain. When we saw this claim in a news article many years ago, we looked for this proof. The elite have been selfish and have not revealed this genealogy or history, killing most who have done so. We thought this highly ridiculous and decided to write it all out from beginning to end for you in our document, which was put out a couple of years ago. You may notice that in our previous videos in the All in the Family series, we have only discussed the genealogies back to several hundred years BC. We have stopped short because it is at this time the families were large and recognized as tribes. In this video we will discuss the time of the tribes and work from the beginning. We have in fact proven the elite are able to be traced through their genealogy back to Cain. In proving this, we have proven much more as well. So let us go to Cain, and start at what the elite have said is their beginning. In the beginning was murder. Cain is the first noted murderer. He was born around 4004 BC and was twin to his sister, Aclea. His brother, Abel, was murdered by him because of jealousy when they were teenagers, and Cain married and had children with Abel's twin sister, Lelua. She was beautiful and Cain's lust for her was strong. Cain and his descendants were exiled and the bloodline was disowned by the family. Jumping forward, as we will not spend time on details that are so easy to find. We come from Cain through his lineage to Abraham. We have skipped many generations and many centuries. Many things we leave for you to find out for yourself. You do not learn unless you do the work yourself. We cannot spoon feed everything to you. nor should you believe everything we say without proving it to yourself. One woman, called Hagar, had Abraham's firstborn son named Ishmael in 1860 BC. Mother and child were both outcast because of jealousy and the excuse that she had bad blood. They eventually settled in the wilderness of Paran, which is now Palestine, where Ishmael married a girl from his mother's homeland of Egypt and Saudi Arabian areas. We have discussed the Keter tribe, the female line, in our DNA videos and suggest you watch them for more detail on this. We will continue on. One of Abraham's many grandsons was Jacob. Jacob born 1791 BC and was a twin. You will see twins pop up frequently. He had 12 sons which went out to their own areas. Once their families were too large. By large we mean that each family had several thousand members. Being so large, they were each given a piece of land around the Middle East, Mediterranean and down towards Africa. This area was called Canaan, the land of Canaan, not to be confused with the man we will discuss next. This is the same area Rome with puppet Israel are attempting to take over currently. As we have discussed before, the bloodline wishes to reclaim its birthright. The 12 brothers' families, called clans or tribes, are in their father Jacob's land of Canaan, where they have separated to different areas given to them within Canaan. There is a bit of confusion through our history books today, so we will clear that up here. Remember who controls what you know. These families, they do not want you to know the truth, so they will keep it from you and easily can. The tribe of Dan included the relatives descended from Jacob's son Dan, Jacob's son Naftali, and Jacob's son Asher. The 3 sons' families had grown so large, containing tens of thousands of people in each one. The 3 tribes were grouped together and had camped together for a long time. This is one area there is much disinformation on. People assume tribe of Dan means one family line, but it is 3. Dan was the largest family of the 3 by over 5,000 relatives. Talk about having a family barbecue with that crowd. We see the elite come from this tribe of Dan. These 3 families. So we will look deeper at these 3. We will not lump them together as everyone else has, as it only creates lies and confusion. These 3 sons' families camped facing north, the direction their descendants traveled later on. A bit about Dan and Naftali themselves. They were twins, born in 1703 BC of a woman who had a different DNA from their father, his wives, and their stepbrothers. They were white, light-haired with light eye color, and they were unnaturally large and strong. Naftali, like his mother, was deep into the occult and very aggressive. Naftali means wrestling, and the symbol of this family is the deer or stag. Dan was in fact commanded, when he received his inheritance, to be a judge and watcher, to keep his brothers in check. Typical big brother stuff. His family adopted the symbol of the scales of justice and can be followed through history with this, as well as the symbol of the horned viper. Unlike the snake or serpent symbols used to distort, the horned viper, which was the same word used for scorpion in that time, was our equivalent to a fox. Quick, wise, cunning, camouflaged, dealing swift judgment on any who passed too close without bias. The mutant DNA their mother, Bilhah, had is only passed through the women and only forms in certain of their offspring. Dan was white-skinned, light-haired and light-eyed, tall and strong like his twin, but not abnormally large like a giant, or disfigured. This race has been called Qualkas, Elohim, Sumerians, and the elder race Aryan. Needless to say, Dan and Naftali were outcasts in their darker tone family, as was Asher because he was born out of marriage, by a different woman. Not to mention for many generations their families lived next to each other. This made the 3 families very close. They had the common bond of being outcasts and offspring of different women. As they grew, their families became even closer, and finally, as tensions grew between the 12 tribes, the 3 decided to leave Canaan and the lands given to them by their inheritance. and sail around in search of their own land. Thus the first pirates and Vikings were born. The three tribes became deeply involved in trade, gold, produce, and opium. These things have always been and will always be controlled by the bloodline. These are their sources for constant income. We can see the Vikings used the viper's appearance as their ship's structure, making it as easy to glide across the water as the snake glides across sand, silent and quick, while the pirate ships, clearly meant to carry goods, slaves, fur soldiers and especially heavy weapons like cannons. They have always been a war-loving people. That is one major way to follow the bloodline. Simply look at the wars and revolutions around the world and you will find them. Or of course, follow the money, or follow the drugs, or follow the religions. Follow anything really. If you look deep enough it will lead you to the elite. This makes it easy to see the difference in the tribes and their histories. Knowing the interests in DNA. To mention Naftali's family for a moment more, one of the first locations we see the tribe is Arcadia, which is Greece. We can see their language written in Akkadian archaeology, called Akkadian cuneiform, a written language or dashes and dots. It is seen today in an app for Twitter. Documents note their shepherding skills, wealth, beauty, piety and merchant status, which they kept through history. Around this time, we come across a few notable members of the tribe. The elite families are proud to claim ancestry to Nimrod, a Babylonian also known as Akkadian king, described as a giant, a murderous tyrant, and descendant of Cain. Nimrod, the great-great-grandson of Noah and son of Cush, lived about 2268 to 1868 BC. He built not only Babylon, later called Akkadia, but also Erech, Nineveh and Calais. Now we call his land Assyria. Nimrod's uncle, Canaan, not to be confused with the land of Canaan, had sons who also carried the bloodline. Remember, these families called tribes were tens of thousands of relatives and covered much of the land at that time. Canaan's sons were Zatan, Heth, Amori, Girgashi, Hivi, Arki, Seni, Arodi, Zemodi and Chamath. Sargon of Akkad is documented as a Semitic Akkadian emperor and was famous for his takeover of the Sumerian area in the 23rd and 22nd centuries BC. In Akkadian his name was Saru-Kinu, meaning the true king, or the king is legitimate. He killed the Cush king and usurping his throne before embarking on the quest to conquer Mesopotamia. He is the first documented king we see from the Naftali family, since they typically had their Keter wives named queen, leaving the male as the secondary and lower power. As we have discussed many times before, they believe women are superior as they carry the blood. They make their high gods in female form. Now we have come quite a long ways in years. While we have been talking the sons of Jacob, the families have had many generations and formed their own tribes. They have traveled all over the place, from Israel to Russia to Asia to Rome. We will get more into these areas in time to come. However, in an attempt to reduce confusion, we will continue with those of the Naftali tribe of the elite for now. In our previous videos in the All in the Family series, we have detailed the genealogies of the papal elite bloodlines back to the tribes. In this video we have gone to the beginning of the line. It will take several videos to bridge the gap, so let us continue looking at the elite's tribes. The family of Naftali was deep into astrology and were intimate with the tribe of Keter because of Bilhah's blood. King David's son Solomon was born of a woman descended from Bilhah's tribe, the tribe of Keter. So the two main tribes who have made up the elite bloodlines are the Keters and Naphtali's. Naturally, some from the tribe of Dan as well as the tribe of Asher have mixed into this. But it is easy to spot the majority of the pure blood of the elite are from the combining of these two tribes. The star we see and are told is the Star of David has nothing to do with the house of David, but rather we see yet again the elite deception, using the pagan pentagram for sun worship. Star, Saturn worship Satan, the star which was the symbol of David's son Solomon. Though Solomon did have a change of heart by the end of his life, he was married to a pagan sun worshipper from the tribe of Keter and was deeply involved in the occult himself as well. He was also a master builder, a mason. Unlike David, who was forbidden, the Star of David is in reality the seal of Solomon, and once again the world believes a lie. We see the star, sun halo covering history, art and statues, marking the trail of the Jesuit, Zionist, Freemason, Satanic, popes and rulers even today. This halo or sun represents illumination, Lucifer. Everything is inverted, opposite. This elite group hides behind the facade and twisted definition of Jew, a derogatory term they created for those from the tribe of Judah. Their hated enemies, their brothers from another mother, the people they have murdered relentlessly for centuries, and the very people they claim to be the perfect cover. Keep your enemies closer. The elite control the world and they think they control you. Sadly, so do you, and so many do not even care. Remember this. They control everything and own nothing. Today we see the families controlling governments and all powers on earth. Do you know what they own? Their car, their jets and planes. No, they own nothing. Why do you think it matters so little to them if taxes are higher for the upper class in countries like America? They are not taxed. They starve people in Africa and Venezuela. They do not care because they do not starve. They do not care for you. They simply hold the cards of control. Money. They control you to keep you at arm's length. To keep you from opening your mind and freeing your potential. They keep you brainwashed and deceived in every facet of life. They think you are a pestilence that must be destroyed. You must understand that. They think you are a pestilence that must be destroyed. To get a time frame again, about 900 BC King David had come to reign, just as the three families called the tribe of Dan began traveling around. After David, his Keter-blooded son Solomon also married a Keter woman and daughter of the Pharaoh and began worshipping Ashtoreth like her. Ashtoreth, known as star or sun, also known as Astarte, Chian, Chiwan, Remphan, Rael and Saturn, derived from Satan. Solomon built altars using the symbol of the star we here referred to as the Star of David, more correctly the Star of Judah or the Judean people of Judah. Jew. Both David and Solomon are described as having red hair, white skin and a talent for music and taming beasts, and love of wine. David is known for his battles with giants, many of whom he defeated. In that day giants and nymphs and all sorts of creatures openly roamed the world and slaughtered many. This history is kept from you so you will be lost when they rise again, which will be soon. Back to the three families of the tribe of Dan: Asher, Dan and Naftali. They eventually separated. However, historians and religious documents keep them under the same title, even after the clear split, to keep us all oblivious to the truth, to hide the elite. This is where one major confusion begins. If you follow historical documents closely, you can identify the differences and see clearly which tribes went where. The culmination of the three tribes known as Dan traveled west to the American continent, where some of the Asher tribe stayed. Here we see Native American Indian tribes, and further down, the Aztec and Mayan, and north, the Eskimo tribes as the families split and spread. These are from the Asher tribe. The remaining tribe of Asher split when the tribe of Dan traveled back toward Canaan. The Asher tribe settled in their brother's mother's homeland of Egypt and Arabian areas. Remember, Naftali and Dan were born of a Keter woman. They reunited with the remnants of Bilhah's ancestors, which include Cleopatra, Narmer, Manes and more. The rest of the Dan tribe, which were now the Naftali and Dan families, traveled north. Some of the Naftali stayed in Ireland, Scotland and Britain as they sailed and explored the north. Britain was called Albion then. As they traveled, some Danes settled in Iceland, Scandinavia and Denmark, leaving the name of Dan on the territories they conquered. Let us take a look at the Celts. Since we are now in this area, we will look ahead to 500 BC. The Celto, known as Celti, remnants of the Naftali tribe who had settled there centuries before, had grown quite numerous. They were the most powerful people with an organized culture and developed social structure. Their issue was they had no political unity, no government besides the leader of their clan. Each clan had a different dialect or language. We would call this a code in military terms. This continues today. The only remaining strain of one of their speech is heard in some Welsh dialects. When the Celts rose into Britain, the Druids came forth. The Celtic rulers, called Druids, were the guardians of traditions and learning. They were lawyers, doctors, poets, religious leaders. Sound familiar? We have discussed many times how the elite power structure works. They left no written accounts, and what the Romans wrote of them is that they performed animal and human sacrifice, believed in a form of reincarnation, and held a high position in the Gaul society, which were the Franks. This is all still practiced by them today. A historian of their time, Pliny, was able to record one of the rituals. He wrote, "We should not omit to mention the great admiration that the Gauls have for it as well. The Druids, that is what they call their magicians, hold nothing more sacred than the mistletoe and a tree on which it is growing, provided it is a hard timbered oak. Mistletoe is rare, and when found it is gathered with great ceremony, and particularly on the 6th day of the moon, hailing the moon in a native word that means healing all things. They prepare a ritual sacrifice and banquet beneath the tree and bring up 2 white bulls, whose horns are bound for the first time on this occasion. A priest arrayed in white vestments climbs the tree and, with a golden sickle, cuts down the mistletoe, which is caught in a white cloak. Then finally they kill the victims, praying to a god to render his gift propitious to those on whom he has bestowed it. They believe that mistletoe given in drink will impart fertility to any animal that is barren, and that it is an antidote to all poisons." Makes you think twice about mistletoe, does it not? So the Druids invade Britain and impose their religious, scientific, historic and militaristic ways of life. As they do on all they conquer, they dictated planting seasons, time, calendar, festivals and rituals, and glorified war, astrology and horsemanship. The current American president, Trump, is from a Druid bloodline of the elite. We will look into this region much more later on in about 1,000 years. Now we come to the mid-1100s BC, and many have heard of the Battle of Troy. We know a bit about Helen of Troy, enough to get the idea of her proclaimed beauty and how she bewitched and controlled the wills of men. Helen is depicted in Ezra Pound's Canto 2, which states, "Let her go back to the ships, back among the Grecian faces, lest evil come on our town, evil and further evil, and a curse cursed on our children. Moves. Yes, she, Helen, moves like a god, and has the face of a goddess and the voice of Sagani's daughters. Doom goes with her in walking. Let her go back to the ships, back among the Grecian voices." After Troy, which was called Ilion and is in present-day Turkey, the 2 tribes of Naftali and Dan split for good, and the tribe of Dan was dissolved. The remaining Dans went back to stay in Denmark, Britain and the aforementioned areas. The war-hungry nomads of Naftali went on to possess the areas including Germany, Russia down to the Middle East, and Asian areas including the area the tribe of Keter inhabited, and Italy, where they reunited with their bloodline who had stayed in Canaan centuries before. This is what history books still name the tribe of Dan. It is Naftali family. Just after Troy, a group of humans, led by a hero of Troy called Brutus, went back to Britain to defeat the giants of the Naftali tribe and reclaim the land. Word had spread of the slaughter and mayhem going on, and once the illusion of Helen had been drowned in blood, the men decided to clear the world of the evil bloodline. For a moment let us discuss giants, as they are the elite bloodline. Septuagint. Theodosian, Latin Vulgate, Samaritan Targum, Targamonkelos and Targum Neophili are some of the words used in ancient texts which when interpreted mean giants, titans, violent ones, pirates, Nephilim and fallen ones. Know the terms and how they change language to language and area to area and time period to time period. Same meaning, different words. This is what makes people miss the full picture. The Watusi tribe in Africa at their typical height are 8 feet or just over 2 meters tall, which is small for the giants of old. We see proof of giants in archaeology across the world, as well as depicted extensively through texts. Religious, historical and scientifically, this should be the topic that needs the least explanation in order to be accepted. Mummified giant remains have been found all across the world from Italy to Jerusalem to the Midwest in the USA. Some have horns protruding from their skulls. Some are females covered in fur. Sounds like a werewolf to me. Most of the giants that have been uncovered are red-haired and mummified, as we would expect since we know the elite. Their practices and their DNA giantism has been proven to accelerate under the proper atmospheric climate, just like plants grow bigger and better under certain conditions. And a few thousand years ago the ozone layer was 6 times thicker than it is today. Oxygen in the air was richer. Now as thin as it is, everything is smaller, and everything dies faster. Skeletons prove they were quite a lot larger than we see them get today. However, as the red-haired giants of the Afghan mountains were very large indeed, it is obviously possible that larger-sized giants can still exist. The information is endless on these people, undeniably proving they did exist. The terms you feel comfortable using to describe them is up to you but matter little. As we look at the ancestors of the elite, we come across many strange stories and documents thousands of years old describing them as they were before they perfected the breeding. Many kings of the elite bloodline, like the giant king Nimrod we discussed earlier, we see his picture enstoned as he carries a grown lion like a kitten. Anakim, giants, with skeletons 10 meters tall, which is over 30 feet. Were found in Romania 1976. They were sent to Russia for analysis and never seen again. Typical. Quinamzin was a giant killed by the Aztecs. Tenochtitlan was another Aztec giant who was involved in the community. Yes, of course, some are friendly and lived among humans, even married humans. You will find if you read enough historical documents, especially from BC times. Giants and shapeshifters and all sorts of creatures exalted in Hollywood movies were quite commonly known by all. The American natives had such an issue with the 6-fingered giants they started giving the raised hand gesture in order to see who was friend or foe. The ones with 6 fingers and toes seemed to be an issue everywhere. Violent cannibals. Greek champion Ajax was a giant who fought in the Trojan War. Underground cities were built very long ago to keep the other species who live here secret from you. The list goes on and on of the covering and uncovering of historical evidences and archaeological finds. One need not look in archaeology to find giants roaming the earth today, though you can rest assured it is nothing compared to how they were. But now on with our timeline. Born in Italy 1131 BC, Brutus, also called Brutus Dardanian from Troy, eventually became king of Britain when he and his men killed a great number of the giants in Britain and eventually the giant king Gog in a duel with Corineus, who was Brutus' best warrior. Corineus threw Gog over a cliff to his death. Brutus then created a city on the banks of the river Thames and called it Troia Nova New Troy, now known as London, where his palace once stood. We see a pagan temple to Diana now called St. Paul's, with the London stone being a part of the original altar. Britain is derived from Brutus. Brutus can be traced back to Japheth, one of Noah's sons. Brutus is buried on Tower Hill. His land was split between his 3 sons. Locrianus was given England, Albinacus, Scotland, and Camber was given Wales. During this time the Ark of the Covenant was taken by the Philistines, undiscovered until 1970s. The Ark of the Covenant had been buried in the side of a mountain which was later used to crucify criminals in the land of Judah, a province of Rome. It was found by Ron Wyatt, who discovered it under a crucifixion placing deep in the rock. The blood of who was crucified had been drained into the Ark of the Covenant through a crack in the rock. The Ark of the Covenant was built to collect the blood from sacrificed pure firstborn lambs, in order to purify one's soul from sin. The Israeli government took over this project once it was made known, and it is now in the possession of the Vatican. As we would expect, this is what Israel keeps saying is the last missing piece to complete the Third Temple. Whoever claims the Ark of the Covenant is still lost or missing is a liar. But back to the Naftali tribe. As Brutus was conquering Britain and killing off the giants there, the Naftalis changed their names as often as their camping locations within their borders. They are restless people. They continued in their trade of opium as well as oil with the Ashoketa tribes, as they were and still are their best sources of wealth. The area the Naftalis traded and shipped their opium out of is what we now call the Golden Triangle, which is still the same opium business. Same routine, same profit today. A side note about the Golden Triangle. The Golden Triangle produces an unmeasurable amount of opium. Most of what is grown and harvested is never distributed. Simply put, there is too much opium to go around. The average Golden Triangle manager makes $5 billion per year. This is 1/5 of sales income. Think about that a moment. Owned by the British Crown colony, now London, Hong Kong is still the main money transfer station, with banks and organizations including Jardine Matheson, Charterhouse, Jaffet, Swire. The Naftali family, which has now spread through Europe, Russia, Asia and the Middle East, was and still is known for its endless, raging, war restlessness, cannibalism, and deep occult beliefs, growing up to 11 meters. 37 feet, as they were giants and warriors then. As records show, they would have required much more to eat than humans. You can imagine the devastation and horror of those times. That is still no excuse for all of the pillaging and plundering. Pillaging and plundering are never acceptable forms of behavior. Around 800 BC, the Naftali tribe thrived on the Palatine Hill for a few hundred years. The Vatican Hill is just across the Tiber from it. Vatican Hill, which is named for the goddess of death and the underworld, Vatica, has a deep cave system used as an underground graveyard. Palatine was the center of the world's richest and most advanced city, Rome. It is from this hill the stories come, of a cave under the hill housing Lupa, the she-wolf goddess who saves Romulus and Remus by feeding them her milk. Romulus and his twin brother Remus are then taken in and cared for by a shepherd. The brothers grew up and killed their great-uncle, who stole the throne, and built a new city of their own on the banks of the river Tiber. In another tale, Hercules kills the Cacus, a fire-breathing giant son of Vulcan, after he terrorized the people living on Aventine Hill, which went on to become Rhodes. The Temple of Apollo as well as the palace rest on Palatine Hill. Tiberius, Nero and Domitian are a few who resided in the palace of Palatine Hill, meaning palace. In 776 BC we see the first recorded Olympic Games to celebrate the superior race. Homer writes his interpretation of the events of the day called Iliad and Odyssey. The wrong tribe from the west of Pannonia invaded the Jew region. The Jew king's power declined and the land broke up into separate states whose rulers were under one Jew king. Nobles became independent rulers and went to war, and the stronger ones conquered the weaker till there were only a few left. The king conquered its rivals and its ruler became emperor of China in 221. It is interesting that in 716 BC Romulus, the first emperor of Rome, dies. He was also known as Quirinus and deified. As we already have observed, many from the elite bloodlines are sainted or deified. That is one way we can follow the elite. Just look up. They place themselves on thrones and pillars above us all. Numa Pompilius succeeded him as king. Around 545 BC, a city formerly called Romula was founded as Rome. This was also the first culture to idolize people's faces by putting it on money. The first selfie. Note that this would be yet another way to identify the riches. By looking at country's currency, Rome was supposed to be called Saturnia after the planet and god they worshipped: Saturn, Satan, Apollo, Lucifer. The name was changed to Rome in honor of the first emperor Romulus. It is interesting to note the more research done on so-called stories, the more fact they have than fiction. There is a reason. It should be obvious to those watching this. In 706 BC, the city of Taras was founded by Spartan settlers. Lacedaemon is the earliest recorded Spartan who was king and named the land Sparta after his wife. They had 3 sons: Amyclus, Eurydice and Asyne. The land with its mountaintop temples and theaters has since been destroyed by fire and earthquakes. Like many of the Bloodlines' dwelling places, Spartans only achieved citizenship through blood. They had to be born of the bloodline from Sparta, also known as Naftali the elite. Spartans were Naftalic or purebloods. The Battle of Thermopylae, which was depicted in the Zack Snyder film 300, depicted the Spartans fighting tooth and nail, which according to Herodotus in his histories, they did. He wrote, quote, "They resisted to the last, with their swords, if they had them, and, if not, with their hands and teeth." End quote. The main weapon of a Spartan was a spear. Now you have seen the elite travel and spread through the North and South American continent, the Middle East, and wandering into Asia, spreading around through Turkey and back to Rome. As we continue, you will see more details on these areas. The 12-month calendar we use today was created in Rome in 672. Yes, the calendar you use today is fake. The real one was censored and changed by them. It is time to wake up. Your reality is a dream. You live in the Matrix. Wake up, Neo. Wake up. As we continue with our genealogy and history of the elite who control your life, we have come from 4004 BC to 483 BC. Now we see the death of the Indian prince Siddhartha Gautama, who like so many other elites left his life of wealth and power to sit and think, which led to him being deified after his death and named Buddha. In 479 his dedicated follower Confucius followed him in death. We see after his death he was also made a god. This is what the elite do and how they have created many religions. We will not linger on them as we have discussed this in previous videos. In 476 BC, the last emperor of Rome, Romulus Augustulus, was deposed. If you remember, in 716 BC Romulus, the one Rome is named after, and its first emperor, died. Around 430 BC Socrates discusses moral philosophy. Hippocrates lectures on rational medicine. Democritus introduces atomic theory. Aristophanes writes comedies. Euripides writes tragedies. And Thucydides writes history. Enter Plato in 427 BC. In 399 BC Athens came through a difficult period, where a Spartan supported and created group, Isocimene. The 30 tyrants had overturned the city's participatory democracy and sought to impose oligarchic rule, leaving the Athenian Empire with only 12 ships, executing and murdering over 5% of the population and exiling many Athenians. Sound familiar? History repeats because the elite control what you know. Nothing is new. Critias, leader of the 30 and former pupil of Socrates, was a cold and inhumane man who was determined to remake the city to his own anti-democratic mold, whatever the human cost. The 30 removed criminals and ordinary citizens who were considered unfriendly to the new regime. During this time, the trial and death of Socrates took place. He was tried for failing to acknowledge the pagan gods that the city acknowledges and introducing new deities. Catch that. Recognize how this is a mirror of times today. He died because he asked questions. This labeled him the heretic, one who goes against the elite indoctrination. This censorship happens every day to people who discuss or share truth such as the contents of the document the Bloodlines. Free will is the one thing they have no control over. The one thing they try to strip you of. For they live by oath. They have no free will. They do not want you to have it. He was convicted by a chosen so-called jury of his peers, to give the illusion of fairness and justice, and sentenced to death by drinking a hemlock-based liquid. Forced suicide. We have seen this technique used on many who speak truth. Much more happened with this, but we wanted to give just some background as to why Socrates, a famous philosopher and professor, would be put to death by a jury of his peers. He was considered a conspirator, a heretic, dissident, freedom fighter. Once it came out that the leader of the 30 had once been his student who decided to destroy his teacher's reputation by acting in violence and irresponsibility. It only takes one weak link to destroy a reputation. The use of hemlock is regular today in this group, now known as CIA, Mossad, FSB, Illuminati, whatever you wish to call it. You can only have fame, power, wealth, with the strings that come with them. Once you start speaking out against the elite, you will be censored, usually permanently. A quick side note about a current-day heretic involved in the controlled opposition. Julian Assange, ZBIGNIEWBRZEZINSKI, pointed out on December 2, 2010 on National Public Radio in an interview with Judy Woodruff that Assange is a Mossad agent. It was already known he was a CIA agent, making him a double agent just like his buddy Edward Snowden. Both were buddies in the limited Hangouts CIA Mossad double agent program. The tells should be obvious to anyone paying attention to the elite. They are all over the news. They have movies made of their lives. They are still alive, as far as public knowledge is concerned. Oh right. And they have blonde hair and blue eyes. He is related to the Rothschild bloodline and definitely has the credentials to be one of their poster boys. Blonde hair and blue eyes. He grew up in a CIA-created cult which raises children in their mind control program. Assange the original has been long dead, and the new one who visits the embassy lives in a Rothschild apartment and is protected by one of their lawyers. There is a decent article about him by Gordon Duff, chief editor of Veterans Today and Insider Leaker. Duff explains how deep the friendship between Assange and Benjamin Netanyahu goes. Assange may publicize himself in the Ecuador embassy in London, but he does not live there. It makes for the dramatic story the elite love to blind the public with. It is far too easy to make doubles. Those who do not go along with the agenda or who one day wake up and decide to do the right thing are censored to death. The CIA officially took control of its WikiLeaks organization many years ago, at which point Assange was disposed of, to feed you selected leaks to further the elite's agendas. WikiLeaks, like The Guardian and many other big names leakers are told to go to, is just a honeypot to catch those who wish to speak truth. It makes sense that Snowden and Assange, Barrett Brown and others in the spotlight are there to draw other innocents in, only to murder or jail them. It is a perfect way to keep the dissidents and heretics weeded out. Control the opposition. Show the false hope of success and people will follow. Now back to our timeline. During this time in 399 BC, the Etruscan society, like the Roman and Greek societies, accentuates the freedom and sexuality of women and shows specific attention to the mother's side of the family. The female was superior. The mentality of society is shaped by the elite. They control all who are allowed into power, into the spotlight, into your minds. We must be vigilant. In 343 BC, Aristotle becomes the teacher of Alexander the Great, who shortly thereafter became the ruler of Macedonia. In 323 Alexander dies aged 33. We see many before him and after him murdered by the elite at age 33 and Jesus. John Belushi, Chris Farley, Sam Cooke, Karen Carpenter, Carolyn Kennedy, Eva Braun, Catherine of Siena, Marcel Cerdan, Sanjay Gandhi, Richard II of England, Wolfgang von Trips, Leviathan Schnirelmann, Theo van Gogh, and the list goes on and on and on. 287 BC brings us the birth of Archimedes. No, not the owl from the movie The Sword and the Stone. The real Archimedes, Greek mathematician. In 224 Colossus is destroyed by earthquakes, and 10 years later the epic Great Wall of China is under construction. This allowed the elite to do their favorite thing: keep a closed society to continue control unwatched and uninfluenced by outsiders who could damage the programming. We see the same today in North Korea and America, which brainwashes its citizens into thinking it is the greatest country in the world, leaving them unable and unwilling to look beyond the walls. This also makes it much easier for a society to allow its government to slaughter any target they choose. In 221 BC the Qin dynasty, whose descendants are known today as the Li family, after 9 years of successive wars, took over every region of China and moved to outlying regions as well. They became the largest empire in history to that point. They were known for their centralized society where every dissenter against the rule of the court was killed, tortured, or sent for forced labor, and most literature was destroyed. The people were enslaved, known as drafted for wars and great construction projects. Weights and measures were introduced by Emperor Qin. Under the dynasty, 460 scholars were buried alive. Weapons were banned. The wealthy were moved to the capital to be easily controlled and protected. They kept a military officer and a civilian in command of each of the 34 areas. The people eventually rebelled, and then we see the Han emerge. Not to be confused with the Huns. It is quite easy to spot the bloodline through countries and cultures. The bloodline's consistency would be admirable were it not for the serious atrocities in what they are consistent in. The Han dynasty was based on Confucius' peaceful teachings, and China thrived. The population of China in the census too had showed 57 million. Sadly, by 220 AD the emperor had become a puppet, and the country had again returned to internal battles that irrevocably tore it apart. 211 BC an alliance with the Greek-Aetolian League was formed, protecting them against the marauding king Philip of Macedon. In 146 it was destroyed and its members dissolved. Around 192 BC we see more Syrian wars as the Romans pass a declaration of war against King Antiochus III. Antiochus, using the tactics used by King Xerxes in his war against the Spartans, did manage to escape. However, his entire military was destroyed. 149 BC a Roman writer and senator, Cato the Censor, also called Cato the Wise, Cato the Ancient, and born Marcus Porcius Cato, publishes his work, The Origins. It is a history of Rome up until that point in time. The province of Illyria, which is where the Naftali tribe settled after Troy if you remember, is annexed into the Roman Empire around 129 BC. The tribe was known as the Salix at this time, as well as other names, but we will attempt to keep it simple so as not to confuse. We will discuss it further in our next video. The area the tribes inhabited was called many things: Illyria, Thracia, Pannonia, areas named for the families who occupied them, all part of the same tribe of Naftali. In 109 BC the Roman legion were sent to face the Salic invaders, which were the remnants of the elite tribe Naftali. The consul Junius Silanus led the legion. The Salix attacked and smashed through his lines, killing almost all of his army, estimated at about 8 legions. The Salix were fierce and fearless warriors who killed much of the Roman legion and were responsible for its demise. Legions would go into the woods of Pannonia, never to be seen again. Around this time there is an obvious change in the Roman society and government. The previous army is reformed to create the remaining legionaries. A weaker empire, whose land which was taken when they were the strongest power was now too big to handle, thanks to the Salix thinning them out. Most of the Rhine and Frank areas were sparsely protected by the legion, and the focus was mainly the area of current-day Italy. The lands surrounding what we know as Italy today were constantly attacked by the Salix, also known as the Illyrians, Thracians, Germanic tribes and more, as well as having many internal battles as the elite bloodlines always do. There is perpetual restlessness in the nations controlled by the elite. Like waves, they crash over everywhere they look, swirling around Europe and the Middle East throughout history. On July 13, 100 BC, one of the most popular Romans is born of a bloodline, Gaius Julius Caesar. He is murdered during the Ides of March in 44 BC. The Ides were created by the Pope, as the 13th through the 15th of the month. At the time the Pope was the ruling head of the families. Coming right along, we are now in 88 BC. The Roman general Q. Caecilius Metellus Pius meets and defeats the army of the Italian Q. Pompeius Silo, who was killed after the battle. Then Aquilius decides he wants more gold and invades, with his Asian militia and the army of King Nicomedes of Bithynia. The army is defeated and Aquilius captured. To cure his greed, King Mithridates executed him by pouring molten gold down his throat. At least it is a fitting death for those consumed by greed. King Mithridates invades Greece and issues an edict that all Romans and Italians are to be killed. The number of dead reaches about 110,000 people. We have heard of many of these ethnic cleanses and purgings through history. The ones going on today are kept out of the media, such as what is really happening in many African countries and Syria and many other places. Nonetheless, the crusade of old never ceased. The tribune P. Sulpicius Rufus is murdered in the city of Lavinium, in Latium, after he was made a public enemy for trying to pass a law that would eliminate the citizens' debt by destroying the Federal Reserve of the time. He was apprehended and executed, just like Abraham Lincoln, John F. Kennedy, Muammar Gaddafi, and so many others. His head was placed upon a spear and placed in the Forum Romanum. In 73 BC there is a slave revolt under Spartacus, who raises a revolution with his fellow gladiators and breaks out of the prison camp they are caged in. Gladiators were slaves, bought and sold and trained by the elite to kill each other for the elite's enjoyment. Other slaves from the surrounding countryside quickly flocked to join his army. Julius Caesar is elected as a military tribune and is posted under the staff of M. Licinius Crassus. Caesar and Crassus chase the slaves and battle them until they are defeated in 71. The 6,000 surviving slaves are crucified on each side of the road to Rome down the length of the Via Appia. Shock therapy to keep citizens and slaves in line and in control. Fear. Governments take care of this, now depicted in TV shows and movies, by punishing whistleblowers and other freedom fighters with outrageous sentences, and other fear rituals. During this time pirates and Thracian riders attacked the Roman Empire constantly. The Thracians were also of the Naftali bloodline. They, like many of the bloodline, wanted total control. The elite still fight amongst themselves today. They play both sides. Many lands that had been conquered and lost by the Romans centuries before were being annexed, absorbed into the empire, an ancient United Nations, Tower of Babel, in an attempt to help ease conflicts and create the one world order of that age. In 64 BC, after a revolt in Syria, the province was annexed as well. Things never change. In 59, Caesar was given the governorship of Cisalpine, Gaul and Illyricum for 5 years. The history of this period will clearly show you that centuries of battles were fought against the Gallic, also known as Germanic tribes. The tribes consisted of the Thracian, Thracian, Illyrian, Pannonian tribes, all families of the Naftali. As they grow in numbers and desire to be the one ruler, they divide and rename themselves. However, the debt of Rome on his shoulders, Caesar decides to attempt to battle his way through the tribes to a region in the Germanic area that was then called Dacia, over the Rhine on the other side of the Danube. This was the area where the elite tribe of all the Germanic tribes lived, and they were the ones who had never been defeated in history. Hearing of this, the Illyrian chief, Ariovistus, was asked to help the Gallic tribes fight and defeat Rome. He agrees happily and invades Rome with his equestrian warriors. Many bloody battles ensue until 54 BC. We will go into these tribes and the area of Pannonia later on. For now we will stay focused on the Romans. Caesar would send legions into battle, and once they were defeated by the tribes he would frantically run around the empire gathering more. It was a long back and forth of blows dealt to and from Rome. Over 100,000 men from the Germanic tribes were killed. In the end, the senators had the same opinion as when they went into the war, that Caesar's imperialistic agenda created a needless, costly exercise in personal aggrandizement. This is blindingly evident. We see the same with the present-day Roman Caesar named Obama, and more so with Trump. They must have been given the same script. By 42 BC the tribes had to crawl back into the woods as their numbers were too small to go on. Mark Antony, born January 14, 83 BC, died August 1, 30 BC. He was a great supporter of Julius Caesar and tried to head him off before he got to the Senate chamber, where he was to be assassinated. To warn him of the plot, he competed with Octavian for control of Rome, and we all know of the love affair with the Roman elite and Decatur elite Cleopatra. He went to battle, was defeated by Octavian, and committed suicide by falling on his sword under the false impression that Cleopatra had already done so. Typical Romeo and Juliet. Besides the death of Caesar in 44 BC, King Burebistus, who ruled the Germanic region Dacia, also died. In 42 BC Julius Caesar, the dictator, was officially declared a god by the Senate, led by his nephew Caesar Octavianus, also known as Augustus, who is proclaimed as Divui Filius, which means son of a god. In the past 5 years 2 more wars in Syria had occurred, and one is just starting in 39. In 40 BC Herod is appointed as king of Judea by the Senate, a puppet king for Rome. During his rule, Herod, hearing news of a boy who would be king of the Jews, the Judeans, ordered all male children born during the time to be murdered. In 30 BC Crassus Jr. takes an army and campaigns in the Balkan regions. He drove the then called Bastrani back across the Danube River, and reduced the Germanic tribes, who were under the tribe names of Thracian, Pannonian, Illyrian, Moesian, Dacian, Khazarian. The lands each family occupied were named accordingly. The land was incorporated into Macedonia. This line of provinces set the border of the empire in this region as the Danube River. In 18 BC Germanic leader Ariminus was born. The next year Ludi Seculares was created. These games were quickly known for their use of Christians as sacrifices in the theater, either by lions, tigers, or bears, or being made to kill each other mimicking the gladiators, or burning at the stake. You will notice how once again Hollywood, which is the elite mind control machine for the world, have once again made fun of the slaughter of those who stand against them, by using the chant lions and tigers and bears in their movie Wizard of Oz, mocking those they murdered in their purge. Although the games had been going on for centuries with gladiators, chariot races, plays, music and competitions, once the gladiator revolt happened and all the gladiators were killed, they had mostly lost luster until Augustus brought the new twist. Why use trained men and money when you can round up the unwanted, the anarchists, the dissident, and kill 2 birds with 1 stone? In addition to this, daytime sacrifices were put in place at the temples on the Capitoline and Palatine hills. At night they had ceremonies and sacrifices to Gondilifi, goddess of childbirth, Terra, goddess mother of the earth, and Moiri, fate, the trinity of the time. These rituals continue today. We can see all of the same satanic practices and rituals in the Olympics, forcing the satanic rituals to be witnessed, which is participation and performed by the masses across the world. In about 16 BC, a Pannonian war against several tribes in the area were successfully completed by Tiberius. In 1 BC, Yeshua the Nazarene was born in Bethlehem of Judea during a lunar eclipse. Syria's governor Cyrenius was in rule. Previous historical documents placed Cyrenius in power earlier in 4 BC, and it was known he was in power at the birth of Yeshua. Archaeological finds prove Cyrenius was in power not once, but twice, placing the birth of Yeshua in 1 BC correct also due to the fact that Herod, who was king at the time, and died during the child's first year, on the Judean holiday called the Passover, and during a lunar eclipse. The eclipse was December 29th, 1 BC, the change of a millennium. An eclipse, the death of a king, the birth of a king, the death of an elite, the birth of an elite. It was a very busy year. In 70 AD, Jerusalem was destroyed by Titus and many documents have been lost. We have had to research archaeology, astronomy, and ancient texts to fit the puzzle back together. Oh yes, I said elite. He brought a new bloodline into the mix, and carried a new blood type. This brings us to the new millennium. We have traveled a long way. There is much more to come. Expect it. As we continue turning our document the Bloodlines into video, today we must go back just a bit, to around 129 BC. We have detailed the beginnings of the elite bloodline, starting with Canaan, learning about the tribes of Naftali, Dan and Asher. We have watched the families grow and spread. In our last video we discussed the Roman area and line that had been in power there since 2500 BC. What was the Naftali line before the families known as the tribe of Dan sailed to the American continent and up to Britain and Scandinavia? We have seen their battles and laws and religions. We learned how the bloodline split after Troy, leaving many to stay in the Germanic area across the Rhine. Today we will discuss the line of the Germanic tribes, and you will now see how they went on to occupy the Asian lands and Europe. Genealogy is fact. Indisputable proof. Proof of history. Proof of DNA. Proof of all things. Keep in mind they do not use our calendar or our language. They use the original calendar, which they call the Gregorian calendar, and they use Akkadian code and Nicene code. Everything you have ever been told is a lie, even the days of the month. And the more disinformation the elite create, the further you stay from the truth. Around 129 BC, an elite few separated from the population of the Romans who were the pure blood, meaning the ones who still had the most condensed elite pure blood Rh negative. They separated from the deluded populace, the Mughals. Over time people forgot about them, as they were few in number when they left and lived in an area completely cut off from the rest of the world, a bit like they are today, living in big, rural estates surrounded by walls and fences. They had traveled deep into the woods across the Rhine and inhabited Illyria. They reunited with the remnant bloodline from Troy, and the purification began. We have already seen a great deal of the wars that went on from this group. The area we speak of now was called Illyricum but changed to Pannonia around 20 BC, only to be changed to Khazaria after this. Then Juthungi, and later many others. It was named after Pan, their main god. He goes by many names including Archon, god of Saturn, the star, El and Apollo. Pan is known as a protector of shepherds, creator of music, deceiver and sexual deviant. The goat man who plays his pan flute, named after himself, hypnotizing children, women, men and animals to orgies and other sadistic and perverted acts. He is the Piper, the companion of Santa Claus who has been remade into a cheerful elf. The black half-goat man was sent out by the Santa Claus who lived in the north, to lure children out of their safe homes at night by giving them candies. Then he would tie them up in a bag and carry them back into the woods to be tortured and cannibalized by the Santa Claus. The elite have wrapped this tale up in a nice red bow for you to, once again, unknowingly celebrate Luciferian rituals, child kidnapping, torture and cannibalism. 'Tis the season, the color is red. But we digress. The families have been called Avars, Illyrians, Khazars, as well as Draconi. The clan name people interpret as meaning a reptilian tribe, since we define Draco as meaning dragon. Dacia, which was changed to Dracia, and Draconi was the name chosen from the constellation Draco, which could be seen directly above their land at that time and was worshipped by them. We see more proof of this obsession with astrology when noticing the name of one of their kings, King Arcas I, who was named after a star called Arcas, known as the Little Bear, which is in the Ursa's Minor system. Now Draco it is seen more over Russia and Scandinavia thanks to the last tilt. The list of names goes on and on as always. Draconi in Star Wars was a weapons corporation specializing in fixed emplacement weapons. In case you wanted to know. Let us take a moment to look at the constellation Draco. We have discussed this before, as well as much symbolism we will discuss today as well. However, as it is important to know, we will repeat and add more detail in this video than is in our previous ones. The constellation Draco, of Ursa Major, is one that never sets, as it is one around the Earth's magnetic pole. Tugan, meaning dragon, is the alpha star but not the brightest in the constellation, and was the Egyptian North Star in the time we are discussing. The brightest star, which we see clearly in the northern night sky, is called Eltanan, meaning dragon's head. In Chinese the constellation is called Ziwei Yuan, meaning the first star of right wall of purple forbidden enclosure. The study of astrology in the Asian culture started in Babylon. They separated the northern constellations into 3 enclosures. The 3 enclosures are the purple forbidden enclosure, the Supreme Palace enclosure, and the Heavenly Market enclosure. The purple forbidden enclosure was the section of sky named after the Peking Dynasty's imperial city called the Forbidden City, in Chinese Zihincheng, as it was the northernmost section and only able to be seen in a certain part of China, the lead star naturally being called the Emperor Star. The people of the time thought the North or Emperor Star was stationary and everything moved around it, hence the name of the star and the area. The elite are always trying to make the world revolve around the star, which is Lucifer. The emperor lived in the Forbidden City, and purple is the color used to depict royalty and power. Names of some stars are Crown Prince, Emperor, Great Emperor of Heaven. Draco includes several galaxy clusters and interacting galaxies. Close to the constellation Hercules, the story goes that Draco was a dragon, killed by the goddess Minerva, who tossed it into the sky. Defeated, the dragon was one of the Gigants, the name given to the giants at that time, who battled the Olympic gods for 10 years. When Minerva threw dragon, it became twisted on itself and froze at the cold north before it could right itself. Draco is described as being the demon son of Gaia, also called Terra, Mother Earth. The great dragon who was thrown to Earth is Lucifer. Draco is also called as Dia, Shishumara, Marduk, and Anunnaki. In other tales, Draco had 100 heads. A Medusa, who guarded the golden apple tree, and was put in the sky as a constellation for protecting the apples with valor. This story is also told in Hercules as one of his labors. There was a 100-eyed dragon who guarded the golden apples of Hesperides. He killed the dragon named Ladon with the poison arrow and took the apples. In yet another tale, Draco was killed by Cadmus before founding Thebes in Greece. Another states the dragon guarded a golden fleece and was killed by Jason. The slaying of the dragon is depicted in hieroglyphs as a person with the spear stabbing the serpent in the head, with the dragon creating the omega symbol. The omega symbol meaning the end. Both Omega and Draco are used as symbols for DNA. The DNA is sacred to them. Speaking of DNA, not all of the people in the tribes or families had a pure gene, and within Pannonia, which was a huge area, there was an elite group that was separated from the rest. It is the purebloods we focus on, for it is the purebloods who have enslaved humanity, and it is them we must free the people from. The archaeological finds have been satanic altars, temples, and a cave, which are located between the Danube and Tisa rivers, the heart of the elite's territory, on a hill now known as Mt. Hermon. Their mountain has been named many things through time. We know it is exhausting. It is meant to keep all who look in the dark, but we are the light in the darkness and we see all. The mountain was also named Sinai, Cetius, Jabal al-Sheikh, Babylon, Saphon, Kasrandri, the mountain of the oath, and more. The elite live by oath. Always remember that. They gave up their free will. As such, they do all they can to strip you of yours. Sigma's 3 wing stars match up perfectly to the tops of the 3 Giza pyramids. This is the same with every major landmark including Stonehenge, Easter Island, the pyramids in America and Mexico and Atlantis and elsewhere. They all have corresponding constellations. We must stop taking sayings so lightly, like, as above, so below. Words, sayings, names, mean more. We must be smarter and look deeper. Stop being what they think you are. Stupid and controllable. Sheep. There is always more. If ancient sites are all at specific locations and have specific meanings as forms of communication, then is the message received back found in astronomy not to be confused in any way with astrology, which is the worship of stars and sorcery. This would be a good reason to make the study of it taboo to keep the masses from learning the language. Prove them wrong. Be more. Back to the mountain. Mount Hermon has 3 peaks like the pyramids of Giza. It is surrounded by shrines to Baal, another one of the elite names for their god Lucifer, depicted as a bull or a sheep. The highest peak holds the chief Baal's sanctuary and is called the Mountain of the Oath, and the Eyes of the State, as well as Qibla, Tel El-Kadi, which means Mound of the Judge, and much more. On the mountain lies an area containing multiple shrines to Baal. Each Baal shrine at the base of the peaks faces upwards towards the sanctuary. At 858 meters or 2,814 feet above sea level, a limestone oval plateau was placed with the inscription of an oath. On the oval is a roofless, rectangular temple, complete with statues of Saturn and his eagle. Many will recognize this symbol used by the elite in Rome and many other lands. The eagle is loved by the elite as it is a warrior who can hunt and kill vipers. The surrounding lands also have a multitude of ancient altars, shrines and temples, which all include the bones of animals and humans placed in circular trenches dug around the altar. We have seen such circular trenches, including remains in archaeological finds all over the world, including Stonehenge. You will find things lose much of their mystery when you relate them to the time they were made and by whom. I think giant may be the appropriate term. Mount Hermon is owned by the UN today, and upon it sits the Bilderberg Hotel. The land sits between 3 countries, Lebanon, Jordan and Syria. Notice the Trinity symbolism, and what countries they are, as though the elite have a towering eye overlooking those they hate most. Archaeological finds in the area have always been shut down instantly and all artifacts taken and locked up, as we see in most archaeological finds dealing with the elite. This land is protected by law as of 1953. All digs of the area have been shut down upon immediate discovery of anything illegally protected. Wonder what they do not want you to find. What other inhabitants of Earth would we find if we were allowed to look? Towers, obelisks, pyramids, the altars, the black mirrors, the 3 keys of Solomon. The temples and the shrines are believed to be gateways, portals, to another dimension, just like the Bifrost or CERN. Like most of their mountains, Hermon has an extensive cave system underneath it that is filled with crystals that do not form normally in that area. It has also been reported multiple times that Israel is digging tunnels in Mount Hermon to dump nuclear waste from Israel's nuclear reactor in Dimona. They do keep denying it though. It is all very hush-hush. Nimrod's castle is also located on Mount Hermon and is called Qalat al-Sabiba, which means Castle of the Large Cliff. When Nimrod was king, 1,000 years before the Kedar and Naftali tribes appeared, he ruled over Babylon, Babel, Erech, Akkad and Calneh in the land of Shinar. He built a tower called the Tower of Babel. He built this tower on the highest peak of the highest mountain in his land as a stairway to heaven. This has been recreated today and is called CERN. The next archaeological find we see here is a small piece of stone tablet that was broken off of the full tablet. When translated, it mentions a battle where the author's father dies and his spirit goes to their ancestors. Also it talks of a king of Israel and Hadad who made the author king since it was his father's kingdom. It mentions returning to his kingdom and killing 70 kings who commanded thousands of chariots and thousands of horsemen. It states he kills Jehoram's son of Ahab who was the king of Israel, and Jehoram's son Ahaziah who was king from the genealogy of David. The carving has a few words left on it which include some kind of siege. If we do a bit of work we see that during this time the ruthless Pannonian king Boz, his sons and 70 of his nobles were crucified by the only other comparable force of that age known as the Romans. It seems the tablet discusses this. Also during the time of this tablet there is a man, Barak, from the tribe of elite Naphtali in Pannonia then called Kadesh Naphtali, named for the bloodline of Kedar and Naphtali families. Barak, like many from this tribe, followed the rule of a judge, which is what we would consider a queen today. The judge's name was Deborah and she wanted to go to battle to recapture Mount Hermon as it seems they lost power over it for some time. Barak would go into battle only if she was by his side, and with a small army they slaughtered all of those who populated the area known today as Syrians. In a world where there are no coincidences, it is interesting to see the American Barak did the same thing. Who was his Deborah? In historical texts around and before 1st century BC, the Naftali Pannonians, who were now called Antes, were described by King of Jordan in his diary, where he states, "The offshoots from one stock now have 3 names, Venefi, Antes, and Sclaveni. They now rage in war, far and wide. In consequence of our neglect, our own sins enables them to continue the raids at will. The penalty for our sins being that they have become well known, meaning feared. Fear gives them control, and this king stinks of it." The Pannonians' society's layout is widely unknown due to the fact that all who went into their lands in years back surrounded by woods never returned. Only stories and whisperings have been passed down in stories, poems, songs, plays and journals. No archaeological or historical study has ever looked or been able to look far enough in either direction to link the facts together until now. Censorship is rampant. We are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Knowledge which should be free but is kept from the enslaved. Freedom only exists when we speak the truth. All research is focused on one area, one century, or one subject, and if you step out of line, you are shut down. When you cannot see the forest for the trees, does that mean the forest does not exist? Should we stop spreading the truth because a small group of bullies has been allowed to keep us ignorant for so long? You have a decision to make. Will you spread the truth? Will you stand up for what is right? Will you live for something, or die as nothing, going along with the system that has brainwashed and controlled every aspect of your existence, chanting with the crowd as we freedom fighters are slaughtered? You have seen the displays of the present-day revolutions, holding posters, chanting for freedom, marching or standing in place, recording videos and taking pictures of the corrupt shooting, beating and arresting your own in front of you. What good are your words? What good will words do what it is they take away? You have to shut up and act. It is not words that define us. It is our actions. The Pannonian forest exists. For those who will see will understand the meaning. Let us look further. The weapon of choice for the elite has always been the falx. Since Naftali's time, it is a type of short sword, used by the Druids, Pannonians, Huns, and we see it used by ISIS today. The mercenaries owned by the elite of this area also were well known for fighting with the falx. They were also well known for being nomadic, equestrian, cannibalistic, and giant. Everyone else has primarily used spears, long swords, shields, daggers. All through history passages are found that describe horrifying beasts in the woods, vampires, yetis, werewolves, cannibals, ogres, cyclops, giants. What are these creatures? What about the Flathead Lake Monster, the Jersey Devil, Kipsy, the Howler, the Chupacabra? What if the stories are true? Everything we are told is censored, terms are redefined, and most that we believe to be fantasy is real. Take a moment, and deep breath. Now, imagine, what if you did not know how to describe something you saw, something so shocking, something you knew no one else would believe unless they saw it? If you saw a person, or more terrifying, a group of people, who were abnormally hairy, possibly deformed in some way besides being stunningly large, strong, who killed and ate people, who spoke a language you did not understand and never heard before, what words would you use to describe them to others when all you can think in your ignorant panic is do not go into the woods? Even if the terms used for them are inaccurate and sound outlandish, does that make the beings non-existent? What if it was mistranslated? That happens often enough. We have discussed giants before at length, and it is safe to say the proof is overwhelming. There are giants. You may be trying to argue why they are not seen much today, if at all. This is easy. For those who do still reach the size they used to, they are easily spotted, and we can find them living through history and today as well. In the year 3000 BC there was a recorded worldwide event that damaged the ozone layer, significantly reducing it to 1/7 its size. Because of this, nothing lives as long or can grow as tall as it did before then. Making the atmosphere thicker would probably be on their list of things to do. The elite have been doing this for some time now. Giantism has been proven to accelerate under the proper atmospheric climate, just as plants grow bigger and better under certain conditions. We can see this as well in animal life. Chameleons are a fraction of the size they were before, just like dragonflies, Komodo dragons and many others. Can someone say dinosaurs? Not only this, but the amount of iron concentrations in stalagmites found by marine geologists depicts a fast, sudden event at this time that concentrated the iron and created climate changes that we fear today. These results are only able to be found due to a massive and sudden event which causes water to press down on and move things, solidifying them in an oxygen-void state. We see proof in fossils and archaeological discoveries. Not to mention one such event is depicted in every religion and every historical and geological work regarding those times: a flood. Fossils can only be produced over a short amount of time, with a certain amount of pressure and lack of oxygen. We do not turn into fossils simply because we die and are buried. To be mummified and to be fossilized takes a very specific process. The fossil process involves a sudden, heavy weight and a significant amount of water for pressure and wear. Mummies take a long, dedicated time to create. Everything has to be perfect for it to work too. As for other creatures and mysteries, one need only look around to find unexplained things happening constantly, especially in certain areas. Loch Ness, for example, Bridgewater Triangle, for instance, is a 200-mile area in Massachusetts, USA, where orbs, UFOs, big feet, and thunderbirds are a regular occurrence, along with cattle mutations. There are many such locations across the world. Bennington Triangle is another triangle area of activity, but we will continue on. Remember, the definition of words changes according to the elite's will. They control what we learn in schools, which are controlled by them. We must stop thinking so narrowly. We do not know everything, if we know anything at all, and in truth, we can only truly know that we know nothing. Atlantis, Tartarus, Hercules. Hitler preached the stories of Aryans as we see in his movies still today. The godlike white race of Herculean men and goddesses, pure and perfect. Many leaders in the past and present day have used stories or tales as examples of a goal humanity must now reach. We simply tease them for believing in dreams. The plain fact is that original documents written in ancient times, about 2,500 years ago and more, are based on real events. Whether passed through song or simply written out descriptions of the exact events themselves, they are the true remaining history books. So long as you translate them yourself from the original writing, the elite relied on misdirection. This effectively prevents you, your neighbor, your cousins, from understanding who and what they are. If you do not know your enemy, you cannot defeat it. Their crimes are not hidden, but free for all to see, easily available. They put it in your face. Everything they tell you, everything you ever learned is a lie. They only deceive, create illusion. We are here to clarify and rectify your education. Alakasar once warned, the audience will always look where the magician looks. The magician must never look at what he wants to conceal. The audience will treat as important what the magician treats as important, and as unimportant what the magician treats as unimportant. Moving right along, the Pannonians were neighbors to Rome and slowly bleeding into power. In 356 BC, Alexander the Great was born. His mother, Olympias, the daughter of Neoptolemus I, was from an area known as Epirus, also called Illyria, which is the Pannonian area. Alexander had a weakness for women and death, killing his uncle King Philip. King Philip's two sons by his wife Cleopatra Eurydice were killed by Olympias. It is unknown if Cleopatra killed herself or if Alexander and his mother killed her as well. This, all to regain power after the king had named Cleopatra's son as heir instead of him. Most of Alexander's rule was spent at war in Asia, Syria and other places. Eventually he died in Babylon. Now we have crossed a millennium into a new age. The lineage is easy to follow from that point to now, when we arrive in 6 AD to see another revolt against Rome by the Pannonian and Illyricum tribes. In 8 AD the revolt ended and a Roman poet Ovid completes his work The Metamorphoses and is immediately exiled for being a heretic, which as we know means free thinker, anarchist. In 9 AD, the Romans attempted to regain some pride in the Battle of Teutoburg Forest under the governor Varus. They were completely rooted out and it was classified as one of the greatest military defeats in Roman history. An altar of peace called Arapaces was inaugurated by Augustus in Rome. A year later Paul from Judea proclaims salvation for Jews and Gentiles alike. In 67 he was beheaded by Rome for being against the law, an anarchist. He was told by friends that they, meaning the elite, had been told about him that he teaches all the Jews living among the Gentiles to forsake Moses and that he tells them not to circumcise their children nor observe the customs. This apparently was a crime, as free speech usually is to the elite, and he was murdered. The elite have a lust for the beheading, the removing of the head, thankfully is anonymous. We have no head. We removed it ourselves. In 23 Pliny the Elder, a historian and writer of the time, was born. In 26 AD, a new prefect to the Roman district of Judea is appointed. His name is Pontius Pilate, who was the Roman authority forced to judge the Nazarene Yeshua. In 30 AD, Emperor Nerva is born in the city of Narnia. Yeshua Christ, the child who was born to a Syrian refugee woman, in Nazareth, a small town in the Roman district of Judea, in 1 BC is crucified during an eclipse. During this eclipse the hill he was crucified on was cracked during a simultaneous earthquake. There were reports and witnesses who wrote their experiences during this time, detailing how the sick were healed and the dead raised out of their graves. Sounds like a zombie apocalypse. Many dozens of prophecies were fulfilled during those few days. After 3 days, Yeshua was seen in the town again and remained there for several weeks until he disappeared. Yeshua was crucified because he exposed the elite and how they had corrupted the religious groups of that time. He exposed how the elite turned their temples into corporations to make money. He confronted the elite to their faces and exposed them for the world to see. He deleted the elite. And until we stand up as he did and destroy the corruption brick by brick and table by table, they will continue to enslave you. He fed the hungry, took care of the needy, and was friends with all regardless of occupation, past, or blood, from prostitutes, to homeless to tax collectors. It is time for this history to repeat. We are told Yeshua died at the age of 33. You can see for yourself, this is not true. But 33 is the highest level of Freemasonry, a subgroup of the Illuminati, and 33 is a favorite number of theirs. Just as the image they give you of the one they call Jesus, which means Hail Zeus, who is Lucifer. The image is just one of their bloodline, just another way to make themselves as gods. The elite are about deception to keep you from truth. Deception. They shroud everything in deception. It is easy now to see why Syria has always been such a focal point for them. Why it must at all costs be destroyed and the genealogy and history swept away in a cloud of fire and smoke. 36 AD Rome burns. Emperor Nero was born in the town of Antium in 37 AD. During this time Emperor Caligula, who is an interesting character you should look into, intended to invade the area across the Danube, then on to invade Britain. He deified his dead sister who was accused of having an incestuous relationship with him. Similar to the goddess Isis, everyone loved him so much that in 41 AD, he was murdered by Cassius Chaerea and Cornelius Sabinus at the Palatine Games. His wife Melonius Caesonia Major was also killed, and his infant daughter was killed when her head was smashed against the wall, just as the Jesuits loved to do it. By about 43 AD, the Romans had prospered in the Bronze Age and had knowledge of art, architecture, irrigation, and many other things. They were organized and rich. They sent legions upon legions into the woods over the last few decades only for the legions of 20,000 troops disappeared without a trace. The Emperor Claudius began the first large-scale Roman invasion of Britain. The battle was over when Claudius captured the town of Camalodunum known as Colchester today. Londinium, which is London, was founded the same year. The power of Rome, now held by the Vatican, has always had control over London, which is the banking arm of the elite. All banks are controlled by the Vatican, as are all banking families. The blood has now flowed from Rome to London. The first of the 3 city-states is formed. If you do not know what the 3 city-states are, they are the 3 locations controlled by the elite with their own government and law. They are not under any country or government outside the upper elite. The 3 city-states are Vatican City, the governing force, London, the banking force, and Washington, D.C., the military force. The Trinity here on earth that enslaves us all. A few years later the kingdom of Thrace is absorbed into the empire as a province, and Claudius celebrates the games due to the 800th anniversary of the founding of Rome. We still have quite a ways to go, for the woods are lovely, dark, and deep, and we have miles to go before we sleep. Stay vigilant and expect more.
I will be taking over until David returns. The other guy got fired for being a horrible voice. We hope you can forgive the technical difficulties we have been experiencing. It is interesting that when we make certain videos, with certain contents, they have major and strange issues. But let us continue on now. And continue with the Bloodlines. Today we will finish discussing the Panoias and other tribes. It is time for them to come out of the woods. And so they shall. Let us dive in. In 61 AD, in Britain, Boudica, the queen of the Ici tribe, leads a revolt against Rome after her lands are taken and her daughters are raped and murdered by the Romans. A year later she poisons herself rather than be taken prisoner by the Romans. During the few years before this, Nero had come to power after his mother poisoned his father and stepbrother with mushrooms. So Nero could take the throne. Do you notice how often the mother is the one clearing the way for her son to take the throne? Mama's little boy. Once he was emperor. He had his mother murdered. In 64 he burns down Rome and blames the group called the Followers of Christ. Bringing more games to the Colosseum, Nero decides to build a new palace called Domus Aurea, meaning the Golden House. Naturally, the reason he burned it down was to build the palace. Hundreds of people died in the fire, which lasted for 6 days. During which time Nero played his harp to accompany the flames and the screams of his people. Typical elite. You're suffering in their lulls. And those who you think are in positions of power to help you stand by and watch. They care nothing for you. 19 men are forced to commit suicide. One of his favorite execution styles. After they were caught conspiring to kill him. His wife Poppaea, after getting into an argument with Nero, was then kicked to death by him. In 67 Paul the Apostle, not of the bloodline, was beheaded for being an anarchist. He had spent his time since the disappearance of his friend Yeshua the Azari, setting up communities around Syria and many other places. Communities that accepted people only after they had sold everything they had and given the money away. Who had left all the worldly material meaningless things in life. To live in a community as humanity should. In peace. Caring for each other so all may prosper in love. The people in these communities were called followers of Christ. They grew their own food and built their own houses. They lived as humanity. In anarchy. Owing the Roman Empire. The elite. Nothing at all. They were truly free humans. This is why they had to be stopped. This is why the message had to be silenced. Paul was jailed for much of his active life, during which time he wrote messages to his communities, until the head of Paul was taken from him. Just as the heads of all of those who follow the Christ and speak truth must be removed. It is what the elite fear most. For our head holds not only our mind, but our voice. Paul was sainted shortly after, and Nero dies 1 year later from suicide, ending the Julio Claudia bloodline. In the early 70s Gaul, the Franks accepted Roman rule. Remember, the elite from there had already bled their way into the Roman Catholic Church as well as military, followed by the Senate, which was the government. In 79, Mount Vesuvius erupts, burying the towns of Pompeii and Herculaneum, killing the inhabitants and preserving the city. The Roman historian Pliny the Elder watched from a boat sailing to freedom, trying to get a better look at the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. He died when he reached the town of Stabii of suffocation because he was too long exposed to the ash, but not before he had written down the most detailed and epic eyewitness account of exactly what happened. Around the 80s, the African tribes start to revolt against Roman rule. Dacia is still attacking Rome, as it has done for centuries now. In 89, a peace treaty is signed between Roman Emperor Domitian and Dacia King Decebalus. The peace does not last long. Needless to say, these people cannot say peace without throwing things. They are perpetually restless. However, they learn how to cover their wars by using the name of peace in years to come. They constantly move about in their land, settling for short times under different names, gaining trust from others to continue their opium trades. Then the habits of murder and cannibalism come back and they must change again. In 101 AD, they are at war with Rome again, and again a peace treaty is signed. 1 year later, the king, refreshed with more troops, invades Rome, and the war begins again. Revolts break out in Syria, Cyprus and Egypt, causing over 500,000 deaths of Judeans in 115. In 118 AD, Emperor Hadria burns the state debts house, the federal reserve of the day, successfully cancelling all debts, and builds a wall between England and Scotland. In 140, Pope Hygius dies and Pope Pius is put in office. The name says it all. This self-proclaimed pious man is also a saint. Naturally. 214 AD. We see the birth of the Emperor Claudius II in the province of Illyricum. In 220, Emperor Elagabalus announces that the Syrian sun god, now called El-Gabal, is the only true god, and Roman citizenship was given to all freeborn subjects who were called frimi. Frocoli. So, every person in every territory occupied by Rome was now an automatic citizen of Rome, just as every person on earth, regardless of citizenship, is under American law, which is under Vatican law. Thanks to Obama, anyone, anywhere can be murdered by drone without trial by the US government. The New World Order is already in place and active. A few more bloodline people die around 238. Emperor Balbius was beaten and dragged naked through the streets of Rome before being killed by the Praetorians. The Roman SS, Emperor Gordian I, hanged himself, or so it is said, though it could be the typical murder by suicide. Emperor Gordian II was killed in battle. Emperor Maximius Thrax was killed when his soldiers mutinied. Emperor Pupius Maximus was killed when his bodyguard lynched him. 10 years later, Rome celebrates its 1000th birthday and more rebellions break out across the Danube. 270 AD. The Romans finally abandon the province of Dacia after centuries of wars. Walls are built around the border of Rome and Dacia, and Rome is unable to enter the land again by force. In 275, Emperor Aurelian, who was named the personification of Sol, the sun, Lucifer, is stabbed to death by a Praetorian named Mucapor, a Thracian. We see a huge change again in Roman society. In 284 AD, Emperor Diocletian, Adorbia, introduces the Edict of Maximum Prices, which fixes wages for people and the price of goods. Diocletian also bans books on alchemy. The purging of the followers of Christ ends, as well as many of the tribal and provincial revolts. Jumping forward to 357 AD. Emperor Constantine II issues a decree that any Christian who marries a Jew would have his property confiscated, and the persecution begins again. The Huns attempted to invade the area we know as Ukraine, but they were run out by the now called Visigoths. They were slowly infiltrated by the Goths, as we will see later. The Germanic elite changed their name yet again. The Paroias, Antis, Dacians are now called Salians or Salix for short. They had figured out, to an extent, the DNA process and how to conceal or abort the unnatural offspring they tend to have as they occurred. They learned how to blend in, how to hide their compulsions. For the most part, those who could not conform lived underground in the massive and complex underground cities they made. Their deception evolved. Once the Salix had their plan mapped out and felt safe enough to hide in plain sight, they came forth out of the woods one day. They were finally ready for their next step. In the early 300s AD, a small group of about 300 to 500 Salix came out of the woods speaking a language no one knew, with a government system that had not been used for over 1,000 years. Think of that. The bloodline held on to their beliefs and practices unaltered for 1,000 years, making certain the history had been forgotten. They are cunning. They always play both sides. They instantly moved in on the Roman territory of Gaul and took control over the Franks, pushing the Romans out of half of their land. They took over and named their first Salic Frank king Merovec, meaning of the sea, and Vec meaning fight. They claimed his mother, having gone into the ocean, was impregnated by Neptune. Neptune is also called Quietar, Taurus or Kraken, the god of the sea, god of Saturn, which is Satyr. This started what they called the Merovingian dynasty. Through history they are known as the Fisher Kings as well, using the symbol of the fish as they were sea people. They also used other names like Carolingian, Tudor, Plantagenet, Stuart, Habsburg, Hanoverian, Saxe-Coburg Gotha, Guelph, Beauce-Leon, Battenberg, Guise, Savoy, and the list goes on. They had an ancient way of thinking when it came to law. The Salic law is seen today in almost every society because of their plan, even though it had died out by the time of Julius Caesar before. Now that they had established rule over a large area and populace, the Salix began to carry out their plan, to infect every ruler of every land with their blood. The infection begins. There are, and always have been, two rulers in their society. One called the Bek, known to the public and stands as a military ruler. The other, typically female, called the Kaga, the moral or spiritual ruler, who is not to be seen or heard by the public. As they say, behind every great man is a greater woman. While it will always seem in their society that the military ruler has the power, the other has the final say, works the background, writes the laws. The divide of brains and brawn, the general and the chaplain, the president and the lower elite, the lower banking elite and the upper papal elite. The lowers run governments and do the dirty work. The upper elite rule them from the safety of their walled city, the Vatican, which is controlled by the Jesuits, through the Black Pope, who is controlled by a bloodline member of the upper elite families of the papal bloodlines. His position is dubbed the Grey Pope, and in the bloodline, the husband bearing the public name and the unseen wife standing behind him, holding the DNA. You will see as we go forward, the Pope is the one who crowns kings and queens. The meaning is clear. Pandora's box. The box of Pan is seen, but what is kept secret and hidden inside is a mystery. It is what is on the inside that counts. The box in the occult signifies a secret place that holds a hidden amulet of power. Some countries have the tradition of presenting the girl the man wishes to marry with a black box containing a stone, an engagement ring, a symbol of ownership. It can be physical as well as symbolic, such as their DNA structure being a box holding a powerful secret. It is a powerful secret indeed. It is all about the blood. The DNA is the key. During this time, the Roman ruler Constantine changed the day of worship from the Sabbath or seventh day of the week to Sunday, when Satanists worship the sun, the star, Lucifer. The Sabbath day was originally called Lord's Day, which it is still called in Denmark today. But even Lord's Day was changed by the Vatican to Saturn's Day, Saturday, to honor Saturn, Satyr. This was used to eventually create a set day of worship and a one-world religion. Besides the government structure, this Salix society was unique in another major way. The Salic law, Lex Salica, basically breaks down to fines and loans. It is very technical, but they equated crime to a currency amount. If you murdered, you paid X amount. If you stole, you paid X amount. If you raped someone, you paid X amount. The list goes on and on. If you needed money, you could be loaned X amount with a new concept called interest. This concept had never been seen before. Give me control of a nation's money and I care not who makes its laws, said one Rothschild of this bloodline of the elite. Do you see their mindset yet? We hope these videos and documents will make it unforgettably clear. The Salix worship yellow things, as they believe it has power, holding the power of the sun and Lucifer. Gold, corn, the sun, Saturn, the star, salt, which is called white gold, opium, which is called black gold, spices such as golden turmeric, honey, bees, etc. You can even notice every celebrity will go through the ritual by bleaching their hair. This signifies their step to the next level, making the elites puppets Aryans. Do you ever wonder why Latin terms are used so much in governments and medicine? Remember, we mentioned their language or code in previous sections. Now we see the dumb cuneiform, as it is called, being mainstreamed today on Twitter. We will and already are desensitized to how huge this is all by itself. There used to be one universal language, which they are trying to make again today. Conditioning. Getting you used to something before it is mainstream, so you never know what you are actually a part of. The Franks were a nation of large tribes who are assumed to be the remnants of the Cherusci and Chatti tribes. When they were overtaken by the Salix, they were given a symbol created by them, and it is still used today. The Fleur-De-Lys. It was originally a symbol of a golden bee and the lotus flower seen in Egypt, and was first used by the Salic Franks. The lotus representing the female sex organ. The bee represents the male sex organ and the hive mind, which the elite are trying to create today. with RE, neural networking, mind mapping, chip implants, forming society into one mind, one thought, to not think for ourselves, to have no free will, to be robots, to only serve the Queen, the Vatican, and by consequence, Lucifer. They also adopted the belief in a Trinity, a God nature and the Mother Goddess, just like Horus, Isis and Set, Mary, Joseph and Jesus. Jesus meaning Hail Zeus, given by the Vatican to replace Yeshua's name, which means salvation. Many battles and wars occurred at this time as the Salic Franks attempted to destroy the Roman Empire, such as in 377, a battle under forces sent from Emperor Vales and Emperor Gratia against Visigoth and Ostrogoth armies occurs, called the Battle of the Salix. Both sides had heavy casualties, and the Romans withdrew, leaving their province Thrace to be plundered by the then named Goths. In their next battle, the Gothic horsemen utterly obliterated the army of Emperor Vales. Vales was killed during the battle and only a third of the Roman army escaped alive. Since the Romans had lost half of their land as well as their legions years before, the now more powerful Salix offered to be Rome's military force, for a price, only doing things for profit. The brutal mercenaries brought Rome back to power, joining for the last time with the elite bloodline of Rome. They quickly took over the government because of their military power and inhabitation of Rome. They gathered all documents and rewrote them to hide their history and bought the Catholic Church. What they cannot breed into, they buy. Once this was complete, the bloodline spread to all the rulers of the known world. Their plan carried out, flawless and unacknowledged. They married into nobles, obtained knighthoods and rose in status as fast as they could afford. Once they had married into one ruling family, they simply made it law in that country or region that only royals could marry royals. Simple. We see much of the land regions changing during this time. In 380, Theodosius declared Christianity the sole religion. Another peace treaty is signed and the battles continue. Theodosius hired Salic mercenaries to fight in 388. The battle was a victory. All the warriors and Emperor Magnus Maximus were killed. In 394, the last showing of the ancient Olympic Games is held and afterwards is banned by Emperor Theodosius the Great. It was not recommenced until 1896. Theodosius got rid of puppet emperors and unfair laws, destroyed temples, was threatened with excommunication, libraries and pagan Roman activities. He was the last emperor of the unified Rome. Before his death, the kingdom was divided and given to his two sons. This separating of lands among sons is not created by the Romans, although they brought it to light again. It was started long before, as we saw with Jacob and his 12 sons. Jacob divided his land and a portion was given to each of his sons, including Asher, Dan and Naftali. We see them practice this today. The Rothschilds, DuPonts, and Rockefellers, the Astors and the rest, always elect one of their males as the head of the entire family. The trusts and caretaking, under the command of the Vatican, Rome. The lower elites, which are the banking families, still have nothing unless it is approved and given to them by the Vatican, which is ruled by the upper elite families. This headship is passed down as a birthright within the different branches of the family, just as any king passes on his throne. Remember, these are not separate families. They are of the same tribe. They are brothers. each fighting to be the ruler. In 396 the city of Sparta is sacked and then razed to the ground by Visigoth king Alaric I, who has already ravaged Thrace, Macedo, Thessaly, and Illyria, Boeotia, Athens, Megara, Corinth, and Argos. Alaric was simply getting rid of excess genes from the other tribes to keep his bloodline stronger. Another genetic cleansing and population control, as they also continue to do to this day. The battles and wars, although they seem random, are not. They are for a larger purpose, as is everything the elite carry out. Condensing the gene pool for better selections later. The survival of the fittest, or natural selection, like any good elite deception, only works when it is nurtured along the way. Bill Gates can tell you all about that. Alaric is bought off by Illyricum and continues revolts which tears Rome down from being the one superpower of the world. Born about 400 in Moselle in Lorraine, France, Adalric d'Ardes of the Merovingian bloodline is one of the first names on record from the Salix. In 418 Theodoric, grandson of Alaric, is made king of the Visigoths, who were called the Franks before. Alaric had sacked Rome just 8 years before. Zigimerus I was born of the Merovingian bloodline in Ordrine-Westphalia, Germany 419. He later became Bishop d'Auvergne. His sons were Adalbert, Zigima II d'Amsel, and Muderic Frake. Charles Dickens is his descendant. We are not mentioning the numerous names each person went by as they are listed in the document L. The Bloodlines. Amalbergi de Metz was wife of Chobot de Franxcol, brother of Ladbert Therouet. Chobot's mother was Hildegard von Koll de Franks of Cologne, Koll and Ordrine-Westphalia, Germany. In 432 Patrick began missions in Ireland. He was later named a saint. In 434 a Germanic equestrian, Attila, son of Nimrod's descendant Mutzuk, is made king of the Huns. Attila's closest friend and advisor was King Ardaric of the now named Gepids, a Germanic tribe related to the Goths, as they all are, from the Peroias, the Dacians, the Antis. They have changed their names again, as you may have noticed. Now they are the Goths, and come in several flavors: the Visigoth, and the Ostrogoth, the Franks, and the Huns. We see the landscape has changed significantly as Rome has been chipped away. King Ardaric, like almost all of the rulers of the Germanic and Frank Salic tribes at that time, believed in Arianism. The tribes had just about entirely converted to Arya Christianity. This was created by Arius, a presbyter, in 250. He was the first to write Jesus was created by God, bringing about the belief that there is a separation, a Father God and a Son Jesus who was not existing until he was created on earth, taking the divinity from the Son. This led to the Vatican combining the pagan and followers of Christ beliefs, placing their symbols in. The pagan Trinity worship was inserted by adding the Diana Mother Goddess, Mary, into the mix, rewriting religion and history, creating a worldwide set day of worship. One of the 3 steps to creating the one world order. The Jesuits did it again, all hidden on their hill. Arius was deemed a heretic and executed. Immediately the church met and wrote the Nicene Creed, implementing it all into their rituals. Sometimes it is necessary to have an execution to save face and keep control. This separation of father and son became the common belief and can be seen mainly in the cult of the Jehovah's Witnesses. Today, the tribes changed again when it suited, and after time they converted to Catholicism. Currently they are just about to proclaim themselves Christian Muslims, or New Age star children, which would be more correct, though there is nothing new about it. Religion is the elite's way of indoctrinating the masses, and it works hand in hand with their government indoctrinations. Childeric Frake, known as Childeric I, king of the Salic Franks, was born in 436 of Merivek van den Yessel. His wife was Basia Frake. They married in 464 at Meissen, Dresd, Germany. Together they had 3 daughters: Alborfledis Frake, Ordorfledis Ostrogoths, Lade Childes Frake, and son Clovis H. Lodowig Frake. Keep in mind they all have multiple spellings, always, and multiple names. The second king of the Salic Franks died November the 26th, 481 in Turai, Heer 8, Wallai, Belgium. In 450 Justin I, future Byzantine emperor, is born in Illyria. In 453 Attila is poisoned to death and the power of the Huns is gone forever. After this time it is clear to see the tribes and different clans have lost their separate powers, becoming rulers of countries instead. The remaining few are weak and join under a main line once again. Now we see, after King Merivek and Childeric, came Clovis Frake I until 511. He was father of Theodoric de Reims, Igama Frake, Clodoma Frake, Childebert Paris, Clothachar Soissos and Clotilda Frake. Theodoric was the next king. This is where lineage once again is easy to find. As they acquired lands, it was divided between sons to keep it in the family and maintain control over the world. Over the next few hundred years another new system was created and put in place. This system worked like so. Let us say the king had 4 sons and the entire land owned was divided into 4, giving each son an equal kingdom. When they had sons the division continued on and on. So, what happened if one had 4 sons but their sons only had 2 sons total, instead of gaining more land, as they used to in Roman times? The division was kept with a pawn put in place to rule as puppet over the land. So, regardless of blood, if needed, the elite would put a what we call a noble in charge of the land instead of naming a new king or absorbing the land to the other territories. These noblemen were called free men, Frocoli, of the Franks. The Romans had successfully used a similar system many centuries before. In 528 a Persian army under a prince named Xerxes, numbering 30,000, defeats a Roman army. General Belisarius escapes and returns to defeat Xerxes with new troops supplied by Justinian. A few years later in 532, the Ica riots erupt and 30,000 are killed and much of Constantinople is wrecked or destroyed. It is said the blood flowed like rainwater in the streets. Sigebert Merovingian Frake called Sigebert I and Prince Ursus, king of Austrasia, king of the Franks, son of Clothachar Soissos and Igoudes Merovingian, was born in 535. Paris, France. He married Brunhilde Visigoths in 566 and had Igoudes Frake, Childebert Austrasia and Clodocid Frake. Notice the last names are typically names of the tribe they were from. Frake, Visigoths, Ostrogoths. Merovingian. Saint Bertha is born in 560 Paris, France. Daughter of Cheribert Merovingian Paris and Igilberga Burgoge. Bertha became Queen of Kent and the Franks. Her husband was Ethelbert and they had Ethelberg Tate Northumbria and Edbald Kent. She is buried at the Church of St. Peter and St. Paul in Canterbury. Clothachar the Grand, called Clotaire II, King of the Franks and Austrasia, was born in 584 shortly after his father's death and immediately became King of Soissons. His mother, like most in history, ruled on his behalf until he turned 13 and they took possession of Paris in 597. He defeated his cousins Theudebert of Metz and Theodoric of Orleans and they attacked again in 601. Clothar fled and later sent his son Merovic to take back their land. Merovic was defeated. Theudebert occupied Paris, and Merovic was captured. Around 615. Clothar signed the Perpetual Constitution, also called the Edict of Paris, an early Magna Carta, which preserved the rights of Frankish nobles, the free men, and excluded Jews from civil employment. Adaltrudes, Clothar's mistress, had his daughter Emma Kent, wife Bertrudes, and Sechildes had Cheribert, Dagobert Bobo and one other who remains unnamed. Clothar died October 18, 629 and is buried at the Church of Saint Vincent in Paris. On the lineage goes until we see Theodoric IV in 737. It is estimated that at this time the monarchy became Christian and we see a direct and religious change. He was immediately deeply involved in the pagan Catholic Church of Rome. Of course, this has been done many times, as we see even with Obama, Trump, Putin, and other politicians today, changing religions to gain votes. Switching so-called sides to gain popularity and power is simply an old trick, one of many used by this group still. Do not be so easily fooled. Religion, just like ethnicity, means nothing to them. It is merely a tool to keep humanity divided. They rewrote the books on religion and history again. Easy to do when you destroy cultures and relocate people. Charlemagne from the Merovingian bloodline appears in 742 to 814 and ruled as Emperor of the West in the Holy Roman Empire. On Christmas Day in 800 AD, he was crowned emperor by the Pope in Rome. In 814 Charlemagne dies without leaving competent successors. His only living son, Louis the Pious, divides his inheritance between his own 3 sons who engage in civil war. The realm is invaded by Scandinavian Vikings, Hungarians and Muslims, and the Carolingian Empire falls apart. French kings, including Robert II, Philip I, II and III, and Louis I, II 6, 7 8, 9 13, 15 and 16, and of course Marie Antoinette, are all of the bloodline. Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette had a son, David Paisior. David was taken to the United States where he backed the Morgan and Carnegie empires as well as vast amounts of real estate, banks and industrial holdings. The Byzantine Emperor Constantine was described as a dragon king, a Draco. Emperor Leo III married his son Constantine V to the Khazar princess as part of the alliance between the two empires. Princess Tsitsak was baptized as Irene. Their son Leo IV was known as Leo the Khazar. Emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire from 775 to 780. It is easy to find the dynasty, so we will not waste time naming everyone here. Even through your tainted history books and other documents you can follow this society, as the leaders are typically described as pious, wealthy, beautiful, fair, strong and associated with wine, gold, drugs, military, eagles, pine and oak trees, horned bulls and goats, sea creatures, boxes, cubes, towers, mythological characters which typically turn out to be a satanic deity or an actual person, and anything representing a trinity, such as the cow, bull and calf, Anu, Horus, Isis and Set. They build towers and monuments through all of time and can be followed this way as well by looking into their pyramids, obelisks, cubes, and towers of Babel. The box, as we mentioned before, or as we see the black cube all over the world, named after Pan, Lucifer, the bloodline used to keep their amulet, a powerful rock which was a shebo, also called agate, is said to, quote, establish man firmly in his place, and prevents him from stumbling and falling. It is especially coveted by knights and horsemen, as it makes a man secure on his mount. End quote. The agate was kept in a black cube, a box, called Pandora's box, which directly translates to box of Pan and, as you guessed, originated in Peroia. As you research the family, there is so much more detail you will find. If you remember, way back when, before Peroia, before the tribe of Dan formed, upon inheriting the land called Canaan from their father, the sons of Jacob also were given their blessings. This was a sort of charge and birthright given to them. It included their symbols, and they were given a stone, a boundary stone in which the names of the family were carved. We see it is important to repeat some things, and will repeat the blessing that Naftali and his family were given when they inherited their land. Naftali is a doe set free, who bears beautiful fawns, which can also translate to Naftali is a hind sent away, who is giving fair young ones. You see how translations make a difference. It is an interesting note, as they can be followed with their symbol the deer, as well as their description of beautiful and fair, meaning light-colored eyes, skin, and hair. The more you look at the details, the more you see how important they are. Little lights on your path to knowledge. As we discussed previously, the Naftali tribe was outcast. They were beautiful, fair, wild, quick, restless. They were equestrians. The name Naftali means struggle. He was named so because it was a hard birth, and his mother stated that she wrestled with Naftali. The first words written about him from his mother are not loving and make it seem he was not wanted at his birth. His twin Dan, on the other hand, whose name means he judged, seems to be much more favored. His blessing was, Dan will provide justice for his people. Dan will be like a viper by the roadside, a horned viper along the path, that bites the horse's heels so that its rider tumbles backward. Viper can be translated into scorpion, as the same word was used in that time. Although the tribe of Dan is a warring tribe like Naftali, Twiz have many of the same traits, though they cannot be completely separated. Nothing is black and white unless it is elitist thinking. The difference is they are not set loose. They lie in wait, calm, steady and sure. When they strike, they are precise and deliberate. The wars the Dons participate in have typically been against Naftali, but not to destroy, merely limit, to push them back. The other side, the side of order. The elite play both sides. There is an obvious difference if you look at history and research these people and their actions. Dons are patient, like a big brother, wanting to help his siblings when they get into trouble. He also knows acting too quick can create a bigger tantrum, and he does not want to be seen as a disciplinarian. All one need do is look at Putin and his controlled reactions to Obama and now Trump. First comes the propaganda based on nothing. Then comes government coups framing Russia, shooting down planes, framing Russia. All while USA is creating more wars while Russia is forced to pick up the mess. Defeat the USA created ISIS and try to stabilize the dozens of countries USA had completely destroyed for no reason. Now the target is North Korea, the next big hoax. It gets more ridiculous every week, but still the people allow it. The bloodline temperaments are clear here. We all know this type of situation with little kids. An angry little brother gets into a fight, and the older watches at first, to see if he will stop himself. When little brother does not stop, big brother comes in, pulling him away. If the brother had stepped in when the little one was on his way to the fight, the little brother would resent him. You know, the whole "you are not the boss of me" routine. It is the same situation with the tribe's bloodlines today. But let us move on. We will leave you to research this stuff on your own. You can see over the next years, as the elite bloodline moved through locations, how the tribes fell and were absorbed into each other. The elite are constant consumers and controllers. They war to control the population. They control food and education and religion everywhere they have been. By this time the Vandals are no more, nor are the Ostrogoths nor the Persian Empire. Around 843 King Charles of the Franks constantly fought on all sides of his kingdom. The Vikings had come down and obliterated Charles, knocking enough power out of the tribe to crumble the Merovingian dynasty in the Frankish territory, turning the remaining bloodline to focus on their stronghold of the Roman Empire. Charles was finally defeated by 911 and the Frank Empire fell. One less elite empire. Though the elite's plan had already spread and they already infected many more countries now. They had successfully infiltrated the entire Middle East, Germanic, and European area by this time. Later, we see even the Roman Empire fall again. As of this time, being rulers for centuries, it became common practice to marry royal to royal. New term for cousin, sister, mother. By using the excuse of keeping nations allied through blood ties as well as safekeeping wealth and purifying the DNA, without the masses stopping it. Every territory the Salix enter, they change their identities and muddy the past so their histories are hidden from those too distracted to look or pay attention. However, you cannot rewrite the entirety. It would be too obvious to those alive at that time and would create attention. Attention that even threatening and buying people off cannot dissolve. Only small things are changed, little by little, slowly over time, through laws, through wars, all leading to one huge event which consequently gets them too much attention, like the one they are attempting now. Then they move, rename, and start again. This is what they do. They are creatures of inescapable habit. They must have their routine. They must take over. devour, disease, destroy and depopulate. Since the Frank territory was lost, the elite needed to control something else to keep the balance. Something lost, something gained. They turned their eye on Rome, their faithful mistress. In the 900s, Kedar females, the Arabic Egyptian wives of the Naftali tribe, who the elite still bred with, disguised themselves as men and infiltrated the papacy. They had been in control of it before and lost it once people stood against them. This has happened a few times. Each time the elites get back in after people go back to sleep. People go to sleep because they do not understand the mindset of the elite. They do not pass everything down to their children like the elite. They do not pass on the past and goals for the future like the elite. First known female was Pope Joan. She was found out when she gave birth during a procession. Then Theodora, who was a mistress to Pope John X. Their daughter was married to Pope Sergius III and their son succeeded the throne in 935. The dynasty started by Theodora was named the Holy See of Rome, for the holy papal seed she carried. Yes, with the occult mind, it always relates back to sex, what the fallen ones cannot have. Around 940, Gerbert d'Aurillac, known as Pope Sylvester II, an alchemist son of a shepherd, became the head at the Catholic school in Reims. He had, quote, no background, UN, quote, and eventually was given a false background by the church, which is highly common. The church also named a monastery after him. If you look at the popes, they all have the same story. Being versed in the teachings of Cordoba, he reintroduced the trivium and quadrium ideals into education. We now call this liberal arts, social studies, or public education, and it has been our education system ever since the beginning of schools. Gerbert was descended from Theodoric IV, carrying the Merovingian bloodline. The United States in particular has always held meetings and privately sought guidance with the Holy See of the time for what they call foreign policy, separation of church and state. Let me just explain what this all means thus far. The tribe of Naftali, the Salix, the bloodline of the Merovingian dynasty, the right-hand D-negative elite DNA, has by this time unquestioningly and officially infected all royalty, all rulers, all military, all religion, all education, all money, all agriculture, all art, all music, all fashion, all major governments. To reflect, we have seen through life that twins are closely connected in more ways than looks and mannerisms. Cain and Abel, the first documented from the bloodline, each having a twin sister. Later, Jacob and Esau and Jacob's sons, Dan and Naftali, all who have obvious connections as well as an obvious place in history. It is very important to see the connections and the reactions so you can relate it to what is happening today around you. Right now, in the news, there is nothing new under the sun. Naftali's bloodline does not physically attack the Dons, although they love to attack with words and propaganda in the chess game of politics. The Dons are not so war-hungry. If you think about it, it is no wonder that twins have always been such a central part in their studies and experiments. Are the bloodlines looking for a way to break the bond? Or simply how to purify the blood? Perhaps we will never know. Then again, maybe we already do but dare not say. Now we are in the year 1000 AD, the end of a millennium, and the end of this video. But grab some more popcorn. It is about to get fun. Expect it. Welcome back as we continue exposing the genealogy and history of the elite who control and rule our world today. We have come to a new millennium and Newfoundland was discovered by Dan tribe descendant Leif Erikson and his Vikings from Norway. Once again the Franks, who were the Salix, who were the Pannonians, who were the Naftali, now Romans, grew hungry for war. Their typical victims, which are anyone residing in Middle East, especially Syria, were targeted again. In the 600s the Levant, Syrians and Palestinians and some Turks, had taken over the area of Jerusalem. Pope Urban II of the Merovingian bloodline, in 1095 decided they wanted the land themselves. So began the Vatican's crusades to ethnically cleanse and depopulate openly. What they called Holy War. The leaders of the First Crusade were Godfrey Bouillon, Robert Curthose, Hubert Mardois, Baldwin Bouillon, Tancred de Hauteville, Raymond Toulouse, Bohemond Taratou, Robert II from Flanders and Stephen from Blois. Peter the Hermit, from the Priory of Sceaux, joined Pope Urban in the Crusades. Both being from the bloodline, bore the dynasty's symbol, a white shield with a red cross with arms of equal lengths with Fleur-De-Lys on the ends. It is called the Iron Cross. Christopher Columbus emblems held both of these as well. Priory of Sceaux was derived from Defiler of Sceaux, now known as the Order of Sceaux, the Elder of Sceaux and the most venerable order of St. John of Jerusalem. The Priory of Sceaux was formed in 1090 AD. This was just another club like the Jesuits are today. A lot can be learned about this society in their published work, Protocol of the Elders of Sceaux. This secret society still exists today under the same names as well as new ones, Freemason. Priory of Sceaux, first secret society club of the new millennium, that we know of. This is also when the Catholic Church adopted another one of the elite's favorite things, the acronym IRI, which stands for Iustum, Icar, Regs, Impius. The meaning of which is, it is just to exterminate or annihilate impious or heretical, free-thinking, kings, governments, or rulers. This they have carried out to this day, deleting any government that will not go along with their orders. The Church attempted to rid themselves of the Babylonian Merovingian bloodline in 666 AD, but the line had simply bought their way back in by 1030 AD. In 1098 the First Crusade was underway. The oldest epic poem in French called the Song of Roland details the events of this based on the Roncesvalles massacre. I will sum up the story so you don't lose your mind with curiosity. Roland was a leader of a section of soldiers. At war, he sent his uncle with a message to accept their enemy's peace treaty. The messenger leaves but is convinced he was sent to be killed by the enemy. He goes to them and tells them how they can defeat the retreating army. He tells them to start behind the army, knowing Roland is at the rear, and the enemy goes off and executes the plan. They slaughter everyone. When almost all of Roland's men were dead, he blows his horn so that the emperor and his troops will come and see what happened to his men. Roland is said to have blown so hard that his temples burst. It states, he dies a glorious martyr's death, and saints take his soul straight to paradise. The Emperor Charlemagne found his army dead and caught the traitor uncle. He was tied up and pulled apart by horses and 30 of his relatives were hung. There is much more detail to the Song of Roland, but that's the general idea. In 1100 Henry I, the son of William the Conqueror, creates the first police system, representatives dedicated to traveling the country and administering justice. Also 2 new orders are created, the Carthusian and the Cistercian. Saint Bernard of Clairvaux is the leader of the Cistercians and establishes 343 monasteries. They pronounce the Virgin Mary as a saint, and for the first time a woman is given central significance in the Christ-believing religion, destroying the belief principles by creating its first idol, a goddess Diana. Again, those who are Catholics, just like all other religions, have simply been deceived like the rest of us. This is not an attack on any religion. These are the facts. Every religion was created from the bloodline who have always controlled the Roman Catholic Church and used it to breed other religions. All religions are false. No rulers. No religion. The Priory, also known as Zionists, Jesuits, created the Knights Templar in 1118 AD to protect the blood, using the Red Cross symbol they still use today. Many at the time, and still today, automatically assume they were talking about protecting Christian, or rather, Yeshua believing, or even Jewish blood. Just as they use the word God and it gets automatically associated with the Creator or Yeshua, our ignorance and laziness has allowed them to fool us even further. The ones who rule us are cultists. Know how the mind of the occult works. They have a Christ too. His name is Lucifer. The most beautiful ever created. The morning star. The master of music. Wisdom must lead who and what we are loyal and faithful to. The way is narrow. Deception is easy. We cannot blame others for our lack of education. Blind faith only allows the elite to slaughter us all. The papacy, entirely run by elite now, begins acting as a court of appeals, making it necessary that popes are trained as legal experts, rather than as monks, in 1122. You will notice they are always lawyers regardless of their station. President, Pope, General, Clerk, Court Jester, always trained as lawyers, but we will get into why this is more in the future. In 1165 Créti de Troyes, a French writer, condenses history into the first romantic story which we now recognize as Arthur, the Sword in the Stone. He also is the first writer to put romantic love in marriage. The concept of chivalry emerges with his writings. Chivalry means horsemanship. They have made everything about them romantic and appealing to hide the truth and get us to openly idolize what they worship. This is what deception is. Seduction. The gold-haired man, or woman, riding on a white horse. The Orion. Lucifer. King Henry II carries the bloodline on through John, then Henry III, and Edward, who married Margaret of France and Eleanor of Castile. His son Edward II couldn't handle the blood mutation and died after only 20 years of being sick and in pain and weak, leaving daughter Elizabeth, who married Fergus, Lord of Galloway, and their lineage continues. In 1182 Giovanni di Pietro di Ibarid was born in Assisi, Italy. The Merovingian son of a rich French silk merchant, he was called Francesco or Francis. He became a troubadour and fought in the Crusades, was imprisoned, acquired a mysterious illness and had an epiphany or vision that he was called by God to save the church. As the story goes, he dedicated himself to the poor, leaving behind all worldly possessions. Though like every other elite we have seen giving up their riches for the poor, he did not give up his father's fortune which he inherited and used as needed. This is the same story we see for most papal elite. They must be seen as coming from nowhere, and having nothing, because only then is the deception complete and the people able to relate and blindly follow. Just like the Francis we see in the Vatican today. The truth is never what they tell you. Francis of Assisi created several groups: the Order of Friars Minor, for poor men, Order of Saint Clare, for poor women, and the Third Order of Saint Francis for anyone else who was, of course, poor. Economy control. Keep the poor poorer. He gained popularity and traveled to Egypt to convert the Sultan in a supposed attempt to stop the Crusades. Population control. Remember, the Catholic Church swapped out the Christians for Muslims, thereby putting the blame of the genocide on the Sultan and those like him. We see the same with ISIS and the other crusades of today. His orders grew so large he had to return to continue his work in Italy. Focusing on Venice, at the time an openly pagan state, he and the ruler formed a monopoly of trade across the known world, by controlling the very tools of trade, navigation knowledge, maps, charts as well as ships. Venetians and the papacy saw huge profit and knowledge of all manner of technology such as shipbuilding, metals, education and military skills thanks to Francis. They created a trade partnership with England. Venice declared itself a Christian state and conformed to the socialist, fraternal brotherhood, sworn to absolute poverty, obedience and humility as dictated by Francis. The elite have bought Venice. In 1223 Francis created the first nativity scene. If you note, the nativity includes a male, female and baby Aka Trinity Aka bull, cow, and calf Anu, Horus, Osiris and Isis etc. Francis was known for his love of nature, as he believed that nature was all connected and equal to us, the core of paganism. He worshipped the sun and creatures just as all in his bloodline do. After his death in 1226 he was declared a saint. Let's take a moment for the knights. Since the need for citizens to be unarmed is so central to their power, only nobles containing the elite's blood were made into warriors. Just like it has always been. The citizens were kept poor and unskilled, uneducated and unarmed. They had some of the population as cavalry of course, but with no training, so it was pure chaos. We see the Templar Knights, originally called poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, and the Hospitallers, originally sovereign and military order of the Knights Hospitaller of St. John of Jerusalem, who were also the same, just different names and later called the Knights of Malta. Then the Teutonic Knights, again, same thing, different names and symbols, and the Levi Confederation, Levi Order, Knights of the Sword, were formed as the elite knights, SS if you will. Teutonic was originally called the Order of Brothers of the German House of Saint Mary in Jerusalem. We see ridiculously long and involved titles and names still in their societies today. The Red Cross was created at the same time the knights were. They would accompany the Crusaders and give care to those left behind in the slaughter. Coming in the name of peace and help, they would give a softer death to those left injured. Nothing has changed and the Red Cross continues in genocide, depopulation, trafficking and more with the help of Bill Gates. Nothing has changed. After the Fourth Crusade, those in the Knights groups who were Christ followers saw the truth of what they were doing. They knew it was not what they believed in, as it went against loving others to slaughter them for their beliefs. The Crusades almost died out entirely right there. However, the Catholic Church simply called on its Muslim brothers to join. The elite had created that religion generations before when they were Zoroastrians. The Muslim religion already believed in the Holy War and the Crusades were able to progress and carry on for many years, uninterrupted. The Knights of Malta are seen today, known as the Sovereign Military Order of Malta. It is an internationally recognized sovereign body that prints its own postage stamps, flies its own flag and mints its own coins. It represents itself as a charitable organization and works with the UN since 1994, providing hospitals and help to the poor, hungry and with natural disasters. Other branches are called FEMA and Red Cross. The Knights of Malta have recently been taken back over by the Vatican. Rome has regained its legionaries, its crusaders. The knights, both types, were international, world police. A new world police was implemented in 2015 with no borders and separate laws. They have stations across the world already. During this time the Teutonic Knights were battling in Estonia against Denmark. The Danish king, Valdemar IV, sold the land to the Knights. The Danes had never inhabited the area as they kept to the lands they have currently. The king used the money received for the land to pay off the mortgages left on Danish-inhabited parts of Denmark. The land of Estonia was inhabited only by Naftali's tribe before and after the two tribes split at Troy. The Danes have always stayed very separated and in their own little territory. It was no loss to Valdemar to sell the land that was never considered his. The Knights raided and destroyed and murdered until 1312, when Pope Clement came into office and charged them all, some of whom were burned to death, most locked in jails until dead, and the few remnants dispersed to Scotland where the Knights of Columbus were created. Just another name change, nothing new here, as well as the Freemasons, the Order of St. Francis, and Hellfire Club, and many other societies. In 1219 Pierre d'Imes de Chapelle, Bishop of Paris and knight in the Crusades, died in battle. Interesting to note, the methods of torture used by the elite haven't even changed. The knights used methods such as, victims were stripped naked, chained, and cast into dungeons. Sometimes the accused was tied down, a cloth stuffed in his mouth, water poured into the cloth and caused it to swell. The choice was to confess or drown. Sounds like waterboarding is not new. A more creative option was to place a man into a pit no wider than himself, where he would be left to stand in his glory and starve. The rack was used to dislocate shoulders and hips. Now we simply tie them up with ropes, arms backwards. Subtler methods of interrogation were used as well. Denied sleep and the chance to void bowels or bladder, the accused could be subjected to a constant battery of bewildering questions by an endless string of interrogators, some cruel, some appearing compassionate. These tactics are also used in American-funded, CIA-run boot camps and schools for troubled teens. Rare is the man who could withstand this to the point of death, which would be his only relief. Under such conditions, hundreds and hundreds of Templars confessed to appalling crimes. Still, we find it a surprise the Knights, now known as CIA and FBI, use these methods today and act surprised when they get no truthful answers. Nothing is done to bring justice to the tortured children or adults. Nothing is said when they die from it. People know and simply don't care. Some other groups under total elite control are international money center banks, central banks, World Bank, International Monetary Fund, World Conservation Bank, multinational corporations, United Nations, Bilderbergers, Trilateral Commission, Council on Foreign Relations, Club of Rome, Aspen Institute, Bohemian Grove, NATO, EEC, CIA, KGB, FBI, British intelligence, mafia and any organized crime, drug cartels, Interpol, Communist Party, the New World Police, Freemason, Skull and Bones, the Oddfellows Club, Ku Klux Klan, Grand Orient Lodge, Grand Alpia Lodge, Knights Templar, Royal Order of the Garter, Priory of Scio, Rosicrucians, World Council of Churches, National Council of Churches, World Parliament of Religions, Vatica, SMOM, New Age cults and other groups, Unity Church, Fundamentalist, Evangelicals, Baha'i, USCO, World Peace Groups, Planetary Congress, World Federalist Association, World Constitution and Parliamentary Associations, Environmental Groups, Lucis Trust, Morn Polari Society, Jehovah's Witness, Black Panthers and many, many more. One would think they would get bored after centuries. Surely they are tired. If not tired, they must be bored, as these are all different cookies from the same batch. Why can't we all unite and stand up and simply give them a break? 1237 we see the Mongols, led by Batu, crossing the Urals from Asia into Russia. Prior to the 13th century, Russia is ruled by the remnant Pannonian tribe who found the Khiva state. They took over Kiev and made a new state on the Volga River and ruled there for 200 years. In 1252 the papacy approves the use of torture for religious disobedience, following Innocent III's inquisitions against heresy, which were mainly done to destroy the Waldensian and Albigensian families. And in 1265 Dante Alighieri is born. He writes the Divine Comedy, the greatest literary expression of history. If there is one thing I hope you read when you finish this, it's his comedy. The greatest work, in my own opinion, next to Milton's Paradise Lost and Goethe's Faust. In 1330 John Wycliffe is born and starts a Reformation movement in the Church. We see the first biological warfare population control technique practiced in 1381. This drill was titled the bubonic plague or Black Death, a manufactured disease like Ebola and Zika. Wycliffe dies in 1384, before his death penalty for heresy. He exposed the elite and so he was to be killed. His movement, as it had gained enough notice, was quickly taken over by the Catholic Church and corrupted. Heavy cannons are used in warfare for the first time. The Knights Templar, being from a long line of pirates and mercenaries, had many maps. One of these was their very detailed map of America, a land they would claim in order to create their own government and society from the ground up to bring in the New World Order. They knew that the key to creating the society they wanted was to have a people separated from their motherland. Due to our biosurvival circuit neurotransmitters in our brains, as infants, we imprint an unbreakable bond to our mothers, including our ancestral hometowns. When that bond is broken, we constantly look for it, like an addiction. We must have our fix. We are never at home. With a population like this, coming from different religions and countries and backgrounds, not only does this create the perfect separations and confusions, but also allows for manipulation and division. The government, the politicians, the cops, the money, the drugs and the celebrities becomes the mother. They would use money to control the society. They made money equal to security, and lack of money equal to insecurity. Keep them insecure. We have already discussed how much they love the poor. The poor are easy to control and kill. By recreating infantile separation anxiety in the entire citizenry, you are able to condition and imprint as you wish. This is the reason for so many clubs, religions and gangs in America, and why they are allowed to run rampant, keeping the people constantly divided. Everyone has a neurochemical addiction to money and has also been ostracized from their motherland. Everyone is divided against each other on multiple levels. Though the knights had this plan and every detail worked out, they missed one thing. They had no funding to back their trip and a bad reputation. So, the knights waited for a descendant who could be brought into society and not associated with the now tainted reputation of the knights. Enter Columbus. Christopher Columbus showed up in 1451, veins pumping the Merovingian blood. He grew up in society, and was made known as a great explorer. When he was old enough and had earned his reputation, the knights let him in on their plans. He approached the Queen of Spain looking for funds for his next voyage. Eventually, she gave in and off he went to discover the New World. From the bloodline relatives of the de Medicis and the House of Lorraine, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella of Spain and Castile also instigated the Spanish Inquisition from 1478 to 1834, in which people were tortured and burned at the stake for questioning the basis of the religion their various ancestors had followed. Questioning, free thinking, educating, is heresy. They care nothing for you. Queen Isabella is of the Merovingian bloodline. The knights had planned to create the nation. Having seen that it was sparsely inhabited, they could then finally create their one world order in action. Columbus, claiming to find this new land in honor of the Queen, returned a hero while the rest of the family set up the new world. The de' Medici family supported Christopher Columbus, Nostradamus, and produced Catherine de' Medici, the Queen of France, who died in 1589. During this time, in 1429, Joan of Arc, called the Maid of Lorraine, becomes the new goddess Diana, Libertas, Isis, Mary, Project. She liberates central France and is burned at the stake for the ritual to be completed. She was also killed because she was starting to act on her own and not under the control of the elite. When you live by oath, you give up the right to live and act as you choose. Even letting the fame go to your head is not an acceptable excuse. In 1455 we see Henry VI begins the War of Roses. The red rose was Henry's family at Lancaster, and the white roses, the York family. At the end of the war, the bloodline changed its name to Tudor. In 1482 Ivan III of Moscow and of the Dan bloodline pushes the Mongol Khan of the Merovingian bloodline out of Russia. They do not resist. This is the only enemy they have ever had that they cannot defeat. That is why they constantly war, throwing tantrums like little children. In Spain we see Ferdinand and Isabella annexing Granada and expelling all Jews and pursuing overseas expansion. That doesn't sound like a blueprint for Hitler or Obama at all. As we keep saying, they use the same scripts. The elite are not so creative and have no imagination, so they simply reuse and redo, and there is nothing new. With the Americas gold and silver pouring into Spain, Mexico and Peru added to their territories, and superiority on the battlefield make it the most powerful state in Europe. Next we will get into more detail about the family's inner workings. The elite are tyrants. These two-faced, treacherous, treasonous traitors have twisted the truth and taken your freedom. When will you wake up and say you have had enough? How long will you allow fear to keep you under their control? How many people have written, spoken and tried with everything they had to get you to open your eyes? I hope you wake up by the end of this work. I hope this isn't just a waste of my time. I believe in you. I don't know who you are, but I believe that you can make a difference and change the world. I believe your soul is worth saving. I believe your life is worth living. But until you believe it yourself, the elite will thrive. They have one goal: to take your life and your soul. Deception makes this possible. But for those with eyes to see and ears to hear and wisdom to understand, you will put aside the control of fear and pick up the light of truth. Your destiny awaits. What is your choice? The time to make it is now. Expect it. In this brief video we will see the popular clubs created by the elite. These clubs and orders are used to control all levels of society. One only need to look into the Jesuits to see the amount of control they have. From universities to schools to churches and more, controlling the education of the church, medical fields, law, and thereby controlling the organizations as a whole. The elite have their hands in everything, making it easy to keep the masses asleep and living in a false reality. To the awake it is far too easy to see the matrix. To those asleep it is seen as a joke. The beauty of deception. In the upcoming videos we will be exposing the 13 banking families which we call the lower elite. They are controlled entirely by the upper elite, which are the papal bloodlines, are currently known as Bundy, Collins, Astor, Rothschild, Rockefeller, DuPont, Freeman, Kennedy, Lee, Oasis, Reynolds, Russell, and Van Dewey. One thing to remember about these families: they will always come from nowhere and from poverty or small beginnings, then, magically, they become wealthy and influential. The American dream, right? Remember, dreams only exist when one is asleep. We will briefly mention the prominent clubs, societies and orders created during this time so we can continue with the families. The families are, of course, inbred and interwoven, making them, in reality, one family, as we have discussed. We have already discussed the family's beginnings from Cain through history until now. At this time period it is easier to see them in the individual families we know them as today. Though all brothers of the same blood, we will continue exposing the tribe of the elite in their separated families. The 13 have numerous proxy families which they work through. Some include Adler, Geisheimer, Goldschmidt, Guggenheim, Lazard, Oppenheimer, Seligman, Sichel, Speyer, Stern, Wolf, Aitchison, Bell, Billings, Brown, Bucklad, Clinton, Eddy, Frost, Gardner, Hall, Hopkins, Hooker, Kennedy, Leake, Lord, Morgan, Sinclair or St. Clair, Smith, Tokii, Llewellyn, Habsburgs, and Sassus. Like the upper elite, the lower elite have breeding families they marry with. Everything is planned. In 1513 Sir William Sinclair, who breathed new life in the Enochian magic of Scotland, died. This is connected to the Watchtower societies also known as Jehovah's Witness. The Russell and Rutherford families came from Scotland, as well as Macmillan and many other key early Watchtower leaders. The Jesuits' Acre Society of Jesus Acre, the Company of Jesus, was founded in 1534 on the traditional feast day for Lucifer, traditional since 70 AD. In a secret ceremony in the crypt of the chapel of Saint Denis. Those who were present and given credit for creating this renamed priory of the occult are Ignatius of Loyola, Francisco Xavier, Alfonso Salmero, Diego Leal, and Nicolas Bobadilla, all from Spain, Peter Faber from Savoy in France, and Cimero Rodrigues from Portugal, most of whom have been sainted. The Society of Jesus, or more well known as Jesuits, were nothing more than another elite group of militarized Vatican puppets. The Society of Jesus, the Jesuits, was supported by the Venetian Doge Andrea Gritti, and Alessandro Ferse as Pope Paul III, Francis Borgia, Duke of Gradia, grandson of Pope Alexander VI and the patron of Ignatius of Loyola. Francis Borgia was the main financier and architect in the formation of the Jesuits into the first dedicated military order of monks of the Catholic Church. We may as well repeat the Jesuit oath they all live by here. Keep in mind this oath is not exclusive to Jesuits, but various forms of it are used in every club the elite create. This is what the elite swear their life to. This is what they live by every day. This is where their free will has gone.
In the presence of a mighty God and you, my ghostly father, the Superior General of the Society of Jesus, founded by St. Ignatius Loyola, due by the womb of the Virgin, and the matrix of God, and the rod of Jesus Christ, declare and swear that His Holiness the Pope is Christ's Vice-Regent, and is the true and only head of the Catholic or Universal Church throughout the earth. Therefore, to the utmost of my power, I shall and will defend this doctrine and His Holiness' right and custom against all usurpers of the heretical or Protestant authority, and all adherents in regards that they be usurped and heretical, opposing the Sacred Mother, Church of Rome. I do further promise and declare that notwithstanding I am dispensed with to assume any religion heretical for the propagating of the Mother Church's interest, I do further promise and declare that I will have no opinion or will of my own, or any mental reservation whatsoever, even as a corpse, but will unhesitatingly obey each and every command that I may receive from my superiors in the militia of the Pope and of Jesus Christ. I furthermore promise and declare that I will wage relentless war, secretly or openly, against all heretics, Protestants, and liberals, to extirpate and exterminate them from the face of the whole earth, and that I will hang, burn, waste, boil, and flay, and strangle and bury alive these infamous heretics, rip up the stomachs of the wombs of their women, and crush their infant heads against the walls, in order to annihilate forever their execrable race.
What does make this group stand out is that years after it was created, it went from being the military arm of the Vatican to being the controlling arm of the Vatican. The Jesuit order is controlled by the upper papal elite bloodlines, and it is through this group the white and black popes are controlled. The switch happened once the pope ceased to be of the bloodline. Now that the pope is merely a puppet and not related by blood, the upper elite no longer sit on the public throne and so have protected themselves with another layer of deception. So the Jesuits are the controllers of the upper elite today, and through them the Vatican is controlled. The military arm of the Vatican are the Knights of Malta. The Vatican controls the bankers, and the bankers control the governments and everything else. So the pyramid is. In 1536 war broke out between John Calvin, the founder of the Christian Reformation, to break away from the Catholic indoctrination, and the Jesuits. He was driven out of France and lived in Geneva until he died. John Dee, an alchemist and mathematician in the court of Queen Elizabeth I in 1581, and Edward Kelly began magical experiments contacting spiritual entities and recording their communications, conveyed in the Enochian language. These efforts furthered the development of the Enochian system of magic. Aleister Crowley claimed to be the reincarnation of Edward Kelly. Helena Petrova Blavatsky, who was a dedicated Luciferian following in the footsteps of Dee, is the backbone of the New Age movement. We see their works used by the United Nations, which was set up on their Luciferian doctrines. Sir Francis Bacon, in the 1590s, began the detailed plans by which North America would be colonized. He was the supreme adept in the Rosicrucian Society and established the super-secret Knights of the Helmet, a society established along the lines of Rosicrucianism, which, like every other secret society, is just a remake of the Priory of CO or Freemasonry. Bacon was also responsible for the modern birth of Freemasonry, which the American forefathers followed. Bacon was the writer for Shakespeare, faithfully exposing the elite's agenda of that day. They must always expose what they do to you. You have free will. It is not on them if you chose not to look, it is all out there. The Phelps family of Virginia, related to the Collinses, arrived in Massachusetts in 1630 and became a prominent family in the Skull and Bones. The Taft family, which include President Taft, dates back to Braintree, Massachusetts, helped start the Skull and Bones order, and at least 8 Tafts have been in the order. This is a popular order for American presidents to be a part of. All presidents are part of one or more clubs. It is mandatory. In 1655 William Paterson established the Bank of England. It is strongly believed that he was a trader in New York in 1668 till 1669, and earlier he had worked with the pirate Morgan, who operated in the New Netherlands area. Witchcraft was part of some people's lives in New Netherlands, but the colony was far more lenient toward them than in the Puritan colony in Massachusetts. The last Dutch governor of New Netherlands, Governor Peter Stuyvesant's sister-in-law, was suspected of witchcraft but acquitted. Ralph Hall of Seattle, Long Island, and his wife were the only ones seriously tried of witchcraft in New Amsterdam, and they were also acquitted. The history of the witch trials in America are very well available, which is why we are merely mentioning certain interesting and key bloodline people here. We will leave the rest for you to research. Many ex-Nazis and elite industrialists have made their homes in the Gardereput area of the Netherlands, which was Peroya. The Bilderbergers built their hotel conference centers near this area. This is also a central spot for the bloodline as we go through their immigration process to America. One of the companies involved in building the hotel was the Nazi family Achaeus. The Dutch William of Orange deposed English King James II from 1688 to 1691. That is significant, because it appears that Illuminati financial headquarters were in Amsterdam prior to William of Orange's victory. After that victory they moved to London and created the Bank of England, known as the Crown. The Crown is where all taxes from America are sent, which is why the country never benefits from them. In other financial facts, the Beast, the so-named supercomputer, which is notified within seconds of every financial transaction you carry on at any ATM, is located in Brussels. The powerful MacDonald family lived in Glasgow, Scotland until the 1692 massacre by the English government against Francis Stuart sympathisers. Francis Stuart was the Grand Master of the witchcraft covens in that area of Scotland, of which there were many, and the MacDonalds were supporters of him. It is this area Donald Trump's lineage comes from as well. In 1730, Sarah A. Collins, who was deeply involved in the occult, like her ancestors, did not want to marry the man her father tried to sell her to. Neither the arranged marriage nor denying witchcraft was for her. She went to Scotland to get to the heart of learning the occult and became a leader in the oldest form of Wicca called the Elf Path. After the American Revolution she left Scotland skilled in occult power, and came back to the United States, where she formed the first covedom of Wicca. She and her brother were powerful Wiccans, and their descendants are the main group of Collins that practice Wicca and Satanism. This is common practice today as well. Hillary Clinton is a 9th degree witch in a coven in Chicago, as well as another one in California. Those allowed in positions of power are allowed for specific reasons. They must meet all the qualifications. Worshipping Lucifer is the main one. A so-called wild woman stabbed Sarah A. Collins to death in a Boston store. Sarah A. Collins is in turn a descendant of Francis Collins of the 17th century. Francis was the head of the family when it came over from England. Have you seen the movie or TV series Dark Shadows? It certainly tells a nice tale, for those who can see. Just as Twilight tells the story of the Collins as well. They are a prized jewel of the elite Luciferians. We will get into the elite family by family now that we have caught ourselves up. Now we see their beginnings and how they formed and infected governments and countries. Now we understand the societies, how they were created and why. In the end, it just has to do with control. The elite have sworn away their free will. They want to take it from you as well. So they control everything you see, everything you eat, everything you believe, everything you learn, everything you hear, and everything you do. If you do not wake up soon and realize this, their next agenda is to control your DNA and thereby control your soul. Stay tuned as we continue exposing the elite. As we continue with the Bloodlines, we have now covered the elite's history up until the 1500s. We will now continue with each individual family, as it is easy to see the separations from this point on. In this chapter we will discuss the DuPont family. In 1737 the DuPonts come into the spotlight of the USA. Let's have a short biography of the DuPont family. Remember our KIA Bishop Pierre de Nemours. The lineage is one of the most easy to trace back. The family includes the blood of the Rockefeller, Roosevelt, Naftali, and the Vanderbilt families. To bring Pierre up to date, we see his descendant Philip, Duke of Burgundy, creating the Knights of the Golden Fleece in 1396. Following the line and the name changes as they move through history, we come to Jehan DuPont in 1538, a painter who had a so-called dark and mysterious life, lived in Pontarlier, France. Notice this area bears the name, Pont. Following his descendants we come to 1737. Pierre Samuel DuPont, born in Nemours, France, came to Delaware, America and populated the area with his wife, an active astrologer and cultist Andy Motshanin. The DuPonts own Delaware and countless corporations, including those controlling the water in much of the USA. The dynasty de Naftali, House of Chatillon, de Nemours DuPont, Pont d'Arc and de Villers-Billon are branches of the same family. You can easily find them way back when, if you break down the meanings of the last names used today. DuPont, du, or de, was often used meaning of, or from. Just like Van or Von. And Pont was a town in France like Nemours and others. Named after the families who founded them. So, if you look at the names in this way, knowing the history of these people, they are easily spotted. A pont is a bridge, and interesting to note, there was a very popular and huge bridge in ancient Rome crossing to France called the Pont du Gard. Perhaps the grass was greener on the other side. Until they killed it all, of course. Often the translations of their names seem to tell a story of their own. They point back to their origin. Not being able to outwardly be what they are, they leave symbols and words as their confessions. By this name alone we can follow the DuPont family from America, back to France, back to Rome, and back to the tribes we have already exposed. All of the family's names are like this. The family tree of the elite is a web created by the same spider. Throughout history you can see the clear lineage. What is in a name? They use a multitude of different spellings, use the name of the town, or middle name of the father, etc. When the line gets too much attention, the name changes, and usually so does the location. From the beginning of their history, we have seen this game. Good deception tactic. In Ireland 1750 John Philpot Curran was born. He was founder of the Order of St. Patrick, also known as the Monks of the Screw, an elite club. Priory Curran named his estate after his position. It is now called St. Columba College. The Right Honourable Prior Curran is best known for his writings, which includes the famous quote, "Evil prospers when good men do nothing." This appears to be true, not only in his personal life but through history and especially today. Curran was known for dueling as well as being a captivating orator, after overcoming his stuttering, and had many famous friends, including Byron and Fitzgerald. Curran married his cousin Sarah and they had 8 children before she left him for another man who Curran later sued. His favorite daughter Gertrude was killed at age 12 after supposedly falling from her window. He disowned his other daughter Sarah for running off with a man he did not approve of. The man was later judged by him, jailed and decapitated. He always got his way in the end. In 1753 we see the story of Pierre Samuel Dupont d'Ema, son of Pierre and Anne. Parentless by the age of 16, he lived with his abusive uncle Pierre de Mochetti. The typical Disney plot, Dupont ran away and became a watchmaker. If you are in the inner circle of Illuminati and you get married, you receive a custom stand-up clock from the group which you must always keep in your family, set 5 minutes early, and kept in good order. Like the White Rabbit, you don't want to be late. For one with so-called poor beginnings. A mere descendant of kings with the inheritance to match. Dupont moved to France after being initiated into the Illuminati group and has many influential friends. In the 1770s, two of his best friends, Necker and Lafayette, loaned him large sums of money to try out his schemes in business and in forming a communist society in America. It's nice how the family passes its money around, gives their money to poor, simple folk who just want to carve a name for themselves. Pierre Dupont was a deist, like his mother, well practiced in the occult. He believed nature was a higher god than a mechanical deist god. Again, it's easy to see how religious people misinterpret the meanings by generally assuming everyone who mentions God means the Creator or Yeshua. Dupont believed in his ancestor Plato's idea of government, which included a philosopher king, which we have seen since Parnonian's Kage. Dupont became a journalist when he moved back to the USA and was an editor-manager of the printing media of the time. In 1776 we see Benjamin Franklin, close friend of Pierre Dupont, fellow Mason and member of the Collins Hellfire Club. Though his name should be a big enough clue of his lineage, he is a free man of the Franks, Franklin. He is descended from Father Uck Franklin Frockley, from 1495 Northamptonshire, England, United Kingdom. Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson, fellow members of the clubs, were known for practicing satanic sexual occult rituals with the groups. Both were deists, which is further found in their writing of the Declaration of Independence. They are Luciferians carrying out the plan of the Knights Templar to create the New World Order in the American continent, as we discussed earlier. In this time Baron von Stube, Knight of the Order of Fidelity, was fired for usury conduct. Having been a general in the Revolutionary Army and fought in the United States for independence. While Franklin and Silas Deane were visiting France as U.S. government agents, they heard about their friend's hardship and wrote to George Washington saying, "Lieutenant General in the King of Prussia's service, was obliged to leave due to zeal for our cause." Zeal being rape. Confirmed Mason George Washington, who was also close friends with Lafayette, a French Mason and general who fought with the colonists in the war, accepted him into American society at once. In 1783 Pierre Samuel Dupont, expecting to sit with Benjamin Franklin at the treaty table in Paris, was deceived by John Adams, who got the Americans to sign a treaty with Britain but without France's involvement. Alexander Hamilton was Dupont's lawyer in the US, and because of his absence, the United States is still a British colony as it was never signed off as an independent country. From 1789 to 1797 we have the first official president of the United States, George Washington, who was a confirmed Mason, member of the Knights of the Garter, and member of the Scottish Rite. The Order of the Garter is the secret inner group, which is an elite group within the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, which is the British part of the Knights of Malta. The Knights of the Garter are the leaders of the Committee of 300. And it is known that George Washington performed the rite of the mystic tie in a cave complex near Winchester, Virginia during the French and Indian War. He had no vice presidents at this time. George Washington nominated 11 Supreme Court justices. 6 out of 11 were confirmed Masons. There isn't one senator, governor, congressman, mayor, vice president who is not fully aware of every elite-controlled leader amongst them. It is impossible to become one without being in the club. The United States is in no manner founded on Christian principle. Stated John Adams, Freemason, during the Treaty of Tripoli. No trill words were ever spoken and ignored. In this exciting time, much happened, so let's take a look. 1793 in November, the Duc d'Orléans, Grand Master of the Grand Orient of France, who was head of all the French Masons, along with 2 other key Masons and key Illuminati members, Talleyrand and Mirabeau, started the Jacobins. The name of the original lodge of the Jacobins was changed to Club Breton and then Jacobin Club. The Jacobins were basically an Illuminized type of Freemasonry. The president of the Jacobin Club was Freemason Georges Jacques Dartot. Dartot was a member of the famous and powerful Nine Sisters Lodge. 9 being 3 plus 3 plus 3, and sisters or muses as the Pleiades is called. It always leads to the occult. Always. Everything and every symbol and every number means something more. The people just never think or look deep enough. Comfortable in their sleep and complacency. Lafayette was a Jacobin, as well as a key player in the French Revolution, as he was the best friend of George Washington. Robespierre was both a Freemason and an Illuminatus, as well as a disciple of Weishaupt and Rousseau. Prussian Baron Anacharsis Cloots, a Freemason and Illuminatus, was also a disciple of Weishaupt. If one studies what these men taught, you will discover it is what was later called socialism and communism and had its roots firmly in Luciferianism. Weishaupt is a very well-known Luciferian. In November 1793, the true colors of the business can be seen in the campaign against religion, where many priests in France were killed. The Illuminati posted one of its mottos in public: "Death is an eternal sleep." In the occult mind, death is another name for Satan, who represents libertas. The Illuminati believe that Lucifer has a very precise plan which he entrusts only to his very select few at the top. The Catholic Church is based on this, with its bishops and popes and rituals and chants. Much of what seems coincidence and unrelated is actually according to a very controlled and detailed, diabolical plan. Their clever plan can be seen all through history. As Aristotle stated, nature does nothing in vain. Hopefully by now you understand what the elite mean when they say things like nature, chance, natural, freedom, liberty, security, peace and the like. L. Luther Ellery Dupont was a major printer for the Jacobins, since they owned the printers. He was a deist and naturally worshipped nature. This is how media began to be twisted and controlled by the elite. They buy every new invention and inventor. They do this still today, setting up ventures, funding entrepreneurs, and being sure they buy up everything as soon as they can. Since the creation of the printing press, the elite have controlled it. In 1794 the Jay Treaty between the United States and Great Britain was signed. America agreed to pay £600,000 to King George III, as reparations for the American Revolution. The treaty was ratified by the Senate in a secret session who ordered that it not be published. Benjamin Franklin's grandson published it anyway, and Congress passed the Alien and Sedition Acts in 1798 so federal judges could prosecute editors and publishers for reporting the truth about the government. Freedom of speech was lost then. Why did they agree to pay £600,000, 11 years after the war ended? Subversion. Great Britain is America's motherland. Complete with the French Mithra statue called Liberty holding the light high up over the citizens to better see their every move. By 1796 the government owed the bank $6,200,000 and by 1802 the government owned no stock in the bank. That is why the War of 1812 was created. The colony has been in debt ever since. In 1800 Henry D. St. Simon wrote The Globe and the Reorganization of the European Community, which laid out ideas and plans for European unity. St. Simon suggested in the early 1800s that the date 2000 be the target date for the agenda to be in effect. In order to rearrange the world into the new order, a number of items and stages needed to occur. 2 canals, one through the Suez and one through Panama, were needed, they said, to create interdependence between the nations. They also suggested a high dam on the Nile. 2. They suggested the technological transformation of the Earth, and the biological creation of a new, androgynous humanoid. Progress would be brought about by a series of revolutions. 3. Saint Simon, a horny little Illuminatus, wanted to have a child with Madame de Staël, which would become the Antichrist. Don't worry, it didn't happen. The rest of it has though, which is enough. In 1801, Isaac Long, a Jesuit, brought a statue of Baphomet, Pan, Lucifer, to Charleston, South Carolina, where he helped to establish the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite. 1802 we see President Jefferson Davis born. The Jesuit spy Jefferson Davis was made a president of the Confederate side of the states to plan and carry out the assassination of President Abraham Lincoln, to make room for the new candidate. The Civil War, just another terror drill, made its economic depression as planned, so it was able to be more easily controlled, as well as helping to bring down the population in America so it was at an acceptable size once again. They do nothing without making profit from it. Nothing for your good. When they say the greater good, they mean theirs. During this time Victor Marie Dupont was an aide-de-camp to Illuminatus Lafayette from 1789 to 1792. He came from France to America in 1800 and soon got involved in Freemasonry. His Masonic career, according to Masonic records, is quite a busy one. In 1808 he signed a Masonic petition to create a lodge at Angelica, New York. In 1813 he joined Washington Lodge No. 1 of Delaware, then joined Knights Templars of Wilmington, Delaware. In 1819 he became Grand Marshal of the Grand Lodge of Delaware, which lasted on and off for several years, and in 1825 he was the Grand Treasurer of the Grand Lodge of Delaware. L. Luther I. Dupont along with Nicholas Biddle and Anastor were chosen to be directors of the newly created United States Bank. By the end of the American Civil War the Dupont family owned all of Delaware and was well known for being Episcopalian. If you are living in America, you can probably find much of your kitchen has DuPont products of some sort: water filters, faucets, hoses, and most chemicals that you use to clean are DuPont Company's products as well. DuPont has developed Vespel, neoprene, nylon, Coria, Teflo, Mylar, Captain, Kevlar, Zemdre, M5 fiber, Omex, Tyvek, Sorua, Corfam, and Lycra. DuPont also developed Freon and many agricultural aids such as Monsanto provides as well. L. Luther Ire DuPont de Nemours and Company was founded in 1802. Some of those who took over various DuPont gunpowder manufacturing affairs were Alfred DuPont and Pierre Samuel DuPont II from 1870 until 1954, and Thomas Coleman DuPont from 1863 to 1930. When the family started in gunpowder in 1802, they dominated the industry, and by the end of the century they had the monopoly on it. Today it is an international industry with corporations in Singapore, Taiwan, Brazil, Australia, UK, Korea, Belgium, Luxembourg and more. The Army and Navy convinced the DuPont dynasty to implement a contract with the Koppel Company in Belgium for smokeless powder, which when the formula was received was found to be inferior to what the Americans were already producing. The ordeal concluded with the DuPonts going with their own formula and setting up a new plant at Carneys Point, New Jersey. Alfred DuPont wasn't busy enough running the family's explosives business and also had a political campaign fighting against Coleman DuPont. Alfred won control of Delaware's politics and in 1911 bought the top paper, the Wilmington Morning News. He soon controlled 9 of Delaware's newspapers and the censorship grew and grew. He was involved in Egyptian occult and after traveling there, returned with a dog named Mummy, who he claimed was his reincarnated familiar spirit. He wrote many letters about his magical dog. Alfred died in 1935 and as the story goes his friend Ed Ball, who ended up marrying his wife and increasing DuPont's fortune to billions by the 60s, is said to have murdered him. So claimed the sister of Ed Ball. So much drama in these families. During the late 1800s to early 1900s we see William DuPont trapped in a miserable marriage with his cousin May. Louis Casey of DuPont committed suicide with a bullet in the library at the Wilmington Club. Alfred was shot in the face by accident on a hunting trip. Not to mention the insanity which plagues this family because of the incessant inbreeding. The DuPonts have numerous cemeteries and institutions, mental facilities and hospitals. They are known for having buildings surrounded by tall thick concrete walls with broken glass embedded across the tops, so none may look in, such as at the Nemours estate. The DuPont facilities are leading in pediatrics and genetics studies. In 1937 a lead chemist for DuPont, Wallace Carothers, was found dead from poison after he made a monumental discovery in polymer research in the DuPont experimental station. A number of the DuPonts have graduated Yale, as well as Harvard, like Emil Francis DuPont and Robert L. DuPont, Jr., a research psychiatrist. Robert was the delegate for the USA at United Nations Commission on Narcotic Drugs from 1973 to 1978. He is especially knowledgeable what drugs will do to a person. Francis Marguerite DuPont we see is deep into genetics research. In 1977 we see Governor Pierre S. DuPont, IV and his wife Elise, heir to the Vauer chain. One of the DuPont's residences can bed year-round and is kept as a museum, in original condition. Known for its gardens, Winterthur was the birthplace of Henry Francis DuPont in 1880. Henry went to Grotto School, an Ivy League Episcopalian boarding school in Massachusetts. The motto of the school is Qui servere est regere, which means to serve is to rule. This school was founded by the son of Samuel Peabody, partner of the London banking firm known as J.P. Morgan and Company, which consequently funded the school. After moving to the USA, son Edicote graduated from Jesuit-controlled Trinity College, Cambridge, married his cousin Phaia and opened the boarding school. He is said to have implemented the Spartan educational system, cold showers and cubicles included. Naturally, being a high society Episcopalian family, we can see the circles of people the families always seem to be around. How the webs connect. Many elitists attended this school, as one would imagine, including Franklin Roosevelt. In 1999, 3 students came out about sexual abuse in the dormitories, and as usual, it was silenced even as others came forward. Henry went on from this school to study horticulture at Harvard University. Yet another Jesuit elite infected school. He expanded Winterthur from a 30-room house to a 175-room house so he could expand on collecting furniture. He was asked by Jackie Kennedy to oversee the White House renovations from 1961 to 1963. The DuPonts today have their hands in the New Age religious movement sweeping the world today, as well as genetics and manufacturing products we have mentioned. The perfect example of how the elite profit whatever way the pendulum swings. When the families want war, they profit. When there comes a new industrial boom, they monopolize it, and if there is anything to be said about it, they will print what you need to know. Also, like most of the elite families, the DuPonts are involved in horse breeding and racing. However, one family member decided to turn whistleblower and expose the DuPonts and others in the international drug trafficking rings. Louis DuPont Smith wrote a book called Doping, which we highly recommend. The book details much of the elite's agendas and procedures. His family got a judge to rule that Louis was incompetent after the scandal, and the court declared that Louis could only have $15,000 of his fortune. The DuPonts also tried to stop his wedding. In 1992, a federal informant saved Louis from getting captured and taken 60 miles into the Atlantic on his father's yacht to be tortured and programmed. His family had hired a motorcycle gang with black hoods and some CIA mercenaries to kidnap Louis. Louis found out and was able to escape, but as the elite families own the justice system, no charges were successful against them. In 2009, we see Robert H. Richards, son of Marianna DuPont Stillmer, charged and convicted of raping his 3-year-old daughter. He was sentenced 8 years in prison, but the sentence was suspended because, well, he is a DuPont and he is protected. Another proud member of the family was John Elliott DuPont, who murdered Olympic gold medal winning wrestler Dave Schultz in 1996. As a DuPont, with all the mental instability and excessive wealth that comes with it, John was a self-made wrestling coach. The Hollywood version of his life can be seen in the movie Foxcatcher. He died in prison in 2010. Emily Pemmy DuPont Frick can be seen in the tabloids and gossip columns, helping to keep the family public front going. After all, the papers they own and control must be filled with something. What could be more sympathy-raising than stories of how her dear old mother of the dynasty is living in squalor, somehow? The great-grandson and heir of Alfred Eyre DuPont, Stephen Dent, was married in 1986 to Valerie Johnson. In 2009 he was extorted, blackmailed, 3 times by his prostitutes whom he would pay tens of thousands of dollars for. Stephen Dent enjoys visiting seekingarrangement.com and setting up extravagant hotels and sex parties costing more than $200,000. He is reported to call those he pays for sex slaves and does vile and vulgar acts. Another jewel of the family is Lamothe DuPont Copeland. The Copeland family is very large in religious movements in America. Together with Moore and William Henry Draper Jr., Lamothe founded the Population Crisis Committee, now known as the Population Action International, as a lobbying organization for government involvement in population control. You can see from its website it is just another United Nations Agenda 2030 pusher. Making profit off of your donations so they can spread more patented diseases and murder worldwide. Lamothe also established the Adelit Fellowship at the University of Delaware, which is listed as one of Harvard's financial aid funds. He died in 1983 but not before having 3 children. His children are Bouchain Vineyards winery owner Gerrit Van Swearing in Copeland. Lamothe DuPont Copeland Jr., nicknamed Martsy, who is Chief Executive Officer of Associates Graphic Services, which he founded and focuses on printing. He is also a trustee of Christie Care Health Services, Brooks School, the Mount Cuba Center for Piedmont Flora, Red Clay Reservation and the University of Delaware Library Associates. His sister is Louisa DuPont Copeland, who is called Mrs. Robert W. Duemling in papers frequently, a convenient way to hide identity in plain sight. She married James Biddle of the Philadelphia Biddles, who are said to be the first family of Philadelphia. Their children are Letitia Copeland Biddle, Pamela Copeland Biddle, and James Copeland Biddle. Letitia was married to Seth Matthew Blitzer by Rabbi Emily Korzik. Letitia graduated from Miss Porter's School and the University of Vermont, an Ivy League school. Ivy League simply means entirely created and controlled by the Jesuit elite. Pamela was married to Joel E. Fishmar by Rabbi Bruce Goldman as well as Episcopalian Reverend Gregory Straub. She graduated from Foxcroft School and the University of Virginia and New York University. Finally, James Copeland Biddle was married to Kristen Ann Cater by an Episcopalian. He was president of BDC Entertainment. These families are not the top of the chain, but they are the ones directly orchestrating your futures through their generations under the orders of the upper elite families. If humanity does not start to think as they do and see the generational links and progressions, then it will never survive. This concludes our chapter on the DuPonts. As we roll right through the history and genealogy of the banking families of the elite, we hope you will begin to see the patterns. We hope you will remember the Naftali Tribe. How it split at Rome, where the papal bloodlines who rule the elite families still focus. How the branch went from the Americas to Scandinavian and settled Pannonian territory, going on to populate the areas as formed tribes. We hope you will remember how they changed their names and locations when they became too well known. How the elite infiltrated rulers through marriage, overtaking France and Europe until they joined their brothers once again in Rome. We hope you can easily see how these families who were given power under the upper families, carry out generational agendas which all culminate and carry out the plan of the One World Order. We hope you will begin to see the web on your own, how the elite rule the world and keep you deceived. So let us begin, without further ado. 1807 John Jacob Astor, born in Waldorf, Duchy of Baden, Germany, was supposedly a butcher who was given a special government privilege by two mysterious Illuminatus upon immigrating to USA. It is said the two men were President Jefferson and Secretary Gallaty. The real story is that John Jacob Astor was a British intelligence agent. Kind of the end of that story, but I will divulge more details anyway. The United States government had placed an embargo on all U.S. ships from sailing with goods in 1807. However, Astor received special permission from two men for his ship to sail with its trade fur and opium cargo. The Committee of 300 chose who would be allowed to trade opium in that time. The Russells are the only other family who got in on the opium trade deal. Astor's fur ship sailed and made close to a $200,000 profit in that day's money. His fur trade business was the most scrupulously run business there was. His employees were paid with letters of credit. Then agents were sent to ambush and kill them, so that the Astor Fur Company could save money. The deaths were blamed on natives. Continuous false accusations on the natives of America created the type of environment they created in Nazi Germany and the United States today. Their constant propaganda and racism perpetuates just that. The aim being depopulation. This worked, creating many wars and many war crimes and atrocities with the Native Americans and natives of other countries occupied by the elite. We will look more at John Astor in a moment. It's important to mention some other history at this time. Albert Pike was born on December 29, 1809, went to Harvard and was a general in the Confederate Army. He was found guilty of treason and pardoned by fellow Freemason President Andrew Johnson. Grand Master of the Order of the Palladium, which is a satanic club, Pike founded the Ku Klux Klan in 1865. That is what we are told anyway. This was simply a renaming of the Knights of the Golden Circle, a branch of the Scottish Rite. Pike was just one in a group of Illuminatus who founded the club. The other two were British agent Judah Benjamin, was also leader of Beerith and worked with fellow agent Dr. Cutter Baruch, also a leader for the Be'oi sect. Together they started the Ku Klux Klan using Jesuit priest Albert Pike as the face of the founding. These three planned Lincoln's assassination. All groups like KKK and other cults always lead back to the same people. It's easy enough to research any one of them. The members of these groups become your doctors, lawyers, senators, pastors. Let's take a look at some of them. Another work done before this letter was written was Operation KKK. Let's see a few Klan members found. And see how these cults are used to steer the elite's agendas. Robert Michael Givens helps the elite control media as a movie director and writer. He is a current leader of the Sons of Confederate Veterans, which is a subgroup of the KKK. Then we can see Dr. James Michael Hill, founder of the League of the South, has published 2 books on Scottish history. He has a mail-order store for Scottish books. He had been a professor at Occidental College until he created the Klan division in 1994. Elite control of education. He once posted on his Facebook page, quote, "Yes, the South has a black problem. It also has a Yankee problem. But our biggest problem, and one even Christian members within our own ranks refuse, or fear, to acknowledge is the Jewry problem. Indeed, organized Jewry has been at the root of most of the South's troubles for the past 100 years. End quote. So long as people feed the elite's agendas to keep us divided, whether it is through religion, politics, class status, job status, or racism, so long as these divisions remain fed by the people, so long will they last. The elite have created racism, the illusion and lie that humans' ethnicities are a dividing factor. This lie permeates through all religions, governments, countries, and people. The race of humanity has been created with a palette only a true artist and designer would pick. What should bring us joy and uncontrollable beauty, what is already so perfect, what gives us the natural differences that make us unique and diverse is exactly what the elite use to keep us divided against each other and blind to them. Only when humanity unites against them, will the elite be destroyed. Knowing this, they must keep us divided. Our differences on all levels is what makes us stronger than them, what gives us what cannot be controlled or stopped. We must come together and use our uniqueness, combine our individual excellences as intended and unite as humanity. Humanity is the opposite of artificial intelligence. The elite want us all to have a hive mind, to be linked to the cloud, to be uploaded and logged and our minds merged with machines as well as our bodies. They want to destroy the last thing that makes us human. Do you not understand? They have divided humanity to the extent they are able to now undo the literal fabric, the DNA, of mankind. And the masses are already flocking to it, racing to the singularity full speed ahead. Blind to the beauty that we already are and the power we already have. But I digress. Let us continue looking at the KKK and how this one group affects society. As said earlier, they are in politics. Gems like Joe Wilson, U.S. Congressman and fame-hungry David Duke, Grand Wizard, Senator and presidential candidate, just like Merlin Miller. Grand Dragon of the East Coast Knights of the Truly Visible Empire, William Walters, who was Republican committeeman, like most are, for 10 years and Neighborhood Watch for 5 until he was discovered. These narrow-minded, indoctrinated, violent, hate-filled puppets of the elite are in every facet of American society. There are countless others and we could go on and on for books. Anonymous has uncovered many KKK members and the information is easy to find on that, so we will continue. The KKK, Beirith, Knights of the Golden Circle are all Freemason groups. The web is very big, but once you take a step back, realize what you are seeing, you can see it clearly as long as you stay vigilant. Stop being blinded by the false divisions the elite make only to fool you. Stop falling for deception every time. Pike wrote a letter to Mafia founder Giuseppe Mazzini in 1871 describing the Brotherhood plan for 3 world wars ending in the New World Order. The letter stated, War 1 would destroy the Tsarist Russia and create a communist puppet employed by bankers. War 2 would create a new Israel to be used as mercenary force for bankers and who would also protect Middle Eastern oil for the Rockefellers and Rothschilds specifically. War 3 would be Arabs versus Zionists. This will culminate in the New World Order, of course controlled by the banker puppets. Albert Pike wrote, "We must provoke a social cataclysm, which in all its horror, everywhere the citizens, obliged to defend themselves, against the world minority, of revolutionaries, will receive the true light. Through the pure doctrine of Lucifer, brought finally out into public view. Do you not see we are there now? The War of 1812 profited Astor greatly. Astor worked together with George Clinton, another member of the Illuminati, on land deals. British intelligence worked for the Committee of 300 and for the 13 families. John Coleman and John Jacob Astor were British secret agents. DeWitt Clinton, who lost the presidential candidacy, was associated with the Illuminati, as was his uncle George Clinton, vice president to Thomas Jefferson. It runs in the family. Jefferson once told Astor that he hoped for the establishment of an independent nation on the Pacific coast, bound to the United States by ties of blood, language and friendship. Franklin Hughes Delano was born in 1813, heir to a huge oil fortune, and married Lavia Astor, daughter of William Backhouse Astor. James Roosevelt married Helen Astor, daughter of William Backhouse, Jr., and the next James Roosevelt married the sister of Lady Nancy Astor. This connects President Roosevelt to the Astors, Freemasons and Illuminati not only by station but by blood. Now we will spend more time on John Jacob Astor. Astor or Astarte means star, like the one they worship, also another name for Lucifer. Let's trace his real roots once and for all. Johann Jacob Astor was born July 17, 1763. He had 8 children with his wife, Sarah Cox Todd, of the Brevoort family, devout Satanists. 3 of them died almost instantly and 1 was mentally ill and sickly. This is very common among these families because of the blood as well as rituals they perform involving child sacrifice. He was worth $110.1 billion as of 2006. It's easy to follow his line through his son William Backhouse Astor. For now, let's look back. John was the son of Johann Jacob Astor, also known as Jacob Astor Metzger, and Maria Magdalena Vorfelder, also called von Berg. Speaking of Berg, one of his descendants, John Jacob Astor IV, went down with the Titanic. John and his cousin William Waldorf built the first Waldorf Astoria Hotel on the corner of 33rd and 5th, 13 stories high. The Empire State Building was built on the same spot and opened in 1987. 33 is the highest level of Freemasonry. Levels are used in all of the elite's cults. They live on hierarchy. Only when one reaches the 33rd level, is one told the true intentions of that cult, whether it is Illuminati or Freemasonry and others. Only the select few are chosen, and only the select few will ever be told the agenda. Those not chosen who wish to know the truth must be wise and understand their mind and study them without indoctrination to see truth. Back to John Astor. He arrived in the US in 1783. We find that his connections had not only been made since birth but also through his occupation as a secret agent, which also comes with the blood. In 1901 the Astors helped create the Pilgrim Society, a cover organization for American and British 6 degrees princes of the Illuminati. By following this club you can follow the Astor clan. Let's look a bit deeper into where they come from, as our goal is to expose the lineage back to Cain, as they claim. We must link them back again to the Pannonian area and Rome where they came from. Jacob Astor Metzger, also Johann Astor, did live in Waldorf, Germany. However, the entire rest of the line is found in Britain and Switzerland and are one of the founding families and main supporters of the group Skull and Bones, Britain chapter. Johann Jacob Astor, a butcher, married Maria Magdalena Vorfelder, and apparently that's as far back as we can go according to our publicly accessible history. Well, we have a problem. We don't trust or listen to what any government tells us. So we will continue with what we have discovered through many different files collected from churches, census and immigration records, and much more. You want to know truth? There are no simple answers or links to articles that explain this out. This is a summary of an entire history of research into all things that come from the genealogy of the elite. This work is only done because those who rule you know this and say nothing to you. No one is saying it. And because no one speaks, you live in lies. This is why we do this. This is why we read every article, site, video, book, letter, census, certificate, and picture on the internet, pertaining to the elite genealogies in order to see through the deceptions and misguidances. It must be exposed. The enemy must be understood and known, if it is to be stopped. These are your masters, we show them to you in this series, laid bare for you. Because no one else will. The bloodline changed names so frequently it's dizzying. Here is a short list, believe it or not. They changed from Astor to Betsa to Bristed, Ward to Withrope, Schaller, White, Francis, Picma, and Stock-Femore. Margaret Aldrich married Christopher Rand, then Byron de Mott. The name Aldrich comes into play, then changes again to Von Agel, Morgan, and Whitney, Collins and Vanderbilt. Johnson to Emmett. Egerton White Schaller died of a brain tumor in 1882. Like many with their blood, she had a son who died at or before birth. Schaller is the largest of the American Astor branch today. Heathcote, Drummond, Willoughby, and Leghorn are seen around the 40s. Then Frakel, Woodward, McIntosh, Smith, Carey, Van Ale, later Walden. Then Helen Shea Mahorn Astor married James Roosevelt, Sr., the half-brother of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Fargo, Drayton and Wilson names then follow the lineage to MC Ewan. As of the 1980s, the Astors started relocating to their homeland of Britain, and only small traces are seen in the USA now. This is a very, very short list of last names they go by, however, it will be enough for you to follow the trail. Sorry to go backwards in time, but it's easiest to work from what we know back to the tribes, at this point. Looking further, we can see in 1620, in the Alpine town of Chiavia, Giova Pietro Astor was born. He fled during the Counter-Reformation with his wife and 2 children to Zurich. He changed his name to Hans Peter Astor. His descendants can be easily traced in Switzerland till Johann Jacob was born. Johann Jacob then moved to Usloch in Baden and had 1 son we know of, Felix. In 1713 Felix moved to Waldorf to live in his wife, Eva Dorothea Freud's, estate. He also owned a vineyard in nearby Wieslach. He had 20 children. Most have moved from the area and we see them in Britain and America. His son Johann Jacob Astor stayed in Waldorf and did become a butcher. His eldest son, George, went to London and employed John Jacob, his brother, in 1779. George was not a butcher as history tells us, that was his father, and therein lies the deception. There is the rewriting of just enough history to hide their generations. John Jacob married Maria and we know the rest from there. Now, if you're up for it, we will see if we can't prove our point even further. We see Antoine d'Astaug in 1676, married to Marie de Mary. Their daughter Aimée d'Astaug can be traced easy enough through to Marie Antoinette and daughter Louise d'Astaug, born in Les Bastide-Murat, Lot, Midi-Pyrénées, France. Another Astor, Jean-Michel d'Astaug-Obeid, was a canon regular and vicar capitular of Pamiers. Born in 1639 and educated at Toulouse, France, he entered the seminary of Pamiers and joined the canons regular. After the death of Bishop François Corlet, he was chosen as administrator of the diocese. He did not recognize royal nominations and excommunicated the canons appointed by the king. He was arrested by royal order and imprisoned for 6 years at Quay, where he died in 1692. This lineage goes back in time and is relatively easy to follow, if you know where to look. We see Charlotte de Valois-Capet murdered in 1477, and in 1462 we see Philippa II, born in France. Also known as Philippe von Harlichtenberg, was married to Anne de Iceberg-Buddage. His sister was Marguerite, and parents, Philippe I Harbade-House. The Astor line, like the DuPont we discussed before, took the name where their ancestors came from. We can easily locate the family back to Baden, Germany, which was in the land the tribes occupied. Again we find the links. Philippe I was married to Agnes de Lichtenberg. A few knights of the family are Pedro de Astorga, who was a knight from Leon, Spain, killed in the Crusades 1203. There is now an Episcopal Astorga cathedral called Catedral e Palacio Episcopal de Astorga in Leon. His name can easily be found along with his lineage. Pierre d'Astaug served under Simon de Montfort, Comte de Toulouse, at the Battle of Muret, 1213, where the King Peter of Arioch was killed. Bernard d'Astaug is another crusader from Toulouse. Jean-Jacques d'Astaug was a knight of the Order of Saint John of Jerusalem, and when the people woke up, the knights were disbanded and he fled to Germany and settled in Baden. This line is easily followed back to René I Dorfelder, also known as Richard von Dorfelde, in 1026. The lords of Har can be traced back easy from here through Germany, Spain and Italy, leading back to the tribes, connecting the bloodline of the Astors to Cain, again. So, let's move up to date. Back to 1812 USA, we see the Freemason Jefferson clan was not blind as far as the bank went and did oppose it, to no avail. They fought against the removal of the 13th Amendment and failed, as we can see today. The 13th Amendment forbade any lawyer, anyone with titles of nobility, to become president, since they can be bought and controlled and are professionally trained to deceive. That amendment was secretly deleted from the Constitution, and lawyers have been in office ever since. It is almost a requirement, just as it was for the popes in Rome. The British referred to knights as squires and those who bore the knight's shields as esquires, which is the term still used for lawyers today. America has always had a class system due to the fact that it is a British colony, and until it is actually destroyed and the United States becomes its own country, there can be no change. Until the word honor is written back into the Constitution, as it was in the 13th Amendment, the government will continue to systematically deceive and abuse the people. Upon the printing of paper which is valueless, fake money, gold and silver became scarce, the United States citizens lost any power they had and became slaves to the fake money system. Still today you can see the elite's phrase on the back of all USA currency, Ovus Ordo Seclorum, a new order of the ages. The War of 1812 was financed with printed continental bills which equaled $400 million. At that time the value dropped so low what used to be regular currency and what is still today the only legal currency. Legal meaning gold or silver coin. Costing between 1,000 to 5,000 paper bills. The only legal tender the USA has are gold and silver coins from the US Mint from year 1933 and before. The Constitution prohibited paper money, and because no one listened or cherished their rights then, Americans are still enslaved and still have the same issues, and still no one cares enough to do something about it. Of the people, for the people and by the people means being held accountable to the public. This would make a truly revolutionary, radical, strong, free and wonderful country. That would be a country built on the ideals of true anarchy. I know, you have been given the government's false definition of anarchy. Look it up and learn what anarchy really is. It is free of government, where people live as humanity is supposed to, in peace, as equals, without rulers. Taking care of each other in trading of goods as a community. In 1837 a financial panic was executed in order for the Astors and other families to close mortgage debts and other schemes, as with every economic collapse. Jehovah's Witnesses trace their origins to the 19th century Adventist movement in America, created by William Miller, a Baptist lay preacher whom, in the year 1816, began proclaiming that Christ would return in 1843. Don't worry, it didn't happen. However, he did get a large, instant following by proclaiming this several different times. The Branch Davidian who died at Waco, Texas, under the leadership of David Koresh were also created by William Miller. They use religion to herd you like cattle. Back to history of the time period, in the 1830s, the DuPonts organized a local militia called the Brady Rangers, whose flag was a beehive on white silk. We can see the bee and beehive symbolism in Freemasonry and have discussed the bee, which we see now as the Fleur-De-Lys. The bee is also the male aspect of this occult symbol. The flower being the female, as the bee is often depicted on a lotus or other flower. The bee have one queen, as do the elite. The beehive represents the elite quite well, as they are those who will attack, sting, torture, poison, murder any who try to move it. And as we have discussed before, it is a good representation of the elite agenda for the hive mind. No free thought outside of the elite's box of control. This symbolism also links to the pentagram symbols as well as the cube symbols. That is how the occult mind works. It encompasses every twisting and manipulation of the organic and pure. Lafayette visited the DuPonts in Delaware the summer of 1825. Henry Clay was Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Kentucky and Grand Orator. The DuPonts played a role building of the American capital Washington, D.C., which was laid out and constructed with numerous occult patterns just like the rest of the American, British, Egyptian, Roman, French and other pan-Neon tribe landmarks. The third city-state was complete, and the trinity of power the elite hold on this earth was fully operational. 1835 July 3rd, Michael Chandler came to show his Egyptian mummies and artifacts. The Mormons in the area told the traveling showman how their prophet, Joseph Smith, had the ability to translate the papyri, having allegedly done so, causing the creation of the Mormon religion. In reality, he was drugged by the CIA. They read passages of the Bible to him and made him write down what he heard. They made fake papyri to fool the public into thinking he had translated them. The families created and funded Smith through the CIA to use him as a front. This is the same story for every religion, as we have exposed before. Religion is a tool to make you a fool. Free yourself from the brainwashing. During this time, Britain started its decades-long series of opium wars with China. In China, 1839, the emperor has appointed Lin Cixu Commissioner of Canton to help fight the drug war they were having. The terror group of the day was the Triad Gang. The British Jesuit Church of England funded and created group, Triad Society, also known as the Society of Heaven and Earth. Still, they don't go out of their way to be original with names. 30 Tyrants, ISIS, Triad Society. Francis David Langhorne Astor was born in 1912 London, England, the third child of American-born Waldorf Astor and Nancy Witcher Langhorne. Waldorf Astor was a rich New York Astor who owned The Observer and edited for other papers until he bought them out and was involved in politics, as was his wife. Francis David also involved in papers, and even though he failed Oxford because of his nerves, he was able to serve with distinction, it seems, as a Royal Marines officer in France. He went on to influence the propaganda machine of the elite through news, and Richard Astor, his son, took over after him. We see Caroline, cousin of David's father, Waldorf Astor, from 1897 to 1961. Caroline Astor Drayton Phillips, wife of William Phillips. They had 6 children. As a Harvard alumnus, Harvard has her diaries in safekeeping, including letters between Caroline and Waldorf, Roosevelt, and others. We can also see she was a channeler. Many of her letters from Olivia Cutting reference the early death of Olivia's son and Caroline's close friend, William Bayard Cutting, Jr. They also discuss Olivia's attempts to contact him after his death. March 12, 1916, and December 16, 1919, Caroline attempted to contact Bayard by means of what they call automatic or spirit writing. Allowing a spirit to possess your body and use it to communicate. In 1973 we find William Astor Drayton oversaw extensive gold exploration and mining operations, primarily in British Columbia. William was the great-grandson of John Jacob Astor. As you remember, John Astor was the one used to set up a corporate trade trust in America and Canada, which led to him having to relocate to England, where we find William and his family. William had a son, William Astor Drayton Jr., and a daughter, Countess Margaret Astor Drayton Rivetlow, and moved them back to Connecticut, USA, where he died. In 1942, Countess Margaret Rivetlow married Count Kurt Haugwitz Hardeberg Rivetlow, who died in 1969. Margaret founded Connecticut Volunteer Services for the Blind and Handicapped and was president until 2011. Having died in 2014, we see her children Alida Albright and her son Richard Haugwitz Rivetlow. Her granddaughter Leslie Merrill Zimmerman is married to Mark Robert Zimmerman, who is an account executive with the J. Walter Thompson Company in New York, graduated cum laude from Princeton University. In 2007 we see Prime Minister David Cameron's cousin-in-law, Brooke Astor, dies at the age of 105. She had been awarded the United States top civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, for her charitable efforts. Husband Vincent Astor and Brooke had one child, Anthony Marshall. Anthony coincidentally has a Purple Heart from Iwo Jima. We see some more family drama in 2013 when Anthony apparently became too greedy and started using his inheritance before his time. The whole bucket of relatives crawled out of the woodwork for this event. Henry Kissinger, Barbara Walters and David Rockefeller provided testimony in court charging Marshall with elder abuse. We have seen many family members cast out when they are not approved of any longer, and greed is a powerful temptation. Like pride, it only leads to misery. These histories become monotonous after a while. So let us keep moving, and we will see you next time. As we continue through the lower families of the elite, we come to the Collinses. Let us jump right in. The Collins, like the others, use many names including Todd, Whitney, Putnam and Russell. In the 1840s, John Anderson Collins was intimately involved with the Illuminati plots involving Unitarians, a form of Rosicrucians or Masons. He worked with William Lloyd Garrison and Illuminati groups which created militant abolitionists to wage war against the South. John Anderson Collins was a socialist and attempted several communist social experiments. Also, William Collins Whitney was born. He was the power behind his puppet, President Cleveland. He also directed a group of powerful, important capitalists called the Whitney Group. The Collins blood changed names to Whitney and later Payne. William married Flora Payne's family, which has been a big part of the Rockefellers and Standard Oil. William and his two sons were part of the core influence in the Order of the Skull and Bones, also known as Order of Death, Corporation Star and the Order. Harry Payne Whitney married cousin Gertrude Vanderbilt in 1896. Now you see how the Collins blood and the Whitneys also runs in the Vanderbilt family. John Collins was 38 when the Titanic sunk. He was able to escape on Lifeboat 1. We see quite a few Collinses on sinking ships. Many Collinses can also be seen in Hollywood. Now we will jump back a bit further. As we have seen previously, 1730 gave us Sarah A. Collins. We see Thomas Collins around 1485, born in Bramford, Suffolk, England. Thomas's grandfather, with many greats of Francis Collins, aka Collins, born 1635, who came to America from Wolvercote, Oxfordshire, England. Francis moved to New Jersey, where William Penn had given him the deed for land, 500 acres of which he surveyed and built his house on. He was a judge for the Supreme Court of Jersey and died in 1720 Northampton TWP, Burlington Co., New Jersey. In 1770 John Collins was appointed Provincial Grand Master over Quebec by the British Masonic Grand Master Lord Petre. Around this time, just before the American Civil War, the Collins family changes their name to Todd. We see this name frequently. About 1514 Elizabeth Collins becomes a chamberer to Queen Catherine of Aragon. She must have been well liked or well in control, for she received many gifts such as a gown of damask furred, 11 yards of russet damask with edge, cuffs, and collar furred with mink and lined with caliber. Later she was given a grant of clothing in honor of her marriage of 11 yards of russet satin, black satin for a kirtle, and crimson velvet, mink, and caliber for the kirtle's hem. However, looking at the list of chamberers the Queen at this time had, many were of the Collins line, just with different spellings. In the 1970s Yvonne Collins, whose cult name was Legia meaning Lucifer's bride, was on the Grande Druid Council and caused some financial problems for Jerry Falwell when he did not listen well enough. All religious groups follow under the directives given to them by the Grande Druid Council. It all leads to the Vatican. Tom Collins has become a legend of sorts and is used to warn others about speaking out against the Illuminati. He became a Christ believer and tried to expose Illuminati and was shot in a grocery store parking lot. Today, remember Tom Collins can be heard echoing through the clubs. John Todd aka Christopher Collis was a leader of 65,000 Illuminati priests and priestesses. He exposed the Illuminati and was imprisoned under charges of rape in 1972. In 1994 he was released and murdered by his family. They have no problem killing their own. Life is not what matters to them. You can find his leaks, recorded on tapes which were smuggled out of the prison, online, as every fact in this document. It is not hidden, it is just not put together and given to you. The elite live and look like normal, everyday folk. Don't be fanatical about this. They look and act like your neighbors and are generally very likable. They think of you as sheep, who isn't kind to their work animals. They treat you as such. That is their manipulation, and people fall for it every time. This must end. Stop being fooled. In most cases lies are sweeter, easier and are responded to with much more adoration. However, this does not make it right. You do not catch more flies with honey. Only the truth, the real facts, even if they are hard or unpopular as the truth usually is, will set you free. These people kill and discredit all who spread the truth, especially the truth about them. We see this with hundreds and thousands of whistleblowers today. Real-life people who could be living in a house, like you, or a nice apartment, being able to walk in the park or run to catch the bus, instead are locked up, hidden, kept from you. People who speak the truth are silenced. This can be stopped with everyone waking up. Most likely, you reading this will never be able to find the stories of how we were murdered by them. We can only hope that the truth in this document will reach you and that you will listen and be so moved that you must stand up for yourself and your people, humanity, once and for all. We can follow the Collinses to the Kellys in Ireland 1480s as well as England, which seems to be their main place of residence. Alice Le Scott Acton in the 1300s of Stretto, Shropshire, England was Alice Collis before marriage. Daughter of Sir Walter Collins in 1280, Knight of Stretto and Alice Storto. Sir Walter also went as Colling and Collis. Alice's siblings were Cecily, married to Walter Cambrai of Stretto, and Dorothy, married Jekys Cambrai of Willato. Sir Walter's grandchildren had the last names, Jakes and Rich. If we look closer at the archive records, in this area, at this time, we see that the Collinses come from the British Isles as a Collins in Ireland and Collis in Scotland. More names in the distant lineage are Nicholas, Nicholson, Nixon, Cole, Colett, Colso, Glascock, Glasso, Cullen, O'Quilia. The French name Colli means hill. This family, being one of the leading spiritual families, changed their name with practically every generation. Their private dealings have stayed out of the spotlight and they know how to cover their tracks well. Carlius d'Euil shows up in 1273 in Leicestershire, but we know even before then, they came from the Celts of the Naftali Tribe. The ancient genealogies record the Collars, who lived in Ireland in the 300s and on. Descendants of kings, lords, chiefs, and saints, the Collars are described as warlike princes, and the mightiest of the brave. The father, Eochi Doimli, son of Caer-Balifi Akar, who was a legend of his own right, was High King of Ireland. While taking over territory, the three brothers, Car El-Kala Uais, Myrodachkala Fo Crioch, and Aedkalami, conquered present Louth, Monaghan, and Omagh. Aedkalami died in one of these battles. Kalada Crioch, founder and first king of the Kingdom of Oriel, the conquered land, died about the year 357 AD. The Kala clan were kings of Oriel through the 12th century. Kala de Crioche sought to restore the monarchy to their line. The Kala brothers were exiled by their cousin who was king in Ireland at the time, and lived in Scotland called Alba, after the death of their uncle. They knew the king of Alba well and were helped by the Druids and pardoned by the Irish king and invited back to Ireland. Kala is the name of the Scythes clan in Ireland. Meanwhile the Conni clan in present-day Portugal were allies of Rome. They fought together during the Lusitania War from 155 to 139 BC. The Kala's city Coistages was destroyed supposedly because of their alliance with the Romans. Herodotus writes that the Conni were the westernmost dwellers of Europe and separated from the Celts of Ireland. Their weapon was a falx. There are numerous names used for the Kalas. Regardless of the name, their DNA, habits, beliefs, and descriptions give them away every time. Let's take a few lines to describe the Druids. The Druids were an elite sect of the Naftali tribe who stayed off in the Celtic areas long ago. They were later the leaders of the Gaulish and Celtic society. The spiritual advisors, they are the Kaga or Pope. They had respect worldwide and were known for their philosophy, sacrifices and occult power. Julius Caesar describes them as one of the two respected classes along with the equites, equestrians. Caesar further notes that many men were trained to be druids and learned everything through memory, which is done today, nothing written down. He also stated that they taught the souls do not perish, but after death pass from one to another. Luciferians do this ritual today. The one taking over the lead position kills the current leader in a ritual which ends with the leader's last breath being inhaled by the one taking over. Passing power. Just like the other Luciferians, Zoroasters, and what have you, the Druids watch the stars, their movements, the size of the cosmos as well as the earth, the world of nature, and the powers of deities. They were administrators during rituals of human sacrifices, including burning people alive in the Wicker Man, which is still celebrated today. The Wicker Man is a large voodoo doll, made from wood inside which a person was placed and the whole thing set on fire. Their weapon was a hand sickle, a small falx. So, let's move on, shall we? 1844 Joseph Smith is murdered along with Joseph Smith Jr., who was a satanic ritual abuse victim who spoke out privately about the Illuminati families. As we have already exposed, the Mormons, as well as the Jehovah's Witnesses, Islam and others, were created to suit the family's mind control needs according to the time, implementing the use of LSD and other methods as needed. 1944 Brigham Young took command of the Mormon Church. His grandmother was Sibyl Brigham, a prophetess from the Kedar tribe lineage. Brigham Young and his family practiced magic in honor of their heritage, which they traced through the Collinses to the Merovingian dynasty, which we all know leads directly back to Cain. The Merovingian family symbol of the bee is also the symbol for the Mormon Church, Utah, and many of their things. As we have discussed before, although a public split occurred between Mormonism and Masonry, before the Mormons went to Utah, that was only for public consumption. Most things that you hear about are only to appease you and keep you satisfied and looking away from the real activities. Nothing changes. The leadership have coordinated activities, as the religion is really a high rite of Freemasonry. Mormons hold Masonic schools. During the same time, John Bartholomew MacDonald built the New York subway system. When he died, the electricity in all the subway system was shut off for 2 minutes out of respect. He built the Vanderbilt tunnels and other items. In the late 1800s, G.P. Putnam monthly magazine, G.P. Putnam's Sons, was created by George Putnam, a Mason, who married Amelia Earhart, another member of the bloodline. June the 25th and June the 26th, 1865, Secretary of War Edward Stanton, Jefferson Davis and a secret cabinet including Judah Benjamin, funded Jacob Thomas, through the Bank of Montreal, to assassinate Lincoln. Once this was done, all papers of this event were sealed in either the Bank of Montreal or the Department of Defense's vault. The reports have never been released. A few lines for Old Abe. President Abraham Lincoln, in 1861, went to the big banks in New York, which are owned by the Rothschilds, to try to receive loans to support the Civil War. They offer him a deal he can't accept: 24% to 36% interest on all money loaned. Lincoln, livid about the financial rape of the Rothschilds, prints his own money, debt-free, and tells the citizens that it is legal tender for public and private debts. We have seen this happen even back in ancient Rome. We know the outcome as well. By April of 1862, $449,338,902 worth of the debt-free money had been printed and distributed. He stated, "We gave the people of this republic the greatest blessing they ever had, their own paper money to pay their own debts." Abraham Lincoln was killed in 1865 by puppet Patsy John Wilkes Booth, who is a confirmed Mason. That year the Times of London publishes a story saying if Lincoln's plan worked and the money held up, then America with their new currency would be prosperous beyond precedent in the history of the civilized governments of the world. Further, they stated that everyone, all over the world, would flock to America and that the government must be destroyed or it will ruin the monarchies around the globe. This is how fragile the elite really are. In 1863 Lincoln found out that Tsar of Russia, Alexander II, was having problems with the Rothschilds since he refused to allow the central bank in Russia, which is still not allowed in Russia. The Tsar offers to help President Lincoln if either England or France would actively participate in the American Civil War, and help the South. Russia would take their involvement as a declaration of war and help Lincoln. To prove his sincerity, in the Russian way, he sent part of his fleet to port in San Francisco and part to New York. Abraham Lincoln wins the election in 1864, which enrages the Rothschilds, who had their puppet ready to go. A year later Lincoln addresses Congress saying, quote, "I have two great enemies, the Southern Army in front of me, and the financial institutions in the rear. Of the two, the one in my rear is my greatest foe." End quote. The same year, on April the 14th, President Lincoln is assassinated. Less than 2 months later, the end of the American Civil War. During this time, Jean Henry Douhet, the founder of the Red Cross, founder of the world's Young Men Christian Foundation, now the YMCA, co-winner of the first Nobel Prize for Peace in 1901, is confirmed Mason. Red Cross admits they helped transfer Nazis, SS and Hitler to the CIA, who changed their names and set them up in America and around the world, after World War II. Besides this, we know already the Red Cross carried out the Vatican's agendas for depopulation, going to the poor, need and sick, and injecting them with vaccines to wipe them out, meanwhile taking their children to be sold for the elite. They must have fresh blood for their rituals. Now you know why so many children go missing, especially in the USA, South America, and so many other countries, never to be heard from again. Time to wake up. You live in a disgusting world. Until you change it, it will only get worse. In 1868, the Mafia comes to America. The first godfather, born 1805, Giuseppe Mazzini, formed a well-controlled gang which was dubbed the Mafia, standing for the phrase Mazzi Nickel Autorizza Furti, ICD, Iattatati, which translates to Mazzini authorizes theft, arson, and kidnapping. His protégés Machaca and Matraga were planted in New Orleans to spread the business in the States. Machaca's group of about 150 was called the Innocents. Their uniform was a white cape with the red Maltese cross, the same symbols used by the Vatican, Nazis, KKK, all orders by the elite since the Bronze Age. This gang, each armed with a gun, would march down streets and shoot every black American they saw. Their leader, Machaca, was later broken out of prison, dragged in the street and lynched. Matraga's mafia decided to go legit. The drug side of the elite is, believe it or not, even more depraved and disgusting and cruel than what we discuss here. If you wish to know more about the mafias, it's easy to find a ton of information. We will move on. 1869 The Suez Canal is constructed by de Lesseps, according to St. Simon's plan for the New World Order which we discussed before. 1872 Charles Taze Russell, one of the founders of the International Bible Students Association, was forerunner of the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society. Jehovah's Witnesses were first called Russellites after the Russell elite family who created them. They were also called Millennial Dawnists, and International Bible Students. Boy, that makes it sound so smart and cool, right? Russell was a Knights Templar Mason of York Rite, in Pennsylvania, confirmed Mason who had a secret Rosicrucian membership with the Quaker Town, Pennsylvania group of Rosicrucians, as revealed by the pyramid he ordered erected over his grave site. His trademark symbol was the winged sun disk, which is seen in the elite's Zoroastrianism of long ago, also shown in their Egyptian and Aztec cultures. He owned a cemetery in Pittsburgh. Today leading Satanists own cemeteries for several reasons. One, it makes the disposal of human sacrifices easy, usually buried below the fresh holes dug for someone else's burial. When the casket is placed in the hole, rarely would anyone dig below casket ever again. 2. Power is associated with cemeteries according to their satanic beliefs. 3. Specific bones are sought, such as the skulls and left hands. Left hands are preserved in order to hold candles for certain ceremonies. With the recent Pizzagate and Bill Gates Gate and other pedo rings uncovered, it is easy to see the proof that the elite who rule us today are still child rapists and murderers. When he was 23 years old, Russell received a copy of the Herald of the Morning, an Adventist magazine published by Nelson H. Barber of Rochester, New York. One of the distinguishing features of Barber's group at that time was their belief that Christ returned invisibly in 1874, and this concept was presented in the Herald captured Russell's attention, and he became the magazine's financial backer and was added to the club as an assistant editor. Around 1878 to 1941 we must note Angus Daniel MacDonald is the railroad president, trustee of Notre Dame, Knights of Malta, and member of the Bohemian Club. Russell quit the staff of the Adventist magazine and started his own after false claims of the rapture kept being spread by Barber. He called his magazine Zio's Watchtower and Herald of Christ's Presence and published its first issue with the date July 1879. At this point Charles Russell no longer wanted to consider himself an Adventist, or Millerite, but he continued to view Miller and Barber as instruments chosen by God to lead his people in the past. At this time, Waldorf, meaning Forest Village, the second Viscount Astor, great-great-grandson to John Jacob Astor, was married to Nancy Witcher Viscountess. Waldorf Astor owned the Observer, a Sunday paper in England. They always own the paper, or the radio, or the railroad, or the movie producers. Whatever will influence you, they control. Freemasons and the Illuminati own the newspaper, all printing presses and television stations, and all of Hollywood, as they were the ones who created them. What they didn't create themselves, they bought or murdered for and stole from those who did. They have done this through history and we hope you can see it. They own our educational systems, having written the books themselves, and have founded most of the colleges. Same with the medical field and more. The Mormon Church canonized the Book of Abraham and it became part of the Pearl of Great Price, standing side by side with the Bible, Book of Mormon and Doctrine and Covenants, as part of Mormonism's standard works. The supposed translation of the papyrus found with the mummies in 1835 by Joseph Smith. Nothing more than what the elite Zoroasters did when they contracted Muhammad to write the Quran. The world's women's Christian temperance union was formed, originally the Order of Good Templars, later led the Prohibition. The Astors were also involved in the temperance movement against alcohol, which was begun by the Women's Christian Temperance Union. The temperance movement, like the Prohibition, was an elite-created movement just like today we have big issues like Black Lives Matter, Occupy Wall Street and now the Patriot movement in Oregon, which are made up by them to keep you busy and divided. Joseph Kennedy and the Oasis are just two of the families who got rich off of the temperance movement and prohibition by bootlegging. Today's equivalent of the movements is the legalizatio of marijuana. Anything you can get for free, they will take from you. 1884 The Fabian Society was founded in England. The name is derived from the Roman general Fabius Cunctator, connected to the Salic Franks. Professor George Edward Gordon Catley, Pilgrim Society member, was a member of the Fabian Society's executive committee. The Fabian logo is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Pan, the half-goat /half-man faun who represents Satyr, uses not only his pan flute to hypnotize his victims into doing his every wish, and deceives men, women, children and beasts into sex by wearing a sheep's cloth to hide his black fur. The Fabian Society's members include the authors of books like A Modern Utopia, The Open Conspiracy Blueprints for a World Revolution, and The New World Order by H.G. Wells. In the same year O'Connell vs. Rex caused the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals to state, if the jury feels the law is unjust, we recognize the undisputed power of the jury to acquit, even if its verdict is contrary to the law as given by a judge, and contrary to the evidence. It doesn't matter what the law is because as of 1880s the jury was given rule over the law. The jury. People like you, your boss, your mailman, you nurse, have right to simply say, well, we just don't like that law so let's disregard that one this time. So, if people on the jury have something against you, they can, based on personal opinion, declare the written law and the verdict null and void. Think of this when you see child rapists like Thomas Boat who walk free because of lawyers like District Attorney Jason D. Ferguson who belittle the seriousness of crime and the responsibility of their position by stating it's too tough for children to be in court. How about it's too tough for children to be raped? An easy way to deflect justice and reward abominations. Cowards like this run the courts and cases like Kedrick Johnson's murder go completely unsolved and practically unnoticed. If Kedrick's parents were not as persistent in their fight for their son, not one word would have been said about it. It takes great courage to be a truth seeker. We should all have their valor and honor. There is no justice, it was destroyed ages ago while you, your parents, your grandparents and their parents slept. Now there is just us. 1885 Leland Stanford was founder of Stanford University, a privately controlled co-educational institution of higher learning at Stanford, California as well as branch campuses in France, Italy, Germany, Austria, Japan, Taiwan, and England. He drove the Gold Spike, linking the Intercontinental Railroad, also a confirmed Mason. One short story, William Waldorf Astor purchased an estate called Cliveden for $1.25 million a year before his wife died. In 1894 Mammy, Lady Astor, died at the age of 36. William, devastated, becomes a recluse at Cliveden, a fortress in Britain. His son Waldorf was given Cliveden, at the same time he gave Nancy Langhorne, who he met and fell in love with a year earlier, a tiara containing the famous Sancy diamond which is 55 carats and is now kept in the Louvre in Paris. Cliveden is an interesting refuge for the elite, overlooking the Thames. It's easy to follow the bloodlines through this house alone for some time. In 1969 Stanford University leased the place for use as the school until 1983. In the 1700s the place burned down, leaving the wings only. Upon starting to rebuild the main section, fire broke out again. A water tower was completed in 1861 with a sculpture on top of the tower, the Spirit of Liberty, as in the Place de la Bastille in Paris. The first owners, the Maffields, sold it to the Astors. John Churto Collins wrote 2 books on Voltaire by 1908. He lectured in the US and Germany and naturally, the press always gave him great press coverage. He was involved with a cult and was found dead under peculiar circumstances, in a ditch. Frederick Auguste Bartholdi, the sculptor of the Statue of Liberty, was a Mason as well. The Masons referred to her as Libertas, but she was the remake of Babylonian goddess Ishtar, whose male form is Mithras. There is always male and female, black and white, opposites of each. Let us take a moment to look further into America's Lady Liberty. Ishtar, Osiris, Ashtoreth, Libertas, Dart, Isis, Mithras, Apollo, Diana, Venus, Aphrodite, Baal, whatever name you want to use, was the goddess of freedom and liberty. Freedom meaning personal sexual freedom. Libertas was also a goddess of victory and war, fighting for sexual freedom, and we see yet again, the meaning of words is changed and twisted to relate it to immigrants or legal, religious, or mental freedom. She is also depicted wearing a wreath, carrying a spear or sword or scales. There are many sculptures and paintings of her with fine robes on, as well as nude, as well as depicted as a male. She was used on coins in ancient Rome. We have been lied to about our history and kept in the dark about the world. We only hear and see what they want us to. If you want to know about your belief, you must find the original writings, translate them yourself, learn, study and grow. The lies can be weeded out if you research original documents. You will have to translate many of them like we did for this book. It is the price we must pay for our complacency. A notable person, Vincent Astor, is born in 1891. To possibly give you a better idea of how much one of the men on a smaller branch of the elite's family tree actually controls, Vincent was a member of 41 clubs. He was director of American Express Company, Atlantic Fruit and Sugar Company, Chase Manhattan Bank, of the Rockefellers, City and Suburban Homes Company, Classical Cinematograph Corporation, Cuban Dominican Sugar Company, Great Northern Railroad, Illinois Central Railroad, International Mercantile Marine Company, National Park Bank of New York, New York County Trust Company, Weekly Publications Incorporated, Western Union Telegraph Trustee New York, and Zoological Society. He also finds time to be advisor to Bankers Trust of New York and member of the American Museum of Natural History, National Institution of Social Sciences, just to name a few. This is only one man. One insignificant man in the families. Just like that one company we looked at earlier. Webb's. Harry Payne Whitney and Gertrude Vanderbilt's son Cornelius Vanderbilt Whitney, married Marie Norton, who later married W. Averell Harriman, who helped finance Hitler to power. Their descendant Pam Harriman was the puppet master behind Bill Clinton, who is a Collins. Through them we can easily see the Collins line and will discuss it more as it intertwines with the other families. Hillary Clinton is a scandal-ridden elite, however she will be used and is expected to win the next election. Yes, she lost to Trump, but she will run again and likely win as planned. The past campaign we discovered much of Clinton and as usual, it changed nothing. Discovering that Hillary is personally involved in a large child trafficking ring in Haiti and USA, that she is a 9th-degree witch, involved in satanic rituals, not to mention being backed by George Soros and involved in his illegal IMF scheme. Hillary Clinton's true colors were first shown by Guxafer, a Romanian hacker who leaked many thousands of emails from Bush, Clinton, and leaders worldwide. Guxafer exposed the elite in a major way for the first time in this generation. Clinton was exposed in 2012 for her crimes against children, as well as her occult involvement and the disaster that was the planned murder of those in Befezi. The scandals are numerous and can be seen on the website in greater detail. We will leave the Collins family now and hope to see you next time for more. As we continue putting our document L into video, you may notice we have put all other messages on hold for the time being. We hope to finish with this soon so we can move forward, but in order to reach people they must be on the same page. We hope these detailed explanations of the inner working of the elite families helps, so in the future less explanation will be needed, as you will wake up and begin to see and hear for yourselves and spread it through your own ways, causing the idea to forever grow and flourish. Today we will look at the families beginning with the letter R. So, we have already discussed the Rothschilds back to Isaac Bauer in 1520. Let's go back from here. Isaac L. Canaan Rothschild lived in Frankfurt, Prussia. His father was L. Canaan Tarot Rose, whose names include Ben Uri, Han, Elkan, and L. Canaan Bauer. The Naftali tribe, their bloodline, was from the land of Canaan, which makes the L. Canaan names we see through the line understandable. Not to mention the Han, which are remnants connecting their bloodline to the tribes. El-Canaan's father was Uri Phoebesh zu Bacharach, born 1475, lived in Bangor, Deutschland. This lineage back is with the Oppenheimers bloodline. These two families and all of their names are very interwoven. El-Canaan's son, Isaac El-Khatam Bacharach, married Esther Rothschild, and they had Moshe Rothschild in 1574 and lived in Frankfurt, Germany like their ancestors. Moshe married Naftali Rothschild. Her father's name is Naftali Hertz. The name Naftali is often seen on the wives' sides as we go through the lineage. There is simply too much detail to put everything here. Besides, if I spelled it all out for you, you would not be able to research for yourself and see the proof of what I say. This family has always been a bit too much in the public eye, and consequently, their name has changed a lot. For example, some of their names have been Herz Rothschild Teopfer, Hertz, Naftali ben Moshe, Hersk, Isaac Elkar Rothschild, Bauer in 1520, and Uri Phoebesh zu Bacharach are just a few. If we follow Esther Rothschild's lineage back, it leads to her great-grandfather Chaim Hertz Katz, Tumber in 1400s, also called Haim and Friedberg Tumbar and others. We leave much of these name changes out of the video as they are easier to read than to listen to. One more we see, from this lineage alone, Naftali Hertz ben Yaakov Elkar Bacharach, a rabbi in Frankfurt around 1600s. These families know where they came from and they don't hide it completely. Just enough to fool the masses, those who are too distracted by their games to wake up. After the Bavarian Illuminati were exposed, the central occult power over the European secret societies shifted to Carborism, also known as Alta Vedita, led by Karl Rothschild, son of Amschel. The Rothschilds changed the family's name from Bauer in the 1800s. They were well known for flying their coat of arms, a white flag with a red hexagram which they made from the Red Seal of Solomon, holding a golden eagle. The eagle holds 5 arrows in its talons, each representing a different city they own: London, Naples, Frankfurt, Paris and Vienna. The Rothschilds' main focus seems to be keeping attention on themselves, as counterfeit Jews, and off of the Jesuits and Zionists. It takes a special breed to be able to deceive the people, claim to be the ones they kill, and even after being found out, continue doing it. Once their reputation got too big, because they always flew the symbol over their mansion's door and were known for being violent, hate-filled racists, the name changed from Bauer to Rothschild, which means red shield in German. So the Boers changed to Rothschilds have changed their star from red Germany to blue Israel, one level higher on the elite's color chart. To further facilitate this change, the Germanic family set up the necessary puppet to devastate the real Jews into accepting a country called Israel. Enter Adolf Hitler. Alois Hitler, father of Adolf, was the illegitimate son of Maria Anna Schickel-Gruber and Baron Rothschild. Adolf Hitler was a member of the Thule Society in 1919. In the Thule Society, sun symbolism is used as the Aryans were sun worshippers. The Thule Society practiced Satyr worship. The inner core within the Thule Society were all Satanists who practiced black magic. The society was not a working man's group, as it included amongst its members were what we would expect: judges, police chiefs, barristers, lawyers, university professors and lecturers, aristocratic families, leading industrialists, surgeons, physicians, scientists, as well as a host of rich and influential bourgeois. The membership of the Thule Society also became the foundation of the Nazi Party. Karl Rothschild participated in a secret document that was sent out to the headquarters of Masonry from the Alta Vedita. The Masons were quite distressed when a copy of this was lost, and offered rewards to anyone who could return the lost copy. Originally written in Italian, the title translates as Permanent Instructions, or Practical Code of Rules, Guide for the Heads of the Highest Grades of Masonry. Zevi Hirsch Kalischer proposed the Rothschilds buy all of Erez Israel, which they did, making it appropriate that the nation carries their star as the state logo. The ultra-Orthodox Jews have tried to keep their original documents far from the reach of the Jesuits. Citizens of Israel would not serve in the Israeli army because they know that their God was not behind the creation of modern Israel, but rather the rich, Luciferian, Jesuits. Recently a plane and helicopter collided above the Rothschilds' estate, not coincidentally while Jacob Rothschild was out walking. News has been silent on the rest of the story, but another plane has crashed again near the Rothschild residence. It is also not coincidence that this new 4chan commenter called Q suddenly takes control of the narrative. Time will tell. We will be discussing Rothschilds as the timeline continues. Besides, the family is a popular one and not much need be said of them. Another popular family is the Rockefellers. We will look briefly at them and the rest of the families in this chapter. The Rockefeller family. In 1970, Nelson Rockefeller did not pay 1 cent in income taxes. It's not a big surprise, as none of the elite have a personal income to be taxed. He was one of the top richest, if not the richest man in the US. The Rockefellers' focus is on education and religion, although they own Bouygues and a multitude of other things. The first Rockefeller we are told about was William Avery Rockefeller, also known as Big Bill, Dr. William Livingstone, around 1810. He was in the occult, practiced magic, had no morals and was a bigamist who had numerous wives around the US. He also had a number of mistresses, of course, as well as a large number of sexual partners besides. Charged with raping a woman, he escaped the state of New York to avoid jail. Johannes Wilhelm Rockefeller, born around 1630 in Rockefeld, Rieland, Germany, was the father of William, the Rockefeller who came to America. The name changes from Rockefelder to Rockefeld and so on. If we go back a bit further in the same area, we find Johann Rockefeld, in 1450 married to Margareta. The Dudley, with Rope and McCormick families are tied to the Rockefeller family. We can see Ramo de Perales y de Rocafull in 1637 of the Rockefeller line in Spain with the Grand Master of the Order of St. John, a Jesuit order and Knights of Malta group. The Perellos lineage is easy to trace, but the Rockefeller name now Rocafull coming from his mother, Maria de Rocafull Pumarine y de Rocaberti IV Contessa de Albatera. Her father was Remy de Rocafull Pumarine. Title is much larger, of course, a baron in the early part of 1600s. It's easy to find the line in Albatera, Spain. Follow the names, not the spelling, and follow the titles and money. William I of Rockefeller, Lord for the King of Aragon around 1212. There are many connections to the Aragon nobility in the Rockefeller family. Adela de Rockefeller, heiress of the Rockefeller family, married Bertrand IV, Lord of Anduze, Alais, Saint Bonnet, and Mayreuse around 1110. Adela's father, Godfrey, was born 1070 in Roquefeuille, France, the son of Jordan de Cresel. If we follow Adela's Rockefeller line, the mother's side, we see it even further back in 900 with Henry I de Rockefeller, Vicomte de Cresel. In a letter written by Matthew Rockefeller, he traces the lineage back to Zakkai Yehuda, Exilarch around 771, a descendant of Exilarch Bostai and Isdadwar. Isdadwar was a descendant of Persian kings, Byzantine emperors, and allegedly the prophet Zoroaster. Exilarch or Resh Galuta, meaning head of the exile, was a representative of King David. Leading the line to Marquis Theodoric, Duke of Septimia, who came to France at Charlemagne's request and given the title King of the Jews. Like all of the families, they are Ashkenazi from the Khaza region of Pannonia. Ashkenazi is simply a term for the area they are from. Not everyone who is an Ashkenazi is of the elite bloodline or a Jesuit. It's simply a term used instead of saying Germanic Jew, making the division and distinction from the Jews of Israel and the Middle East and Africa. The Jesuits are called Rockefeller's soldiers by many in the clubs. Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution was unanimously changed by the President, who was directed to include the Rockefeller family security. The President was directed by Conrad Rockefeller, in a letter sent from Lajburg, Germany, as per the Committee of Five, which is a group appointed to formulate plans to carry out the intention of the amendment to Article 2. From the moment it was signed, Rockefellers have had authority over the CIA, the FBI and the Pentagon, not to mention NATO and much more. If we listen closely, we can eavesdrop on the 6th Rockefeller Family Association reunion held in New York September 9, 1910. After a lovely dinner, a piano solo, a recitation, a few speakers with lovely things to praise the Rockefellers for, a poem written by Harry Ellard, and read by the usual speaker, Reverend J.N. Dial from Pennsylvania, titled, "The Patriot," was respectfully dedicated to dear Mr. B.P. Rockefeller, who in this poem is praised as a pioneer and much more. The poem is found in the report of the Rockefeller Family Association on archive.org, and goes as such. Quote, "Throughout the western country and its barren waste so wild, the pioneer once wandered with the freedom of a child, his axe, a goodly weapon, whose reverberating stroke sweet echoes from the silence in melody awoke. He had helped a nation's struggle, in its contest for the right. He bore our flag in glory, when triumphant in the fight, and then with soul undaunted he turned his steps to Rome, in the haunts of elk and bison to rear the shrine of home. As o'er the plains he travelled with oxen team so slow, in his spacious prairie schooner, he sang his westward ho. Many trials and privations he encountered on his way, in coping with the redskins whom he firmly held at bay. He crossed the lonely prairies to reach the mountain slope, but when he saw the lofty peaks his heart was filled with hope, for rising in their grandeur, they seemed to hail the day, when progress through the western land would swiftly make its way. Great visions of a fortune had flitted through his mind. He dreamed that from his efforts El Dorado he would find, though he did not seek for rapid wealth from gold and silver ore. He found the richer treasure Colorado had in store. End quote. So moving on. In 1961 we see young Michael C. Rockefeller was in New Guinea with his father Nelson Rockefeller. Governor Nelson was grandson of Standard Oil founder John D. Rockefeller, one of the richest men in the world, and when Michael was young, he opened the Museum of Primitive Art. Michael was fascinated by it and when he grew up decided he would add to it by photographing the Azmats. He visited 13 villages in 3 weeks. He went on many digs with an archaeologist friend and brought back many things which can be seen in the museum today. As the story goes, Michael, who was 23 years old, and Nelson ran out of gas in their boat and had to swim 10 miles to shore. Michael, so young and fit, was never seen again. His death was ruled drowning, however there are cannibals in the area and his body was never recovered, after weeks of searches. CFR member David Rockefeller has died this 2017, leaving behind not only Chase and his other banks and businesses including Rockefeller University, Rockefeller Foundation, and the Trilateral Commission, but his 6 children. David Rockefeller Jr., born July 24, 1941, is the one we will see taking the reins from his father, as he has been prepped for it his whole life. When one dies it does not end, and David Jr. was in his father's place long before he died. Abigail Aldrich Rockefeller, born in 1943, is the professed black sheep of the family. Being a feminist Marxist, she was involved in the female liberation group called Cell 16. Eva Rockefeller is director of the Global Development and Environment Institute and involved in the family businesses. Margaret Duley Rockefeller founded the Sciagos Institute in 1986. She is a board member of the Council on Foreign Relations and serves on the advisory committee of the David Rockefeller Center for Latin American Studies at Harvard University. Richard Gilder Rockefeller was a Harvard graduate who died in a plane crash. Eileen Rockefeller holds the founding chair of Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors, established in New York City in 2002. The empire is rolling without a hitch. The dynasty is still going strong. Let's get a move on to the next, our family. In 1898 Bechtel, a super-secret international corporate web, was created as a working arm of the CIA, both under the inner elite Illuminati. It is the largest construction and engineering outfit in the USA and the world. The Dulles book Chapter 9 explains it perfectly. Quote, "The most important posts in the USA government are held by former Bechtel officers. They are part of the web, an interconnected control system, which links the unilateralist plans, the CFR, Council of Foreign Relations, the first elite version of the UN, the Order of Illuminism, Cult of the All-Seeing Eye, and other interlocking groups." End quote. We can see from this page of the book called The Profiteers Bechtel and the Men Who Rule the World, as well as many other books exposing this company. The same thing Clinton pulled in Libya was planned before, and Bechtel can be tied to oil in the Middle East as well as war profiteering, assassinations, trafficking and more. 1891 The Rothschilds became more noted within Freemasonry, being praised in the Globe with statements like, there is no one today who better represents the triumph of equality and work in the 19th century than Le Baron de Rothschild. Charles T. Russell in 1891 wrote a letter to Baron Rothschild, mailed from Palestine, which outlined how to establish their Jews in Palestine. Russell's letters praised the Rothschilds' money which established Jewish colonies in Palestine. Quote, "What is needed here, therefore, next to water and cleanliness, is a good government which will protect the poor from the ravenous and the wealthy. Banking institutions on sound bases, and doing business honorably, are also greatly needed." Russell continues, "May the God of Jacob direct you, my dear sir, and all interested with you in the deliverance and prosperity of Israel, and blessed will they be who, to any extent, yield themselves as his servants in fulfilling his will as predicted." End quote. The Rothschilds supported Rhodes to form De Beers, and he made 7 wills which established a secret society modeled after the Jesuits and Masons to help bring in a one-world government centered upon Britain, as well as the Rhodes scholarships. De Beers Corporation is run by Sir Harry Oppenheimer today, and it seems his son Nicky tomorrow. Oppenheimer is chairman of South African gold producers and runs the Hong Kong diamond market. One need only follow this breadcrumb trail to find the elite's puppets. Lord Rothschild was part of the inner group of Rhodes' secret society, but was replaced by his son-in-law Lord Rosebery, who wasn't as conspicuous. The Fabian socialists dominated the staff at Oxford when the Rhodes scholars began arriving. Lindsay Russell worked for the Vanderbilts, who we will discuss later. She started the Pilgrim Society, which is a 6 degrees of the branch Illuminati. Lindsay Russell is also chairman of the CFR, which is a 4 degrees. The Vanderbilts, the Whitneys, the Goulds, and the Rockefellers gave large sums of money to Billy Graham for his New York crusade, which they controlled. That leads us into the Russell family. Charles Taz Russell, 1852, also known as Pastor Taz, is one of the most well-known Russells. Son of Anne Eliza Byrie Russell and Joseph Little Russell, who came from Scotland. Joseph was the owner of the Old Quaker Shop in Pittsburgh, Pa. The Russells are easy to see in Scotland, and the line goes back from there. Charles is often praised as being a sincere student of the scriptures. As we have pointed out to you before, he was just another puppet deceiving the masses and fulfilling the agenda. He is always given the key words the elite love to use, such as pious, charitable, selfless. He is the descendant of Cain. He was bred to be. Ros, meaning red-haired, and El, meaning one, gives us the red-haired Russell clan. The clan's territory was what we see now as Perth, Cross, Clackmarshire, and Aberdeenshire. Robert Russell was on the Ragman rolls, giving allegiance to England in 1259. The clan is said to be a leaderless clan, however, only nobles or kings, leaders, would give allegiance to another kingdom. As Russell gave allegiance, he was a leader or ruler for this family. His descendant, Rosal, who was an English baron, fought at the siege of Berwick among others around 1333. Rosal also settled in Scotland and obtained the estate of Aden. The clan's emblem contains the scales, balancing on the tip of a dagger held in a fist. The words read above it, ending with an iron cross, are Virtus sine macula. This translates to virtue without blemish. The Russells can be seen through Britain, Scotland, Germany, and even France. In 1970, the third Earl, Bertrand Arthur William Russell, died in UK. This Cambridge elitist was awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature and was active in anti-war movements as well as the Homosexual Law Reform Society. He had 2 children, John and Catherine. John Russell was married in 1946 to Susan Doyfar Lindsay, daughter of the poet Vachel Lindsay. They had 3 daughters, Lady Felicity Ann Russell, Lady Sarah Elizabeth Russell, and Lady Lucy Catherine Russell. Neither Sarah or Lucy married or had children. Felicity had one daughter, Rowan. Like their father and mother and many in the elite bloodlines, the three daughters suffered from serious mental challenges. Lucy died from self-immolation at the age of 26, in the forecourt of a church near Penzance, ostensibly protesting in the cause of world peace. She was Batad's favorite grandchild. Because of mental challenges, John passed the title to his half-brother Conrad Sebastian. An Oxford man, Conrad passed the titles on to son Nicholas Lyulf, who died in 2014 and was succeeded as Earl by his brother, John Francis, who heads a charity for disabled children called Wide Horizons. Well, that is really all there is to the Russells. The line of earls and others, which include a few Hollywood stars, is easy to find back to the tribes, and they are mentioned all through this document, so we will move right over to the final R family, the Reynolds. We see the Reynolds have written quite a few books on the occult, and they are in many of the clubs, like their cousins. In this family many are 32 degrees Masons and some are Knights of Malta, just as we have seen in the previous lines. The family is connected to tobacco, aluminum, drugs, churches, education, Hollywood, and much more. Reynolds family members from Astoria, Oregon, such as Scottish Rite librarian Mortician Reynolds, and Bend, Oregon, such as Mayor Paul Reynolds, who also runs a mortuary, and his son Mark. One of the first Illuminati monarch slaves in the Portland area to seek her freedom was Mary D. Reynolds. She was from the Mother of Darkness castle, which is used for programming and rituals. The castle situated near the village of Meaux in Belgium. She wanted to find treatment for the programming that goes with this, and since wanting her freedom, it is anybody's guess what happened to her. The Reynolds family is heavily involved with the monarch programs, as are all the families. One religious leader, Frank E. Reynolds, was an American Baptist minister ordained 1955. He was program director for a student Christian center in Bangkok, Thailand, and minister for Chicago Ecumenical Ministries in the 60s. Frank E. Reynolds, it seems, has been used for the one world religion, the New Age merging of all religions. He was used to introduce Buddhism to America under the cloak of Christianity. He and his wife may have written a number of books on this. Many of the Reynolds have been Episcopalians, as we saw in the DuPont family and others. Remember, the Episcopalian Church, like the rest of them, is run using Freemasons under control of the Jesuits, and thoroughly sold out to the occult. One monarch survivor has discussed a human sacrifice done at the altar of an Episcopalian church. Some Reynolds who have written occult books are Barry O. Gordon Robert Reynolds, author of Magic, Divination and Witchcraft among the Bharats of Northern Rhodesia. Charles R. Reynolds with Regina Reynolds wrote 100 Years of Magic posters. David K. R. Reynolds is author of Nican Psychotherapy, Meditation for Self-Development. Denise R. Reynolds wrote Sensitive Thoughts for the New Wave Soul. May R. Reynolds and husband wrote Three Worlds According to King Ruara, a Thai Buddhist cosmology, and the list goes on. Let's hear a bit of Celia Mary Reynolds. This again, from archives.org, is a letter she wrote as well as a poem she wrote in 1918. She was famous for poetry. She writes, quote, "My dear Dr. Reynolds, your letter was forwarded to me here from my home in Bennington, and I have taken plenty of time to consider its main subject. I had been thinking of sacrifice as a theme for my verses for the RF for this year, but had written nothing. When your letter came suggesting the Red Cross, I said at once, that is all right. There is the very embodiment of sacrifice. So I thank you for the suggestion. The subject is a great one, and I realize these simple little lines are a very inadequate expression of it, but as no better second thoughts seem to come to my mind, I send these to find a humble place, if you so will, in your after-dinner program. It is really a sacrifice on my part not to meet with the family this time, but the money I might have spent for that purpose has gone into the US Treasury to help win the war. So I can only wait for the report to bring me the echo of the good time the rest of you will have at the reunion. Fraternally yours, Celia M. Reynolds. And the infamous poem, The Red Cross, the Red Cross. Visions of world fame, rise up at mention of that name, a holy fame heaven must approve. That all good men respect and love. Its scarlet symbol bears no word, it has no voice which can be heard, yet still to every willing heart it speaks its message, do your part. End quote. The enthusiasm she shows for the Templar Knights Red Cross organization is well understood by this point. Just in case, let us look at some clubs and see the Reynolds there. The Cosmos Club includes members Joseph Melvin Reynolds and Lloyd George Reynolds. The Council of Foreign Relations, also known as CFR, contains member William Reynolds. In the Pilgrim Society we see Richard S. Reynolds, Jr. Some of the 33 degrees Masons of this family are Homer Gasfort Reynolds and Marshall S. Reynolds. Followed by 32 degrees Masons, Arthur Raleigh Reynolds, Ben Phillips Reynolds, Charles Philip Reynolds, Charles Shaw Reynolds, Ewy James Reynolds, Isaac Reynolds, Harry Edwards Reynolds, Henry James Reynolds, and John C. Reynolds, who is Deputy Grand Secretary of Grand Lodge of Illinois. The Knights Templars include Alex Reynolds, J. Height Reynolds, and T. Spordig Reynolds, to name a few. All of whom come from just one lodge in New York called Jerusalem Chapter No. 8. From the Knights of Malta Club we see John Charles Reynolds, who worked as a communications executive, trustee of the Presbyterian Hospital in San Juan. The Dukes and Reynolds, just like every other family here, use tax-free foundations as a vehicle to escape taxes and hide their wealth. The controlled press builds them up as charitable, when most of the grants by these foundations are self-serving for the benefit of the elite. We all have seen clearly, thanks to Hillary Clinton's emails, exactly how these foundations really work. Funneling tax-exempt money internationally to fund child trafficking, drugs trafficking and government shifts. Some of these foundations are the Z. Smith Reynolds Foundation, the Kate B. Reynolds Foundation, the Richard S. Reynolds Foundation, and the Mary Reynolds Babcock Foundation, and the Duke Endowment at Rockefeller Plaza, in New York. All of these foundations work for the elite. The Kate B. Reynolds Health Care Trust provides a liaison between the Duke and Reynolds families. John A. McMahon, a Duke University graduate, was both chairman of the Board of Trustees of Duke University and member of the advisory board to the Kate B. Reynolds Health Care Trust. Clearly working for the interests of both the Dukes and Reynolds. Edwin C. Whitehead, chairman of Techico Corporation, serves as another example, as he works for both Duke and Rockefeller interests. Whitehead is a trustee of both Duke University and Rockefeller University. He was also governor of the UN Association, spreading the New World Order however he could. To drive this point home, take a look at a very short list of grants by just the Z. Smith Reynolds Foundation in 1989. Notice the depths of their grants to education, religious bodies and child protective groups. Advocates for Children in Court received $25,000. Child Care Resources received $40,000. Duke UNC Center for Research on Women $60,000. Metropolitan Mission Church $27,100. Rape Crisis Center, in North Carolina $20,000. St. Andrew's Presbyterian College received $50,000 and the Women's Abuse Shelter received $15,000. In 1984, the Z. Smith Reynolds Foundation in North Carolina gave money to these following organizations and more. Catawba College received $75,000. Chapel Hill Police Department $37,500. Child Watch $25,000. Contact of Winston-Salem, a crisis counseling service, received $15,000. Council on Drug Abuse $27,000. Elizabeth City State University $50,000. Friends of Public Radio $25,000. General Baptist State Convention of North Carolina received a nice $85,000. Mars Hill College $30,000. North Carolina Center for Public Policy Research received a whopping $225,200. North Carolina Department of Public Instruction received $103,000. North Carolina Hospital Education and Research Foundation $50,213. University of North Carolina received $233,265, the YMCA of Winston-Salem $300,000, and the list truly goes on and on. Another popular Reynolds is Julian Sargent Reynolds. Born in New York, June 30, 1936, he is the son of Richard Samuel Reynolds Jr. and Virginia McDonald Reynolds. Richard Samuel Reynolds Sr., the grandfather, founded Reynolds Metals Company. Julian spent 3 semesters at Princeton University before transferring to the Wharton School of Finance and Commerce at the University of Pennsylvania. In 1956, Julian Reynolds married Elizabeth Weir Veema and had 4 children before they divorced in 1969. He was a teacher, the politician besides being a businessman of a large company. Richard Samuel Reynolds Sr. leads us back to 1611. Christopher Reynolds, of Isle of Wight, was the Reynolds who came to America, carrying the blood. Born in Gravesend, Kent, England, he relocated to the Isle of Wight, Virginia. In England we find the spelling changing as well as the Tilma branch merging with their elite cousins. There are only a very few families that breed with the lead Reynolds, and they come from different branches of the Reynolds line. In 1399 we see Sir Walter Raynell, MP, of East Ogwell, also known as Walter Raynell of Maleston. He was a knight and accompanied King Henry V in all his French wars, supposedly costing a great fortune. He is said to not hesitate to sacrifice his own possessions, in order to sustain the honor of his country. He became governor of Calais and the Marches. He was in Parliament and married Elizabeth and Joanna and died in 1475 in Ludlow, Shropshire, England. In 1060 we can follow them to Raynell Castle in Raynell, France, with Theobald Raynell. Theobald's mother Mabel Raynell d'Esserly in early 1000 leads us right back to Gloucestershire, England. Pepin the Short, also known as Pepin III, Pepin of Herstal, was born 714 of the Merovingian dynasty, known at the time as the Carolingian, in Belgium, and we have come full circle again. Son of Charles Martel, he was the father of Charlemagne. Pepin was crowned by Pope Stephen II and married Bertrada of Laon. The story of Charles is interesting, and I hope as with every detail we leave for you, you will look deeper, as is the purpose of the outline we provide. Charles Martel, also known as the Hammer Duke d'Antrim, mayor of the Palace of Austrasia, was the son of Pepin II. Moving back, Anne Geisel, Pepin II's dad, was the son of powerful Bishop Arnulf of Metz, and married to Saint Bega, daughter of the more powerful Mayor Pepin I. We can follow the line from here through a mass of Claudius, Walters and Dagoberts to for Robert, king of the Franks around 131, son of Marcomer IV, king of Phracoia ad Allthildes of Britain. This line is easy to follow back to the very first king of the Franks. From here we can go back even further to Attila, the first Usim of the Cimmerians around 483 BC, and further back to Naftali and Canaan. We hope this section has given you even more to explore, and we will see you next time. We typically hear much about the Bundy family regarding the serial killer Ted Bundy, TV shows, and now the recent Patriot movement in America. The family is very public and easy to find. The controlled opposition Patriot movement started a few years ago by the CIA and the Bundy family, helping to create the civil war taking place in the USA currently. As we keep telling you, the elite always play both sides. The Bundys of today are in the spotlight, so we will not linger on them. To move on, other names they have used and merged with are Frazier, Blackmer, Hitchcock, Mac George, Bond, Bunt, Bronte, Bean, McVeigh, Bay, and many others. Let's take a look from Harvey Hollister Bundy. Born in 1888, he became a high member of Skull and Bones, naturally. He was special assistant to Secretary of War Henry Stimson, also Skull and Bones, law clerk for Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, and intricately involved in the Manhattan Project as he worked for the Pentagon and many other high offices at military bases like Panama and Banks. He was chairman of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace and many other organizations. He married Harvard President Abbott Lawrence Lowell's niece Catherine Lawrence Putnam from the very prominent, elite, wealthy Putnam bloodline scene in Boston. They had William Bill Putnam Bundy and Mac George. Under President Hoover, while he worked for the Secretary of War, he also became special legal assistant to the Secretary of Treasury. He died in 1963. The Bundy family, like the rest of them, are given their public story, an image to keep up. The Patriot. All while taking their orders from the ones they claim to be against. It is just deception and lies. One easy way to see the truth is to look at their education. If you haven't figured it out by now, top colleges and top careers are all a false front to keep you thinking and believing that they are better than you. They keep themselves separated from humanity and fool us into believing they are separated because they are smarter than we are and more valuable than we are. The colleges are where they get involved deeper into the clubs such as Skull and Bones, Bohemian Club, the Round Table, and the like. The gig the elites run is perfect for the ignorant, who pay them to mind control their children, and push their children to accept it. After all, Ivy League must be the best because it costs so much. Slaves promoting slavery astonishing. Once you really see that governments and corporations and universities and the like are simply illusions, a false facade for the elite to hide behind, you will see how powerful you really are. William Bundy became an intelligence expert and analyst, as well as attorney for the CIA. He was intimate with the planning of the Vietnam War and was foreign affairs advisor for Kennedy and Johnson. After he retired, he became a historian of foreign affairs and taught at MIT and Princeton until he died in 2000. He married Mary Aitchison and they had Michael, Christopher and Carol. His little brother Mac George, called Mac, became the national security advisor to Kennedy and Johnson. Married to Mary B. Lothrop, they had Stephen, Andrew, William and James. He was president of the Ford Foundation and was one of the chief designers for the Vietnam War. He was professor of Harvard, member of CFR along with Dwight Eisenhower, Allen Dulles, Richard M. Bissell, Jr., and George Key, and worked on the Marshall Plan, involved in the Bay of Pigs false flag and Cuban Missile Crisis. The US government has always considered itself dictator of the world. Any ruler of any country who does not like this, is overthrown or killed. His skull and bones nickname is Odin. Also, he was the chairman for the 303 committee. Mac George Bundy went to Yale where he was initiated into the skull and bones. Mac George then went to Harvard. After this, Mac George joined the army as a private at 23 years old. In a year was promoted to captain and placed on staff to plan the logistics and other details of the invasion of Sicily and the Normandy invasion. Do you think the same speed would apply to you, if you could join any of their clubs? How can a newbie without experience have the experience to know how much supplies, etc. are needed for a certain operation? Bear in mind that these calculations are for battles in which the wrong combination of supplies could mean death or defeat for a unit. But this is America. There is no value on life. Of course, what is shown here is less than what is listed in the document, which is itself only a very short outline for you to use to find out more. We cannot put every detail into one document. We leave many discoveries open for you to find and expand your own knowledge. We merely give you the tools and light the path. You must do the walking. Because of certain events, Mac George Bundy was included in Nixon's enemies list and was suicided by heart attack in 1996. Mac George was also MJ-12 and both brothers, besides being lead members of CFR, Skull and Bones and other groups, were Bilderbergers. So, Harvey Hollister's grandfather, Solomon Jr., was a district attorney and a congressman. Born in Oxford, New York on May 22, 1823, he married Roxana Hitchcock and had Elizabeth Roxanne Bundy. Then he married Elizabeth Ann Mac George and had son Mac George and Nathan O. Like most of the top families, their graves are marked in the Riverview Cemetery with a looming obelisk. Elizabeth M.C. George's father was famous Reverend Horatio T. M.C. George. Solomon Bundy Jr.'s grandfather William was the unification of the Smith and Bundy bloodlines in 1748. If we follow the Bundys back to John Bundy, born 1617 in England, he came to New Hampshire, US and settled in Massachusetts. He was married to Martha Chandler and then Ruth Bundy. His offspring were Samuel, Mary, James I and II, Martha, Patience, and Sarah. Now let's look at the British Bundys. John Bundy's dad, also John, was born 1590 in Nottinghamshire, England. He was also known as John Bean. John Bundy Bean was married to M. Edwards Palmer. The name is still prominent in the family, for example the FMC Corporation. If we go back, tracing the Beans with all of their spellings through Nottinghamshire, York, Otts, all the way back to 1210 where we see the Bean who jumped the border. He became a magistrate in Aberdeen, Scotland. Now following the Bundy, Bean, line back in Scotland, the first reported Bean came from the MC Beans, also spelled Mac Bean, which came from the MacBain family in Aberdeenshire. The MacBain symbol is a red hand on a white shield. Notice how many families in the lower elites have the colors red and white for their crests. Remember the color orders and how they relate to status of the families. These were the sod bearers for the Chatter clan's chief. The name means son of the fair lad. Sod translates into council, roughly meaning a group. As we see through the line so far, lawyers, advisors, they seem to be the chosen council still. If we look at this word just a bit closer, the first recorded name Sodi, Sodai, or Basidia means council of Yah. It's interesting to learn the definitions of the names, since that's the reason for the names in the first place. The name Bean in Old Gaelic means hill or peak. The old Bundy clan known as Bean is actually quite important to our history in this document. The Chatter clan was called the Chatter Confederation and was different from every other Scottish clan. The clan had 12 separate clans within it who each had their own chief, They were recognized under Scottish law, but were united under one main chief of the Confederation for mutual solidarity. These clans can be easily traced. The 12 clans in the Confederation are McBean, also known as Yin, Macpherson, Farquharson, MacThomas, Shaw, Macintosh and MacPhail were related by blood. The other clans not related but included were the Davidson, MacLean, MacQueen, MacItyre, MacGillivray, MacAndrew. De Morban, also known as Donald MacBain, Dualby, Donald the Fair, was king of the Scots in 1093. Donald III was represented in the Dualby character in Shakespeare's Macbeth. The line can then be easily traced back to Sinead mac Ailpin, also known as Kenneth mac Alpine, king of the Picts, the first king of the Scots in 841. Kenneth's father Alpi, son of Achay, was killed in Galloway about 836 AD, after he had entirely destroyed and devastated the land, so the story goes. Then the kingdom of the Scots was transferred to the kingdom of the Picts. From here we will leave you to discover the remaining few centuries. It is easy to follow the lines. Up to the recent past of the Bundis. In keeping with the advisory role of the family, Jonas Mills Bundy was key advisor to Presidents Grant, Garfield and Chester Arthur. In 1957, a wing or branch of the Illuminati under Oasis, a leading mafia family, kidnapped the self-created billionaire and genius, Howard Hughes, and practiced what is named Hegelian philosophy. A thesis is set up, antithesis set up, then out of the conflict of the two comes the synthesis. This is how the elite operate today: create a problem, get the reaction, provide the solution. If an Illuminati demand isn't met, then the business would be burned or the businessman hurt. The mafia would introduce themselves as protectors for the businessman from the extortionists. Finally, when the businessman begins paying the mafia for protection, that completes the cycle. The Illuminati have always been doing this tactic. We saw the obvious use of it in France when the trains were bombed by US agents, after the French decided not to join the US against ISIS. The day after the bombing, they made a point to announce to the world, loudly, that they were against ISIS and joined the war. Same happened with Russia's plane being shot down by US, and the list is truly endless. Eric Bundy was put in charge of Howard Hughes' real name, L. Wayne Rector. Hughes was kept in near isolation by the families, who used double Brooks Randall for appearances, because he would not comply with the family's wishes to buy him out. He was a genius, filled with new ideas but unwilling to sell them. Similar to Tesla in some ways. He knew, like those who have been murdered before him and since, that ideas are priceless and knowledge is power. This is what the elite fear most. Ideas and knowledge. This is what we fight for. Knowledge should be free. The public was told Hughes died in 1971. Eric Bundy was his overseer. Robert Mayhew and Lou Russell were also in charge of Hughes, and the three worked together in the assassination of Kennedy. Hughes was kidnapped, tortured, starved and drugged for many months until he was thrown out of a plane into the ocean by his captors. That is how the world really works. You will never be told in the news what is truly going on. It is only there to keep you distracted from the elite. Now, continuing in 1906, the Panama Canal is constructed by de Lesseps, according to St. Simon's New World Order plans. The Panama Canal was owned and operated by the United States government, until treaties, ratified 1977, provided for its operation by a Panama Canal Commission until December 31, 1999. As written, the year 2000, Panama assumed full responsibility for its management, operation and maintenance. In 1909, Harvey Hollister Bundy Sr. became a lawyer, like his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. Harvey was in Skull and Bones and had 5 children, 3 who were also in the Skull and Bones order. Moy D. Collins was state superintendent of schools in Georgia. He went to Bob Jones College sometime after 1938, was a Freemason, a Grand Master of the Georgia Grand Lodge of Odd Fellows, associate editor of the Georgia Odd Fellows News, and editor of Atlater's Masonic magazine. He was in Eastern Star, and other affiliated Masonic groups. He lived at the Capitol building in Georgia and was a pastor of Friendship Baptist Church for his lifetime. Edward S. Van Dewey was a prominent surgeon, born in Syracuse, New York. He went to Princeton University and got his MD at Syracuse University. During World War I he was in the U.S. Army Medical Corps in France, as a major then as a lieutenant colonel. Van Dewey attended the Unitarian Church, which is deeply associated with Wicca. He also associated with the Liberal Presbyterians, another oxymoron. These word plays do well to deceive and redefine words. During this time Coleman DuPont went in business with President Taft's brother Charles P. Taft of Skull and Bones, to build MC Alpi Hotel in New York City. Horace Taft was also member of the Order of Skull and Bones. The Taft family helped start the Skull and Bones Order. Coleman bought New York Equitable Life Assurance Society, which was America's largest insurance company. Coleman belonged to the Rittenhouse in Philadelphia and was the director of Union National Bank, the president of Central Coal and Iron Company, and much more. We see the Round Table groups appear during 1910, reconfiguring themselves from the other branches of Illuminati subgroups. Abe Bailey and the Astors were the main supporters of the Round Table groups. Join us next time and see how history unfolds.
Golly, that was sure pretty, huh?
Yeah.
It's like the mist is what's pretty, you know? All gold and silver.
Mm-hmm.
Too bad it can't stay like that all the time.
Nothing gold can stay.
Huh?
Nature's for screen is gold. Her hardest hue to hold. Her early leaves a flower, but only so an hour. Then leaf subsides to leaf. So Eden sank to grief. So dawn goes down today. Nothing gold can stay.